Welcome to the Surf Coast Shire, Victoria, for day 2 of the 2025 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, as we get to see some morning arrivals. Tully White, Mason, Schremer heading down as that tide starts to move in, and Rincon comes alive as we can see Malia there, the surfer from Ventura, California, representing her Philippines ancestry, as well as we get to appreciate the Victoria flight cam really lighting up Jiruk, which is one of the iconic spiritual homes of Australian surfing. Thanks so much for tuning in. A pleasure and honor to have your company. My name's Sam Bleakley. I'm joined in the booth by 2022 world champion Harrison Roach.
Yeah, what a day to be a professional surfer down here at Bells. It's absolutely pumping out at Rincon. There are some waves on the bowl before the tide got a little bit higher, so it's all going to be happening down here today.
And we've got the coveted Bells Bowl here. This is the beautiful trophy that was unveiled 3 years ago here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, made from local iron bark. And this is a really fantastic opportunity for the longboarders to really celebrate the culture of this spiritual home of Australian surfing, this Colosseum. And this trophy really is something that has fired up a whole new generation of longboarders around the world. We've had 2 wins already from Soleil Erico. Will it be her year to go? 3 back to back to back. We had Taylor Jensen and Kai Salas taking wins in the last couple of years. But with that, let's find out the plan for the day, because we're going to go down to the glass with Josh Constable, and he's got special guest, 4 times world longboard champion Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. It is an honour that we've got Taylor Jensen down here this morning, 4-time world champ, current world champ, put on a fantastic performance yesterday in quite tricky conditions, but it's looking amazing out there this morning, Taylor. How are you feeling, and what are you thinking about this morning?
Yeah, really good. Look, the waves are pretty much firing this morning. We've got classic offshore bells, really good Rincon with this high tide, so it's going to be an exciting day.
And it's offshore, looking really good. What's the call this morning, and what are we going to see today?
So the call is we're on. First up's going to be men's elimination round, and then go straight into women's elimination round. So it's going to be a big day, tons of action, and yeah, it should be exciting.
Any favourite heats you're looking forward to watching? Obviously, you're into round 3, so you got the day off today. You're going to be down here checking the conditions. What's your favourite heat to look forward to?
Look, I'm really looking forward to seeing Jack Tyro out there in the last heat of that round. That should be exciting to see that Grom get out there. He's been surfing really well, so yeah, it'll be good to see.
Awesome. Let's throw it back to you guys in the booth. Looking forward to a great day of surfing. Cheers.
2 fantastic surfers there, of course. Taylor, 4 world titles. Josh himself in the commentary booth, he's got that world title back in 2006. And Harrison, the good thing about Taylor is he's one of those competitors who always stays close to the action during a competition. I noticed even after he'd won his heat yesterday, he was here watching other rounds. He watched his good mate Cole Robbins surf. And, you know, what does that bring to a surfer going for the win, that they stay around the energy, they stay focused on analysing the tides and the conditions?
He's so in tune with it down here. Taylor is just a master competitor, but he's also a lover of longboarding. So, of course, he's come all the way here to Bells in Victoria. He wants to hang out and watch. He wants to see what's going on and, you know, stay on top of his competitors. If there's an edge to find by keeping an eye on it, no one's going to find it.
Yeah, he's a special surfer, is Taylor Jensen. He's got a lot of really good focus and energy on Bells Beach. It's a place that he knows well. Of course, he spends half the year here in Australia, further up the coast, but he spends the other half of the year down in California, as we get to appreciate the Victoria flight cam there, and we can see Winky pop over to the Bells Bowl, which is not quite working yet because we've got that tide moving up high. So it's the Rincon section that's coming alive with that high tide at 7:34 local time. Low tide later on today, just before 1 p.m. As you can really see, it's a smaller swell, but light offshore winds and beautiful Rincon walls lining up all the way through to the bricks on the inside. It's going to be a fantastic opportunity for our first elimination round of the men's. We've got John Michael Van Hoyenstein from Hawaii surfing against Gavin Idone from Florida in the USA. Gavin himself earned a spot here to compete by getting second in the trials at Torquay Point 2 days ago. It was Clinton Guest who took the win in the trials, Gavin getting second in that four-surfer final. From Cocoa Beach, Florida, no stranger to surfing out here in Victoria, a place he knows and loves, and he's going to be coming up against a very powerful, exciting Hawaiian. John Michael Van Hoyenstein comes in at number 4 seed. He is coming off the back of a 3rd place finish at Huntington. He lost out to Kai Ellis Flint in a fantastic semi-final. Of course, Kai Ellis Flint went on to win at Huntington, but Johnny the Ripper will be fired up. Unexpected to be in this elimination round, but he had a pretty tough start yesterday, but he's going to be coming out strong. As we can see Gavin up and riding on a nice, smooth, open, glassy face here in morning conditions at Rincon, demonstrating use of the drop knee up to the 5, cross steps back to the tail, nice and lively, loose, weaving and snaking and locking again into a nice 10. Good lift and nice trim speed on the nose there, just making it through that section on a tight 5 into a 10, back to the tail, and again demonstrating that he's got a lot of variety in the rail work, putting another drop knee all the way through to the inside. So Gavin gets a super nice start, and John Michael Van Hoyenstein, known as Johnny the Ripper, will be out back waiting to kick off his campaign.
Yeah, really good start there from the surfer Gavin. I think this is going to suit him today. A little bit bumpy yesterday, pretty big out the back there, but yeah, this really suits him, these type of conditions, and suits his board too. You could see lots of trim happening there, really high elevated hang 10. Pretty excited to see this heat unfold because it's 2 differing styles.
Yeah, Gavin was loose and lively in that wave there. He's got a really nice use of the drop knee, lots of kind of electric, kind of engaging both rails, very busy in the pocket, but there was one particular locked in tight 5 into a 10 where he nose rode through the section. That seemed to be the moment that really kind of set the potential for the score to go bigger as we get to appreciate the replay into the 5. Tight on the 5, walks back, and there's that drop knee. Just really nice and lively, and all rail work here in and out of those turns, staying high in the wave and then just dropping down a little bit low as things speed up, and he moves into the 5, touches the 5, and then he just cross steps back to the tail. And as things get steep through the inside here, this is the money nose ride. Locks in a 10, walks back out of that 10, and then just throws a little bit of good body language, squats a little bit lower and into that drop knee. Once again, bringing some Cocoa Beach, Florida style here to Rincon in Victoria. Of course, this is the place to be. Every bit different Victoria, and the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic takes place on a land that is deeply significant to the nation's indigenous population, the Wadawurrung people, and we're just 1.5 hours from Melbourne, a playground for surfers and wildlife enthusiasts. And you can kick things off by visiting here and heading down that incredible Great Ocean Road as one of the world's most scenic coastal routes on the planet. As we see Johnny the Ripper locked in at 5, holds the 5, walks out of that nice nose ride, really nice wall ahead, speed and control. But then as he comes out of that second nose ride, things get a little bit bouncy, and Johnny comes unstuck. So he's going to drop a score, but it's not going to be as strong as Gavin's opening wave.
Yeah, it was a great start to that wave. I was a little bit of a taller wave than Gavin's. I was thinking he's going to get off to a good one, but couldn't really see with that. It was a tight frame, so I'm not sure whether the wave really sectioned off in front of him or it was just an error. But he'll be looking to back it up with something a little bit more, you know, a little longer, bit more effort there. He's going again right now.
There he is, Johnny on his second wave. Look at the speed and the wall here as he slides and slices and kicks out. That one just running away with these tight angles. Those last 2 rides, you could see from the body language he knew he's not going to make that section. But talk about the differences between surfing the bowl and surfing Rincon. You know, how does the line change, and what is the approach on takeoff to the maneuvers you want to do early in the wave versus how you want to pace yourself to make the whole ride?
Yeah, so two really different waves, Rincon and the bowl. The bowl's a lot more dramatic. It's really intense from start to finish. Rincon is more of a peeling wave. It's more of a, you know, a point break, similar to what the wave is, I assume, named after Rincon in California. Not sure if I'm really right there, but I'm going to assume that. But yeah, it's a running right-hander, a lot more trim speed, a lot more down the line projection. So I really think it's going to suit Gavin, as I mentioned before, out here today. But Johnny's such a good competitor and he can do it all. So we'll have to see what happens here. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, 5 for Gavin's opening wave. So it's a good start. You can see on the spread of scores a high 5.5, the low score of a 5, an average taken from the remaining 3. So he kicks things off with something that's going to give him a lot of confidence. Johnny the Ripper gets a 2.67 on that first wave. He did take a fall and then a 1.33 for an up and kick out. So Johnny knows that he needs to reset. His heat is really kind of starting now. No longer a 30-minute heat for him. It's like a 25-minute heat as we get to appreciate the watercolor, little green, little kelpie this morning here from the Victoria flight cam. But the surfers are going to enjoy the opportunity to get those nose ride sections at Rincon, Harry.
They are, mate. Look, it's pumping out there. It's pretty ideal longboard conditions, I would say. Judges a bit conservative with Gavin's 5, but they know that there's bigger waves, as we saw with Johnny coming up behind him. They're going to leave a little room in the scale there. So it was the first wave of the event. He surfed it really well. Now, I think if he can apply that to a bit of a bigger wave, we're going to see an excellent score. But I'll talk it through here. It's a nice hang 5 to start. Lovely drop knee. I guess bit of downtime through the middle here. It was a smaller wave, as I said. He does get a really good hang 10 coming through the inside here. But yeah, just a fair bit of downtime, bit of weaving and back and forth. He kind of manufactured this 5, looking back at it, Sam. Here it is. The hang 10, that's what we want to see, but we want to see it on the big section out the back.
Yeah, high degree of difficulty to do that more critical nose ride early in the wave, but I like the liveliness of Gavin's surfing. Always engaging both rails, always looking hungry, busy, energized.
He really does. I think this, like I said, it's suiting him out here. His board, the Christensen's looking lively under his feet. Lovely turns in between all of his maneuvers there. So yeah, let's see how he goes.
And you know what I'm feeling? A little flash of Stephen Slater in that style. I don't know if you got the opportunity to surf with Kelly's youngest brother, Stephen, in your day, Harry?
I didn't. I do, however, remember seeing photos of him doing handstand hang 10s in all of the longboarder magazines.
Wow.
But yeah, no, great surfers from the East Coast of America. Justin Quintal, one of my best friends, former world champion. Sure will be tuning in, supporting his mate.
That was Team Philippines on the sand. Of course, Johnny has ancestry from the Philippines, where he was born. And he moved to Thailand as well when he was young, and then over to Oahu, where he's now based and up and riding. Gavin on his second wave, going to add to that 5. 2-step stretches, locks in a little cheetah 5 and pulls in for a tighter 5. Walks out nicely, and then just stays nice and upright, moving down to the lower part of the wave and just then setting himself up back in the high part for a nice upright 10, holding on to that 5, pulling in for another tight 5, staying on a long nose ride section, back in for a little touch of the tip, and then just a little rock and roll, engaging both rails from that front third of the board and then grabbing that rail as that wave just chandeliers down. And he's going to get right through to the inside here where things get very shallow. You've got to be pretty careful not to knock your fin out of that final section. But again, we're seeing a lot of flavor in his surfing, and it's a joy to watch.
It is. It's good. That was a great nose ride through the middle there. Gavin went for a surf before his heat this morning. He was freezing when he was standing on the beach. It's pretty cold down here, around 5 degrees this morning. And he was trying to keep warm. He was on the bicycle. He was staying busy. But yeah, it's fresh in these mornings down here. But he's looking active. He's looking good.
And if you want to feel fresh, I mean, watch the Endless Summer section when they surf down here at Bells in no wetsuits. I mean, that says so much. And these guys absolutely putting on a great show. But what about this nose riding, Harry?
Yeah, see, I like that start. He goes through the section. That was a critical nose ride. It wasn't hanging 10, and it wasn't a crazy big steep section, but he went through the section. There's the hang 10 through the middle there and holds it through this. That's a nice down the line hang 5. And a lovely mid-board movement as well.
Yep.
Around this part of the wave, I probably would have liked to have seen him just commit to an end section. I think the judges would have liked to have seen that too. But he kind of hangs on there and he's trying to go for length of ride. I think it's a bit more important to sort of whack the lip there, or whatever his version of whacking the lip is. Would have been good to see.
Some kind of like end moment to just really kind of put the icing on the cake. You know?
You always want to finish strong, don't you? This is a good shot here. You can see we've got options.
Waves.
The Bells bowl over to the left. This set might actually break, but out on the right, Johnny taking off.
Here it is, live action. Johnny the Ripper locks in a 5. He looks over his shoulder, recognizes that he's not going to make that section, as we could just see Gavin knee paddling towards the bowl. And you may well now see Johnny moving further down. Is he going to follow Gavin and shift over to the bowl? Are they recognizing that some of these waves at rink are a little bit more hard to make?
Look, I think it's a good call maybe for Gavin right now on the way back out to sort of just have a look around on the bowl. But if I was Johnny, I wouldn't be taking too much notice of him. He's right on the spot. He's right on the peak. We've got a tide coming in up until about 8:40 or so. But Johnny's in the spot. He just needs to pick the right wave and he'll get a good score, I'm sure. But yeah, while Gavin's on the paddle back out, worth having a look in case you're going to time a set, but it's a lot slower over there at the moment with the high tide.
So one of the things I saw there from Gavin was from the front section of the board on the Stone and Wood slow-mo is the way he just engages both rails. This is the nose ride, Harry, first of all, though, the nice 10. Talk us through this.
Yeah, so he really did a good job of positioning his board up on top of that bit of a lump through a fat section, and it set him up to get a nice slow-moving hang 10. And as it started trimming out of the section, he went fast on the nose and got the fast nose ride.
Now, there's a moment here, Harry, where he just works both rails just before that moment where he grabbed the rail from the front third of the board. Not the best example. I know Gavin would like to have demonstrated a better opportunity with more open face to do that, but that's something unique to your surfing where you'll be in that front third and you'll work both rails. Talk about that technique and the benefits of it for kind of making sections.
I love the mid-board surfing on a longboard and being able to pump from that mid, because it's not like a pumping like a shortboard pumping. It's a real projecting off a rail, off your inside rail. You got your feet sort of, your back foot would be closest to the rail. You're pushing off that and getting projection. It's like small bottom turns, but you're staying in trim. And Gavin's obviously great at it. That was a really good little example. But like I said, we want to see him do it on a big wave, and then you'll really know what we're talking about.
And was there a master of that technique that you learned from, that you watched when you were growing up?
I think Dane Peterson, for sure, is one of the best at that. And when you're in a tiny, tight little pocket, can really work to get you through sections. But like I said, it's just staying in trim, but increasing the speed on your board. And some boards led themselves a little better to it, less rocker, I think, but a nice flowy rocker, whereas some of the wider, more softer rail surfboards won't really do it. So it's unique to the style of board that Gavin's riding, and he's making it look good.
So Harry, big moment for John Michael van Hoyenstein here. He's chasing big scores because Gavin's now dropped to 5.83. Johnny's up and riding. Fades in his Mark Lydell board. Up to the second nose ride. Walks out of that second nose ride again, looking over the shoulder. So Johnny's been busy, but the waves have not cooperated. He's got a 2.67, a 1.33, a 1.23. He's going to drop another low score. And Gavin is now in a very strong situation. So what advice would you give to Gavin now to play out the back half of this heat, sitting on those two strong scores?
Look, 16.5 minutes remaining. There's still lots of time in this heat, and we've seen consistent sets all morning. Gavin's got 2 good scores. I'd like to see him wait now for a really solid set, pick his waves right, and then improve on that 5.0. I reckon he could go up into the 7s here. It's a great way to, the old cliche of building a house in your heat. He just needs to make sure that he's not going to get another wave around the same score. He wants to really up the ante, because he's put the pressure on Johnny already, and you can see it.
Yeah, and he's having a bit of banter with Johnny. Interesting. You could see that Gavin was initiating that conversation. And you know, when you're in the lead and then you're in that position where you can open up the conversation. Some competitors don't like to talk in a heat. Others don't mind. How were you in your day? Did you enjoy having a bit of banter with your competitor, or did you just like to keep quiet?
No, I like to have a bit of banter. First of all, you're competing in this tour and you're generally friends with everybody on it. It's a small community, but it's fun, you know, get a bit cheeky every now and then. I like to be loud and in your face a bit. Never rude, of course, but yeah, it's fun to talk to people. But yeah, looking at that little conversation there, I'm assuming that Gavin's saying, geez, I'm cold.
Well, he's doing good. He's in the lead. John Michael van Hoyenstein's got to play catch-up. Will he get the waves he needs? Let's find out soon. We're going to have a short break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back to the continuation of day number 2 of the 2025 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, live from Victoria, a place that really is lighting up the longboard calendar every year. As we can see, Gavin Adone from Cocoa Beach, Florida, out there in the lead with a 5 and a 5.83 against a Hawaiian surfer who shares his ancestry between the Philippines with a 2.67 and a 2.2. So Johnny chasing an 8.16, and this is a little bit of action that we had in the break on the replay here from Johnny the Ripper.
Yeah, just trying to manufacture a score here, Johnny. It's not really looking like it's going to be one of his waves.
So a little bit of a foamy one there for Johnny, so it's not going to go into a significant score, but this is what we saw from Gavin in the break as well. He's looking to replace that backup 5. Nice smooth style from Gavin again, mixing up that drop knee, high stance, good clean footwork, cross stepping forward to the nose, a little rock and roll out of the front of the board, and then a little kind of stool and a kind of wiggle and a climb and a drop and a hook into the 5 and a hold on the 5 into a 10 with a nice soul arch with those arms down, and then uses that drop knee stool and then just coolly kicks out in time. And you can really see that Gavin is feeling it. He's got the vibes, he's got that electricity, he's got that energy from the Victorian sunrise this morning to tackle John Michael van Hoyenstein, who comes in at number 4 seed. Last year he finished 3rd on the World Longboard Tour, and he got a wild card to compete in 2024 and then went on to get 3rd last season, and he was a runner-up at Bells as well. So he really is one of the big contenders to kind of get those world titles in the next few years. So this would be an absolutely huge upset if Gavin knocks out Johnny in this round 2, and Johnny goes home with a 17th after a 3rd at Huntington already in the first event of the tour, losing out to event winner Kai Ellis-Flint. 10 minutes, 50 seconds. Gavin coolly knee paddling, looking comfortable. Drops a 4.5 for that last score, so it doesn't replace that backup of a 5, but our Cocoa Beach surfer has put the heat on Johnny the Ripper, who's now just got 10 minutes, 30 seconds to get either a single score of an 8.16 or a combination of scores, and now an opportunity for our surfer in red on his Mark Lydell board. Johnny up and riding, speeding to the 5, little cheetah 5 stretches, holds, links into a tighter 5, and then comes out of that nose ride into really radical, snappy, quick drop knee, stalls for a high line, back up for a 10, nice lift, and then trimming through that nose ride section. And this is super exciting for Johnny. He's going to get a significant score on the board. Now he's going to be right back in the game as he comes out of that bowl, and he speeds all the way through to the inside into a nice down carve off the bottom, back into another touch of the 5, lifts for a 10, and then comes radically out of that nose ride right through to the inside shallow section. And Johnny the Ripper is back in the game. 9 minutes 30 seconds remaining. And Harrison Roach, we are gonna have a big score coming through for Johnny, and now he's gonna have the time to really chase something to put the heat back on Gavin.
Yeah, that was a great comeback wave from Johnny the Ripper. I mean, he was looking a little rattled coming into this point, and we sort of thought, you know, this isn't Johnny's style. He's normally pretty cool, calm and collected, but he was looking over the back of the waves he was taking off on. Even the start of this one, I sort of thought, oh, he's second-guessing himself a little bit here. But the action starts to happen right around here with a big hang 10. And like I was talking about, down the line surfing here at Rincon, he's going fast on the nose. And while Gavin's out ahead, you know, he's only got a couple of 5s. We'll see whether he improved on his last score, but Johnny's staying busy. He knows he doesn't need too much. He just needs to get back in the game, and this finish here is pretty dramatic. It's getting shallow through the inside there. It was fun to watch.
That was exciting. It was fast, it was quick, it was all in the pocket as well. As we can see, Gavin now looking to replace that 5, kicks out. Nothing happening on that ride for him, but he may well still have priority. I imagine that Johnny is still on his way back out. You can now see Gavin way up at the top of Rincon near the Boyle. Johnny's on the way out past the Bells Bowl just to have a look to see if there's going to be a wide swinger that could get him the backup score. I think that Johnny now knows that he's going to have a solid score and he's going to be chasing something. It may well be that he now is going to need something like a 5 to get the win. I think that that's going to be a good score because it was fast, it was lively, it was dynamic, and it was right in the pocket the whole way.
Yeah, look, he manufactured it on that one. It was a bit of a sleepy start, but he got a couple of really strong hang 10s in there. And he's just back in the game because the door's open. Gavin hasn't improved on his score. He didn't, you know, better that 5-point ride or the 5.83 to make it more difficult. We're still waiting on the score for Johnny, but it's going to be, I assume, you know, right around there. But here goes Gavin, and this is a better looking wave, Sam.
Nice opening 5. Love the soul arch, the body language. Again, little drop knee turn, back up for another nose ride. This has got a lot of potential as he goes into a 10 and smooth and controlled out of that 10. And then throws a bit of flair into that drop knee cut back, and then cross steps clean back out of that, and then kicks out on the shallows. May well now replace that backup score of a 5, which would increase Johnny's requirement. So the judges will be studying the video replay of Johnny's wave, and you can see by his positioning there, he's waiting hopefully to hear that score to decide if he's going to go way up and be patient for something potentially at Rincon, or maybe shift over for a wide swinger as we see the replay of Gavin.
Yeah, this is like a great looking wave. Nice nose ride to start from Gavin. This is a bit of a better set wave. That turn he kind of cut short. You know, it wasn't much of a turn, little short drop knee, but lovely hang 10 through the section here. And this drop knee, that's a bit more what we're talking about. A lot more energy in that turn from Gavin. Really well done. He's stepping it up a bit here. It's a good, well put together wave. It's not going to go huge, but it'll be up there. And what do we got? Johnny taking off on the bowl. It's a tricky time to be on the bowl.
Yep.
6 minutes remaining. There's been consistent surf up at Rincon. But,
This is a good one coming up, Harry. Cole Robbins, Tony Silvani. I mean, that is so evenly poised, isn't it? What a classic matchup between two great regular footers.
yeah, I wonder how many times these guys have gone head-to-head. I know they've been competing against each other forever. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Both great surfers, both regular footers, both know how to put a heat together. Yeah, we're kicking it off in style here at day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Well, it's actually Tony's got the edge on the years. Tony was born in '86. Cole was born in 1991. So Cole's slightly younger in his years, but they've got a similar amount of competition experience competing on the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, I first met Cole with Bryce Young when we were about 17 years old in Onglet at one of the ASP events. And Tony was there, Cole was there, so they've been doing it for a long time. They're still doing it now.
If I remember correctly, you were bringing some boards over from California, and British Airways had just introduced a no 9-foot board policy, and you had to borrow a Luffy for the event in Onglet.
That was a big error on my behalf. Yeah, I think the rules changed 2 weeks before I flew. But luckily, when I arrived, none of the competitors were very generous in letting me borrow a board, which you can understand. However, Luffy was down there, one of the legends of longboard shaping, and just a great bloke, and he gave me a couple of boards to ride. But these guys have been doing it for a long time, and they're still putting on great shows. Sure, they would have preferred to have been in the round of 16, but they're getting to surf pumping Rincon and bowl right now, so excited to watch and compete against each other.
Absolutely, Harry, and we've got that score has come through. It's a 5.33 for Johnny, so it now means he needs a 5.51. So he's right in the game, 4 minutes remaining, priority with Johnny. That's an attainable score, but a lot of pressure, you know, going for a mid-range score with not much time left. He knows he can do it, but he needs the wave to do it.
Yeah, we all know he can do it. It's just about whether he can maintain his nerve, I suppose. But look, he's made it attainable now. He got that score, it's mid-range. Now he's in position with priority. It's all there for the taking. We just need a wave to come through, and he's got to get it done from start to finish. But yeah, not a big score.
No.
He did well to get that 5.33, so he's back in the game here.
Well, he got to the final last year. He lost out to Taylor Jensen, who was the event winner here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And I will reflect on a really strong moment that Johnny had, where out of priority in a heat with Ben Skinner, he got the score he needed. The wave just really delivered, and it was in the dying stages of a heat. He's had a really great last few years, getting seconds here at Bells. He got a second in Abu Dhabi last year, losing out to Steven Sawyer in the final. He got a third at Surf City El Salvador, losing out to Kai Salas. Going back even to 2023, he got a second at Surf City El Salvador, losing out to the event winner Connie Ellis Stewart, his good friend from Oahu. And of course, he kicked off this year's tour with a third at Huntington. So Johnny knows that he wants to be in the mix. He wants to be in the top 5 or better. So it's all to play for. This is a really exciting moment to close out the last 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, super exciting. It's interesting, you know, last year he got the wild card for the tour. This year he's established himself, and I would say that the underdog in this case is Gavin as he takes off here. But it's interesting to see how Johnny acts as the man with the target on his back.
Here we go, Gavin, loose and lively. As we can see, Johnny, split screen, out back, same set on the tip. Looks like Johnny's wave's got a little bit more size, chasing a 5.51. Gavin's finished, he's kicked out. Johnny's now really got to do some damage on the inside here. So far, I'm feeling that it's got potential to go in the 5 range, but it feels as if it needs a strong finish. Harry, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. He got off to a good start. We'll have to look it back. I'm excited to watch the replay, but this is a great little inside runner, and he needs to hit it now and land it.
There it is, a good finish for Johnny. I think it's going to be close.
It's definitely going to be close. Excited to watch this one. There's still a minute remaining too, so if Gavin does end up needing a score, you never know, he could get one. But that was really well done. That was well played by Johnny.
It had a good start. You know, it was great that we got to see both waves at once there. You can see he knows he's not got time to go out. He's moving down to the sand. Let's get the replay now of Gavin.
Yeah, nice fade takeoff here from Gavin. I like it. He's looking energetic. Really good surfing here. Nice nose ride to the 5 and big cutback. Really took note of that. Got to a little bit of a bauble coming off the bottom and a drop knee to follow up. This is going to be a sort of average score. We'll see how it comes in. I don't think it's going to factor super hugely, but lovely nose ride out the back from Johnny.
That was good.
And then the wave kind of drops out and a big drop knee turn. So the way I read it, these are now 3 maneuvers out the back on the peak. It slows down a little bit through the inside, but he's staying busy, Sam.
Yeah, I think he gets the score from those first maneuvers out back. I think the middle part of the wave slowed down. I think it has a strong end, but I like what I saw out back.
Yeah, and this inside run, you know, that down the line, hang 5 and a whack to finish. He only needs a 5.51.
Yeah.
I'm no judge, but this is good surfing here. And a solid finish.
You know what, for me, really separates that ride from the other scores is that stark combination of the opening 5 to 10 and that really nice opening turn as well. He did that with the higher degree of difficulty out back as we get to appreciate this last replay of a nice cheetah fire from Gavin, who's been styling all the way through this heat. Is he going to take the win, or is Johnny the Ripper going to get the 5.51 that he needs?
That was a beautiful nose ride there from Gavin. It looks like inside Malibu right now at Rincon. The surfers are stoked with the conditions down here, and it's been a fiery finish to the first heat of the day.
Okay, so moments, tense moments. Team Philippines supporting Johnny there. You've got we've got Daisy Valdez, we've got Joe Marie Abueza. Joe Marie will be coming up in round 2 surfing against Ben Skinner later. We've got JR watching. We've got Johnny waiting for a 5.51 or better. He kicked off with that very low score, and he finally, in the latter stage of the heat, got the 5.33 he needed to get back in the game, and he did get the opportunity to go for something, and I felt like it was right on the mark because of the quality of the surfing he did on that opening section and the strong finish. But the judges are going to have the opportunity to study the replay, compare it to that high 5.83, for example, from Gavin.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to stand there. I feel for these guys standing on the beach. They've travelled a long way to come and compete at this event, and it's come down to the wire in the final minutes of the elimination round. I have no idea which way this is going to go, but it is going to be close in my eyes.
Yep, so there's a Chris Christensen under the arms of Gavin. Malia, of course, also competing. Gavin's partner there, she'll be coming up later. Daisy looking up at Johnny, waiting for the score. There's a little bit of a sweep of that set come through as we get to really now study the replay. Is this going to be a 5.51?
Look, it's going to be close. That was a good start. He didn't only get the hang 5, he really brought his back foot up to be a tight 5 as well. Love that drop knee turn, Sam. And another tap to the nose and turn as he goes through the inside. Gets pretty sleepy. Look, this is not a super convincing score. You know, it's right around the mark, I think. And judging by the time it's taking the judges to go through this, that's giving an example of how close this is going to be.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't have the length and criticalness of some of those really stylish nose rides we saw from Gavin's 5s and 5.83, but it did have that very strong start. This is very cool from Gavin. Comes in at a 4.23, but look at that nose riding, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, I love watching this style of surfing, and particularly in this kind of waves. It gets a lovely little hang 10 there as well. This wave sort of seems like it's a bit inconsequential at the end of the day. I would have liked to have seen his 5.83 as a replay, so we could do a pretty solid comparison there. But yeah, that's still no scores yet dropping for Johnny. This is going to be close, Sam.
Yeah, we're at a fantastic moment here. Everybody waiting, ears tuned for the beach announcer, keeping the eye on the phone there for the app, the live scores. It's going to be a very, very close call. The fact that we're taking a while really demonstrates the judges are having a good opportunity to study the scores. It's going to be so close. Is it going to be just shy of the score? It comes in at a 5.23, and Gavin Adone takes the win. Johnny the Ripper doesn't get the score that he needs, and it's a big upset for the Hawaiian, Harry.
And a huge win for the Floridian surfer, Gavin, taking it out on one of the event favourites, second in the event last year. Johnny the Ripper goes down early. What an upset.
Wow, big moment, but congratulations, Gavin. He got such a strong, quick start. He was lively, he was electric, he takes the win, but stay with us. We got another good one coming up right after these messages with Tony Silvani and Cole Robbins. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Welcome back. The Victoria region is filled with incredible areas to explore, from Melbourne all the way down through the Great Ocean Road, where you can leave the city behind and really feast on the landscape and also enjoy one of the great cities as well. Melbourne, of course, the only city in the world with both a Grand Slam and a Grand Prix. And we're down here on the Surf Coast Shire at Jurup, the spiritual home of Australian surfing. Of course, this iconic Bells Beach area, named after the Wadawurrung word Jurup, which means bended arm, describing the shape of the cliffs around the beach. And the Wadawurrung area covers a big 10,000 square kilometre stretch in this region, as we see Cole Robbins and Tony Silvani battling for a spot in round 3. Two Americans, one Californian, one East Coaster, and this is our Santa Barbara and Silky surfing. Cole Robbins in and out on his Wayne Rich board, locking in those 5s, locking in those 10s. Harrison Roach, what a radical bit of nose riding from someone who knows Rincon very well from two perspectives. Not only the Santa Barbara Rincon, but this wave right here that he just put on a great show at.
Mate, what a way to start off your day. Cole Robbins, he tore that one. Well, he's not exactly tearing it to pieces, but he was in sync with that wave. Crazy nose rides.
That was
big
nuts.
Whack on the end. And did you see the little nod he gave? It wasn't a claim. It was just like a yep. That was a good start. I'm happy with that.
He was feeling it. He was absolutely feeling it. I mean, just the commitment and the speed, the trust. I got to spend a bit of time with Wayne Rich in Huntington earlier this year. He shapes beautiful boards, and he's got a great rider demonstrating how well they work.
Oh my gosh, this is great here. Like really fast down the line wave. You can see it's a little different to that first heat. He's going down the line really fast on the nose, and this hang 10 here through the bumps. Super technical, super hard, but that's the money one right there. Really high and tight in the pocket, and he comes down and whack.
I mean, that feels to me like it's got excellent range all over it.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? You know, you look back on that first heat and the scores were mid-range ones, and you can see why coming into this with Cole through the section the whole time. He was steep and deep this whole wave. Yeah, lovely hang 10s through the middle there. And the big whack to finish. Wayne Rich, fantastic shaper, one of the greats, and also a good bloke too.
Comes in at a 7.0. Tony Silvani up and riding, sets a high line on his Bill Stewart into a 10. Holds that 10, flexes those knees. Takes a fall, so Tony will drop a second score. And while we're waiting for that score, let's go down to the glass with a very happy Floridian, Gavin Adone.
Thanks, Sam. Gavin, a roller coaster of emotions the last few days. You surfed in the trials and got yourself into the main event. Yesterday, some tough conditions. Went down in the first round. And then this morning, first heat of the morning, real nail biter. Hung on there. Talk us through that heat today.
Heat was super fun. Waves are perfect today. Couldn't really ask for any better conditions, other than maybe a little warmer. But the heat was super close. Great heat with Johnny. Took it all the way down to the last couple of seconds. Suspense was killing me there at the end.
Yeah, definitely. For us as spectators, it was amazing to watch. We loved those little tussles back and forth, heat out there. You did go out really early this morning and get a few warm-ups. Talk to us about the cold and trying to stay warm before the heat.
I'm not built for this cold, but I was trying to go out for early this morning. Nothing come in, try to warm up, get some blood flowing. But out there, I only have a couple minutes of feeling my feet, so I try to make it worth it at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely some fantastic surfing. It was great to watch. You want to give a shout out to everyone back home. Hopefully they're cheering and watching.
I want to shout out all my family and friends watching me, and Christensen Surfboards for making great boards.
No worries. Well done, mate. We look forward to seeing you in round 3. Congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. Thanks, Josh. Congratulations, Gavin, and congratulations, Chris Christensen. Great to see Christensen represented here on the World Longboard Tour, as we saw another exchange between regular footers Cole Robbins and Tony Silvani. Tony based in North Carolina, Cole in California, of course, a surfer at Santa Barbara, a regular at Rincon. He dropped a 7 for his opening ride, backed it up with a 2.17. Tony fell on that second ride, gets a 2.67. Both surfers sitting, waiting, poised. We got the square tail Wayne Rich, the blue board under the body of Cole. We've got the bat tail under the body of Tony Silvani, built by Bill Stewart. Two stalwarts of longboard shaping there, Wayne Rich and Bill Stewart.
Yeah, and look at this Wayne Rich under the feet of Cole. It's looking really solid. This guy is on point right now. Watch out, competitors. Cole looks serious coming into this morning. The energy is lifted in this heat, and there's been some sets, and not going to lie, Tony's looking really good too. He had a bit of a fall and a wobble on that first wave, but strong here. The wave just didn't quite cooperate going into the inside, but this is going to be a battle. These guys know how to surf a heat. Tony has had his back against the wall on so many occasions over the years and come through to win, so watch out. This is a big one.
So it was a 5th for Cole Robbins in Huntington, first event of the tour. He lost to John Michael van Hohenstein. Tony Silvani, he got a 17th. He was knocked out in this second round by Stephen Sawyer. Of course, based in North Carolina is Tony Silvani, where he runs the Tony Silvani Surf School at Hamlet Avenue. Has just launched a new kind of range of Stewart soft top boards with the Tony Silvani Surf School branding. He's up to the tip, gets the 10, holds it high and tall on the 10. Back up for another 10, as you can just see Cole peering over his shoulder as Tony is in and out of those 10s. A third 10, and then keeps control and drops back down again for another high line. Holds the 5, gets back into another bit of footwork, and now things unleash on rail. So he's already got a couple of really nice opening nose rides. It's a smaller wave, but he really read that section nicely, and he's still going through the inside to come to the tail. A little re-entry, stands tall, widens the stance, and just puts the pressure on that tail to just step off and paddle out for more. And that was Tony Silvani on fire.
Yeah, look, really good wave there for him. He under priority. He's trying to stay busy. He doesn't want to let Cole get 2 on the board against him when he doesn't have a score. I don't think it's going to go as high as Cole's. A bit of a smaller wave. We'll get a look here on the replay, but some of those nose rides, while he was hanging 10, they were sort of pushing a bit more water. Cole was a lot more projected down the line.
Sure.
But let's watch him through here. He's got a lovely hang 10 to start. The wave's pretty fat. He's sort of like, there's one coming up here where he looks like he's going to go off the back of the wave. He's just pushing, pushing, pushing. So none of that projection down the line. It's not the same degree of difficulty, but he's making it work. And that's what I like about Tony. He will make it happen no matter what's on offer. And he's going to just keep himself in the heat. It's not going to go as high as Cole's, but it's solid surfing. And he's on fire. Watch out if he gets a set coming up. But yeah, he's just keeping himself in the talk here.
Yeah, and I mean, I will agree with what you were talking about with you know, the fact that there wasn't a super high degree of difficulty with the kind of down the line, in the pocket, lifting, clean nose rides. But the wave didn't offer too much, and the fact that he got in and out of those nose rides was pretty incredible as we get to appreciate the Stonywood slow-mo of the footwork. And talk about the positioning of this nose ride in a softer section.
Yeah, so you can see as the board sort of turns straight as he's going along, you really want the board to be going down the line. Lovely drop knee turn there from Tony though, and this nose ride's a little better. It's a little more down the line as he comes through the inside, but it was that one out the back where he was pushing a little bit more water. Looking to lock it in and just solid surfing. He's just like, yeah, it's going to be a probably mid-range score, I assume.
So this is the Bird model. It has a deep V in the tail, and he is, of course, a stalwart of the World Surf League. He also won an ISA World Title back in 2011, did Tony Silvani. Not so many people remember that, but he's been a multiple national and regional WSL champion on the North American WSL. So he's looking to book himself a spot in that round 3, but he's got on-fire Cole Robbins to deal with. Cole kicking off with a 7, backed up with that 217, kicked out of that 217. I like that opening ride of Cole's. My instinct said that was going to go higher. I like the speed, the commitment, the power as we get to appreciate the Victoria flight cam. Of course, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic takes place on this land that is deeply significant to the nation's indigenous population, the Wadawurrung people, and Harrison Roach. It's a joy to be here watching these great longboarders.
It sure is. And here's Cole coming down. You can sort of see the differentiation here. It's going to be a good one coming off the back of Tony's one. Down the line, this is a 7-point ride. It's pretty dramatic there through the start, and then he gets this lovely hang 10, but it's the second one that counts. Great hang 10 high and tight in the pocket, and a big whack to finish, because why not?
Yeah. Epic. And you can just look at the joy. He's feeling that. I love the footwork out of that last 10 as well. It was all trim speed. I suppose one of the things that maybe could have separated it from going in the excellent range and staying on that 7 mark was everything was happening down the line with one rail engaged, in and out of 5s and 10s, and then into that projection. But he was reading the wave. There wasn't an opportunity to cut back.
Yeah, there was a couple of baubles, you know, like there was a couple of lumps in the wave that he had to navigate, but he did a great job of it. If he gets a perfectly clean wave and doesn't have to deal with that, I'm sure it would have gone. It will go excellent if he does that kind of surfing. But look at the gap there too between that 7-point ride and the 3.67 for Tony. It didn't go even as high as we thought, and the judges being really critical of pushing water there. I think he'll have to go back to the drawing board and really try and get a wave that is going to allow him to project down the line when he's hanging 10. If we see it again, if we get another chance, it's that moving, going straight in a line and hanging 10, pushing water, they're critical of it.
Fade in from Silvani. 4 steps into a 5, little high 10, drops his arms down, and then kicks out. That wave just running off down through Rincon. Cole having a look over his shoulder, a little smile there from Cole. Nothing quite like that when you see your competitor take off and kick out and you're like, yes, I'm still in priority. They don't look like they got a keeping score. Let's have a look at the judging criteria, Harrison, and start to really appreciate the things that the judges are looking for. I mean, you know that feeling of having an expressive style of free surfing and then starting to recognize the money things that are going to get the big scores. You know, what will be going through the head of Tony and Cole with regards to the type of maneuvers that will really earn strong scores?
Look, Cole's really confident after that first wave. Like, great way to start. He's going to be happy with his surfing and know that he can improve on it if he keeps doing the same thing and just gets a couple of better waves. Tony's going to be thinking, okay, what do I have to do differently?
Well, there it is. The judging elements, major combo with variety, nose rise in the steepest section. And talk about that rail work and that speed and that power on rail.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about longboarding. There's such long rails that if you have a wave with a lot of room to move, which the bowl and Rincon, you really can put that longboarder on rail. Cole, like you said, might have been a bit more just down the line. He whacked it on the end, but once you start getting those really beautiful flowy turns like we saw from Taylor yesterday, then you're going into the excellent range.
And of course, style, flow and grace. A lot of longboarders having kids at the moment. If you had triplets, I dare you to name them style, flow and grace.
I don't think so. I just hope I don't have triplets. That sounds really hard.
Absolutely.
One for my poor partner, Edie. But also managing that, geez, takes some skill.
Well, let's have a bonsai brew break. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL, and by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL.
Well, if you've never had the opportunity to drive down the Great Ocean Road, I recommend it. A 243-kilometer stretch of the world's most incredible coastline. And the Great Ocean Road's actually a memorial to those who served in World War I, all the way down to Lawn Point, home to Belinda Baggs at the moment as well, one of the great longboarders. As we can now see Cole Robbins on a 5, on a 10, on rail, sweeps back, rebounds off the foam, drives off the tail on his Wayne Rich board there, just keeping it nice and loose on the harmonica model here as he sets himself up, and then back up for another stretch into a 5, might get a little 10, there it is, all 10 toes over the tip, walks out of that 10, can he keep control, he squats low and comes out of that nose ride in a very tricky section and back up with speed for another 5 on rail, a little down carve, and now he's got the chance for a re-entry through to the inside, shallow in there, just make sure he keeps that fin with a bit of space, and that's going to be a fantastic score.
It's going to be a good score. He's looking confident, Cole. You can see it as soon as he takes off. He looks really sure-footed. He started the wave fantastically with a great nose ride in a critical section. But yeah, confidence. That's what I'm seeing in Cole. It's great to see.
Belinda Baggs still down at Lawn, Harrison?
I'm not sure, but Belinda, obviously one of the greatest to ever do it. Absolute style queen. I'm sure she's inspired a lot of the younger generation here. She's definitely inspired me over the years.
Absolutely. As we can see now, Tony Silvani from the flight cam there in a 5. Locks out of that nose ride on rail, drops the knee, drives out of that foam, kicks out. That wave is going to speed across. He's not going to be able to make it through. So Silvani hasn't had the run of the waves, but he's looked lively. But this guy is looking fantastic, Harry.
He's looking really strong. That was a great nose ride to start. Cut back, gets a little bit of a bauble there in the rail, but solid surfing. Yeah, and off the back of a big nose ride right in the best section of the wave. That's a great way to start this wave. Here comes the money, though. This hang 10 high tide in that section. Nice, backing it up. It's he manages to go through the little hollow part and grovels it the whole way inside. Look, I'm surprised about this from Tony. He starts off so well here with a great nose ride in the critical part and a lovely rail turn. This wave's still got some points left in it. There's a big section there to hit. I think it's important to remember that it's not all about length of ride here.
Yep.
If you can put on critical maneuvers, 3 big turns with a nose ride, a turn and a whack, you're going to get a good score.
But what about this moment right now, Harry? We can see Tony's positioning. You know, when you see a set like this at Rincon, are you looking to go deeper to the boil or come a bit wider?
I'd be going deeper to the boil, but don't ask me because I haven't spent too much time surfing Rincon. I think the struggle here is there are lines coming. Which one are you going to pick?
Sure.
Is it the second one or is it the third one? Or is there another one coming behind?
Oh, it looks like he's not going for this one. He's just checking if Cole's going to swing.
You know, I like that. He's not going to leave Cole out there to better a score on this last wave. But yeah, paddling over to the boil now, get a bit deeper.
Here we go.
We'll see how it goes, Sam.
Live action. Tony Silvani chasing now a big score of an 8.9, unable to catch that wave. So priority will now switch to Cole Robbins, who dropped to 5.67 for his last score. We got Guy Salas coming up next. What a fantastic day of entertainment. We got him surfing against local styler Ben Considine. Wow, that's going to be a big one.
Yeah, big heat for the local boy, Benny. He's been an incredible surfer for years and years and years. Has a bit of a hard time in competition on this world stage. I was talking to his dad the other day, but this might be his year. He's coming up against one of the best, so it'd be good to see him. You know, there's no pressure on Ben. He's coming up against the world's best. A lot of pressure on this man's shoulders, Kai Salas. Uncharacteristic heat yesterday, just didn't seem to click into gear. But he's been here before. I'm not too concerned about this guy. He's such a talent.
I had a little message from Ian Chisholm this morning, just updating me on equipment. Ben Considine riding a board modelled on a Bob Pike that Chizo has from '67. So it's a old Mal inspired board that Ben is on, and it looked to be working really nice yesterday. So big opportunity for Ben, of course, up there. Barron Heads to really put on a show at Bells at a wave that he surfs regularly and he performs strongly at.
Yeah, and Chizo, one of the greatest shapers to do it. He's worked with so many of Australia's greatest talents, but not only that, CJ Nelson over the years, Dane Peterson, Belinda Baggs. He's also making boards for Soleil in the event this year. Well done to Chizo. As we see Tony getting going here.
Oh, nice 10. Out of that 10 on his bird model. Wow. Sweeping turn as we can see Cole up and riding. Great opportunity to appreciate the 2 styles as we see Cole in and out of a 10 as well. Tony's still going. That wave's slower for Tony now, but Cole off the tail, climbs out of that re-entry, and then he's just going to compose himself, eye up the opportunity maybe for a little reform that doesn't happen, recognizes that things have finished, so he may well get the edge on the paddle battle as well, because Tony has come further through on that ride. I felt like Cole's wave had a little bit more scoring potential as well.
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to see there. A bit of white water. I like the call of just kicking out. He got some good work done out the back. Could potentially improve on the 5.67. I'm not sure. We'll have to look at it again by itself. But I like that with 6.5 minutes to go, he's getting out the back before Tony, and he's going to control the back end of the heat. But Tony, great surfing from him. That drop knee slice there after the first nose ride was pretty exceptional.
There we go, Ben Considine coming up next. 2022 Australian champ, 2017 Australian logger champ, of course, on the South Coast surfboard, shaped by Ian Chisholm. And here's the replay of Cole Robbins.
Yeah, starting with Cole, lovely fade takeoff. And look at the board, when he's hanging 10, it's really planing on top of the water. It's going fast down the line, you know, pushing a little bit here and there, but that turn was just a bit of a harumpha, wasn't it? Goodness,
That's a new one for the dictionary. Oomfa. Is that? I think that could be a wrong word. Actually.
I don't know about
powerful
that.
rail turn.
Yeah, but there was a bit going on there. I liked it. Yeah, Tony Silvani starts off with the 10. Gets a little caught up, but this slice here, wow.
Nice.
Lovely cut back from Tony.
Really nice.
Beautiful S-turn afterwards too. He's just going to wait around. That wave gets a bit sleepy. It's hard to find, Sam, those waves that peel the whole way down the line. That Cole got one at the start of the heat, but they're hard to find out here.
Interesting because Tony's wave's smaller, but I really like that 10 to that turn. For me, the money moment on Tony's wave was that turn. Here's the replay now of Cole.
Cole got busy on the paddle back out, did he, hey? So instead of sitting out back and trying to control the back end, it looks like he's taken off on a quick one. He's getting some good work done. Beautiful drop knee into a nice 10 and 5 and 10 again.
Nice.
Navigating these bumps, like this board is looking good under the feet of Cole Robbins.
Wow. Harrison Cole is on fire.
Yeah, he's got the bowl on the inside of Rincon too. I thought we were going to see a little shampoo head rinse there. A bit of Pantene Pro V to get Cole's morning started, but he didn't end up dipping the head in. I want to see, you know, part of longboarding, one of the main parts I love about it is the character that comes through in certain styles.
Yeah, totally. There's a lot of opportunity for expressive body language. The difference between the upright posture and the flex low posture, and the variety of chance to use your arms, and we can really see that Cole Robbins demonstrating that he's no stranger to fast point breaks. Of course, a regular at Rincon in Santa Barbara. His big shout out to his twin brother Brett, who'll be tuning in. Pleased to see those scores that Cole's dropped, a 7 and a 5.67, and that last ride comes in at a 5.5, so stays out there in first. Tony Silvani chasing a near excellent score of a 7.84. He's got his keeper scores on his last two rides, a 3.77 and a 4.83, so he's looking to get his 7th ride. Is it going to be the big score that he needs, or will he have time to chip away at 2 scores in the 6s, 7 ranges, as Cole Robbins drops his 5th ride at a 6.10, and he is really put the pressure on Tony, now chasing an 8.27.
Look, a really well surfed heat by Cole. That decision has paid off. He's increased the requirement for Tony, getting the 6.1, and yeah, back against the wall now for Tony. That last one coming in 4.83. Just hasn't had the luck with those long peeling waves yet. As we can see, the doggos having a great time on the beach down here at Bells, as are, I'm sure, their owners. It's just magic on the beach down here, Sam. Yeah. Such a special place.
Oh, love it, love it. Every year I come. I mean, this morning, just the excitement of knowing it was a clear day, looking at the sunrise, seeing the locals out at Winky Pop, turning around, seeing sets starting to peel through at Rincon. But Silvani now pressures on, chasing a near excellent score there.
No, he's actually chasing an 8.27. If you look up into the top, not that 7.84. So we might need to get an update on that. But yeah, I think with the 6.1, it's increased the requirement. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. 2 minutes remaining. We've had consistent sets coming through today. These guys have had a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we've seen from both surfers is commitment to the 10s, but Cole's been separated by the wave quality. They've been bowlier, faster, suckier, bigger. But he's also put a lot on the line. He's put high-risk 10s at speed, and he's confidently gone in and out of those locked 10s and ended with a dramatic rail turn, you know, really projecting big re-entries to finish with a panache.
Yeah, and if you pick apart the difference in those nose rides too, you've got that real planing, pushing water of Tony. That's probably let him down a little bit. But Cole, you've seen the outside rail when he's hanging 10. You've seen that board elevating off the face. It's the small intricacies of nose riding. It doesn't take away any of the skill required to do what Tony's doing. But yeah, in the criteria, it's what's appreciated more as those great projecting hang 10s down the line.
So move into the last 55 seconds. Silvani chasing an excellent 8.27. Robbins looking like he may well book himself a spot in that round 3. Cole kicked off with a really strong result at the opening event of the World Longboard Tour at the US Open of Surfing in Huntington, losing to John Michael van Hohenstein. Johnny the Ripper now eliminated, getting a 17th. So Cole already, if he gets to that round of 16, he's going to at least get a 9th or better. Of course, if you lose in that next round of 16, you're guaranteed a 9th. If you get to the quarters and lose, you get a 5th. If you get to the semis and lose, a 3rd. But all of these surfers have got their eyes on the coveted Bell's Bowl trophy. They want first. Cole Robbins, 10 seconds, Harry. He's getting a little chance to ride this one through if he catches it.
Yeah, he's scratching. Look, this is a great confidence builder for Cole. Coming off the back of a loss yesterday, he's just going to ride this one into shore, but he's feeling really good after this heat. It's a great way to start, and you can build some momentum from there, I think. You've got to watch out for the guys who have to surf a couple extra times down here, because they can come in with a whole new sense of purpose. And yeah, start to finish, Cole looked in control of this one.
Yeah, and I think he's just sold about 16 Wayne Rich boards there, because that
I've got a couple in my shed.
Perfect.
I've got a couple in my shed at home. Wayne Rich, the soul brother, he's a legend of our sport, and yeah, Cole's definitely doing him justice.
Have you got the Wayne Rich badge?
I do not, but I have some lovely hand-drawn art on my boards, like with lovely notes. So, yeah, I love that guy. I hope I get to see him soon, but I can't wait to watch Cole going through this event. Good signs for things to come for the Californian surfer.
Congratulations, Cole Robbins takes the win. Tony Silvani eliminated with a 17th. We're going to have a change of staff. We've got the Waxhead and Josh Constable coming in to call the action. Stay with us. We'll be right back for the continuation of day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Good morning, we are back into Heat 3 of the men's elimination round, stop 2, the World Longboard Tour, Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, joined by 2006 world champion Josh Constable in the analysis seat. We have an amazing heat coming up, but some action in that last one, Cole versus Tony.
Yeah, 2 veterans going at it, and Cole walking away with the chocolates there. But that was a fantastic heat, and the waves today are firing. So we're seeing beautiful longboard surfing. I'm really looking forward to this heat. Ben Constantine, the local boy, up against Kai Salas, former world longboard champ. He was disappointing yesterday. It was one of the worst heats he said that he's had in a long, long time. So he's going to bounce back today, and I'm really looking forward to this heat.
Yeah, looking stoic as ever, walking down the stairs. Typically when Kai gets into that mood, it's really hard for him to break out of. He usually rides that confidence, you know, that connection with the ocean. So we'll see how he bounces back, but he's up against the wildcard Ben Considine, who knows his spot really well since the World Tour has been appointed here in 2023. He's been making his presence known down here, typically down at Barwon Heads, Point Impossible, and the beach breaks around here, but those right-hand reefs that around Bells, Winky, Torquay Point, he's also a local out as well.
Yeah, he has, and we've seen that over the last couple of years. He's definitely spending more time out here at Bells. He knows he's going to get these opportunities in these big heats, so he wants to capitalise, but here he goes now.
And this is the goofy footer, the physiotherapist, the surf teacher as well, on a locally shaped Ian Chisholm South Coast board. And we're surfing the Rincon wave here. So this is the inside reef, the right-hander that runs on the inside of the headland. That's the high tide spot. And nice hang 10, gets some levitation, gets the 1 foot boogie, but goes down.
Unfortunate. That was looking like a nice wave, wasn't it, Matt? Unfortunately, he got some levitation, like he said, on that inside, and it really stood up, and that's where the judges want to see you go hard and make that real impact on that score, and unfortunately going down there. That's going to be a big mistake for him, unfortunately, but let's go through this replay. Just a nice little sleepy start to the wave, just finding that trim, but beautiful drop knee turn there, bottom turn, setting it up nice and patient, and this nose ride was really nice, hanging in there, and then a big carve here back to the pocket. So the judges will like that little bit of loss of control there, but looking nice here, and there it is, really nice 10. They're going to love that, and unfortunately going down. That's a mistake for him. He wants to try and build and put some pressure on Kai. Kai, we saw yesterday, have a little rocky start, but here we go.
Flowing start for the Hawaiian from Waikiki, Kai Salas, 2023 world champion. He won Bells here that year as well. He knows it well. And this wave stretching across almost into the bowl here, so a bigger wave, similar to what we saw Gavin Idoni in Heat 1 catch as well, linking through to the inside. So this one's a unique wave where it's stretching way down the reef, linking the two sections. Kai does well to connect with the inside. A cool flow there. And we'll catch up with the replay. But someone who linked his waves together excellently without the leg rope was Cole Robbins, who's on the glass with Berlin.
All right, so here we are both trying to contain our energy right now. Cole, rough start yesterday for you, having to surf this round now. And it's just all come together for you. How are you feeling out there?
I'm feeling good. I'm kind of teasing myself like, yeah, I threw the heat yesterday, so I get to surf today. But no, yesterday was tricky. Declan crushed it on the bowl. I went up to Rincon, and fortunately today it's all Rincon, and it's really good. It's offshore, it's perfect size, and there's plenty of waves in every heat. It's fun.
Your equipment is looking so on point for you right now, and the nose riding is just textbook perfect. How is it feeling being out there compared to like the same wave at home style? Like, what are you feeling with your equipment right now?
There's a lot of similarities and some differences. We don't get a lot of offshore winds in the morning. I'd say Ventura kind of gets more offshores than Santa Barbara, but I've been riding these boards for the past couple years, and Wayne Rich, my shaper, he's spent hours perfecting the shape, and it's just really suited for right-hand point breaks and almost kind of any wave. There's these little subtleties that he puts in the tail and the nose, and I'm very comfortable on it, and I love right points. That's what I grew up surfing, so I feel at home here.
Well, you had all of us hooting and cheering for you in the competitors' tent on the beach. And what are you going to be doing further now that you have the rest of the day off?
Ooh, probably get some breakfast. Rented a place just up the street. It's kind of like a nice big farm. It's really neat. It was -2 degrees Celsius this morning, but Taylor's staying with us, and we've just been making really fun meals, barbecuing, and having a good time. So it's nice to kind of, I guess, have the rest of the day to relax, and hopefully the swell continues on. We get good waves tomorrow, and then it looks like this weekend's going to be pumping.
Well, best of luck. We so enjoyed watching you surf, and I look forward to watching the next round.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Back to you guys up in the booth. Do you want to say anything back home quite quickly?
Yeah, my family, friends, everybody watching, I love you guys. Thank you, and stoked to be here, and I'll try to push through to the very end and make you proud.
All right on. All right, boys, back up to you in the booth.
Thanks, Berlin. Great insight from the real estate agent and consummate professional Cole Robbins. But out of the water, live action. This is Ben Constantine, the local boy. He's currently in second spot, needing just a marginal 3.85 to get back into this heat. As Kai Salas dropped a 6.67 on that opener. That unique wave that typically it's very difficult to link the two sections here at Bells, but Kai did a great job.
Yeah, he did on that first wave. You could see he just clicked in on that wave. Beautiful start, some big power carves. Here it is in the slow-mo, the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Just a nice bottom turn there, setting it up straight up to the tip. And this is the Kai that we know. It's smooth, powerful, super committed, great nose ride there, slipping that toes up there for that tight 5, almost 10. And then this is where it just went a little slow, didn't it, Matt? It just sectioned out on him, but this is the tricky part, but he stuck with it, got around.
I love how he utilises that mid-board trim there, which is something you can't do in the performance longboards.
Yes.
You'd lose a lot of momentum there, but the single fin log allowed him to generate that trim speed and set himself up for that carve.
And that carve was huge. That's where a lot of the points came from, that outside nose ride and then that carve. That's what sets a lot of these top guys. We see it from Taylor Jensen. We're seeing it from Kai. That beautiful, big, powerful, not high performance, but it's super performance surfing, and it's really beautiful to watch. And the score went into a really good range for Kai. He's going to be happy with that start. But Ben's on his tail, because that wave we saw while Cole was talking was a really nice one. He got a great nose ride on the outside section. So it's going to be interesting, Matt, to see this one. Here it is. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so he starts off super early, knowing that he just needs a good backup, and that hang 10 is consolidated. The judges will appreciate the effort and the commitment on the outside. And just using that full length of the board like we saw with Kai. The grab rail, though, they're probably going to look at that as a little missed opportunity, and this end section a little wobbly. So maybe not as high as Kai's, and the score drops.
Yeah, there were a couple, even the stumble on the nose right at the start. If we're getting critical, it was beautiful surfing, and he's doing a great job, and he got himself on a really, really nice wave and gave himself the opportunity. But if we are being critical, we even saw the big carve for him out of the lip and down to the bottom of the wave. It was committed. It was really nice. It was on rail, but it doesn't have the power and the drive that we saw from Kai Salas. And they're the little intricacies that are separating the scores. And the judges have a great eye for this. We're in here analysing it and talking about it, but those judges, they're on another level. They're really seeing those little things, and that's where the scores are coming in different.
5-point ride locks in for Considine. It's enough to get him into the lead. Great wave selection nonetheless for the local guy, and it was Kai who really turned that wave that could have been a mistake for a lot of surfers today. We saw Johnny Van Hohenstein actually take off on a few waves and kick out, where the waves ran ahead. They close out a bit, and then they keep running. And he saw that. He recognised it. It was an unusual wave that he did well.
Yeah, and Kai's no dummy. He sits here. He was here early this morning, sipping on some coffee and watching those heats. He would have identified that Johnny kicked off and could have rode a few extra waves and got around the next section. So Kai hung with that wave, came around that section, and we saw that beautiful big power carve.
Well, we're an hour after the high tide, and let's check out the Surfline forecast for what we've got in store for today and the rest of the week. We do know we've got that west-southwest groundswell that is generating way around the bottom of Victoria and South Australia, but it's going past us at this point. You can see the winds. Well, they're offshore. We've got no problems with that coming from inland, outwards at the bottom of the screen, but it's that swell direction. We want that swell to start wrapping into Bells instead of going past it. So we've got 5 to 7 foot faces today, dropping a little bit in the afternoon. That wind steady between 8 to 10 offshore right now. But they're saying it's going to go dead offshore the Savo.
Yeah, this afternoon looks good. We don't need huge swell for Rincon. We just need the higher tide, and we need that nice offshore. So if it drops a little bit, it'll sit on that reef and really run really nicely. But next couple of days, Matt, it looks epic.
Yeah, if we have a look at the swell there, 10 to 15 faces on Saturday morning. It's going to be gusty. It's going to be a little windy, but we've got pumping waves. Tomorrow will be the question mark. We know we'll probably be in Rincon, and it's going to be breaking there on the inside of the reef, which is what we're looking at right now. That's the view that the surfers get when they go to walk out along those rocks or paddle out. It's a classic right-hand point break, but the difference with the bowl.
Yeah, it's a lot different. It's funny because most of the time shortboarders, they'll come for the bowl. But us longboarders, especially on the traditional style longboards and riding bigger, heavier boards, we like the rincon section. We like the high tide. We like when the swell's a little smaller and running and really perfect, and we're seeing today some beautiful longboard surfing.
And the rock boils on the right-hand side of the screen, that's the undulation. They're actually just separated like sandstone rocks that are underneath the surface that pop up, that create little takeoff spots. It also creates a little bit, you can see the outline there, creates a little bit of havoc sometimes. It can drop out the wave. It's not a perfect right-hand point, but that's the fun of it. It's a bowl, right?
Yeah, that is the fun part. And we're watching the world's best surfers right now navigate this lineup, and they're doing a fantastic job. We've got great conditions today. We've seen a lift in the level of surfing today. The waves are a little more suited to the longboard, and we're seeing great performances. And that opening wave of Kai Salas's was phenomenal. We saw a great performance from Cole Robbins, which was really exciting. But this flight cam right now, it's just unbelievable. We are so blessed to be here on the Surf Coast Shire. It's just fantastic.
And let's go to a Bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. The remainder of Heat 3 coming up shortly. Victoria in Australia, one of the southern states. We're nestled between the bottom of the country and the east coast. We have rainforest walks, beautiful Great Ocean Road, 243 kilometres of scenery, whether you're into the waterfalls, the barren landscapes out around Cape Otway, or just the mountain biking. But we come here for the surfing, the food, and the camaraderie that Torquay and the Surf Coast is so well known for. Because the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is held here. This is the second stop on the Longboard Tour, and we're into Heat 3, elimination round of the men's. Local boy, Ben Considine, looking to take the win against 2023 winner and world champ, Kai Salas. And this wave just looking to drop a low of a 283, kicks out of that, not recognising that one as any scoreability, and he'll make his way to the outside.
Yeah, mate, he is choosing nice waves. Unfortunately, I think he pulled off a little bit. Just there was the stumble, and the judges are going to recognise that and not go high in the score. He needs to. He is leading the heat at the moment, but he knows that Kai Salas, he's sitting on the 6.67. He just needs one more wave, and Ben needs to really lift those scores right now. Put on a flawless performance on a nice wave and ride that thing all the way through.
Kai, typically a bit of an iceman when it comes to choosing the best waves in a heat. He knows exactly what he wants, and he's been checking the conditions this morning, as you said before, Josh. He'll know and identify something that he needs. Will he be looking to exceed that 667, or you think just another backup?
No, he'll want to go higher, and he knows the wave that he got was a great wave, but it did have that long whitewash section where he was stuck behind for a long time. So he's going to choose a little better wave this time, he'll do the same surfing, but the wave will cooperate, give him better opportunity, and the score's going to go higher, and then he's really going to put it out of reach for Ben.
And to get up into that excellent range, the judges' notes for today from head judge Tori Gilkison. She really wants to see at Rincon the combination of major maneuvers linked seamlessly, critical nose rides and commitment to the rail, which we did see on Kai's first one, a 667, linking it together with that commitment, speed and power. But there was a word in there that's very unusual, good timing. That's something that's you've got to really look in the criteria. And I think back yesterday's surfing, we saw Tully White get an excellent score, first heat of the day, with a well-timed finish. And that exemplary surfing showed that carving turn using the rail, the great footwork. Pretty simple when you break it down, but so hard to pick the right wave for that good timing.
Yeah, and timing is everything, and it starts from that wave entry. You've got to time it well. You've got to read your line, whether you're fading or you're racing down the line or you're setting up for that first nose ride. Timing is everything, not just today. That's in every style of surfing. But we're just waiting. The time is ticking down. 10 minutes remaining. So this is going to get tight for Kai. He has a great score. He's sitting in a great position. He is in the elimination position right now, but he has priority. 10 minutes. He can't make a mistake, though. When he gets this opportunity, he has to ice it, doesn't he, Matt?
And he typically does here at Bells, but 10 minutes to go, as you said. Ben's got nothing to lose coming into this as the wild card. He's not on tour full time, but it's these finishes, I think, that have been crucial. We saw Cole Robbins finish on his feet, being able to get that end turn in, and we saw the same thing earlier with Gavin Adoni as well. Despite not doing that last re-entry, the judges aren't requiring a lot for these surfers. But as we saw that tide start to drop a little bit, maybe a little sign of things to come. Maybe the bowl will start coming into play soon as well. So Kai's got his eye on that as well.
Yeah, and Matt, I would have loved to see Ben had that nice little wave. He kicked off because he had that little wobbly bobble through it. But if he surfed that, he got a 2.57. He's only trying to improve on a 283. I wonder if he kept surfing that wave and riding it all the way through that inside Rincon Reef part, if he could have upped the score and maybe gone into the 3.5 range and just put a little bit more of a squeeze on Kai. Interesting one here. Here comes a little bit of action. Let's see if Kai's going to pull the trigger.
Paddling for this, you can see those slight rock boils to the right side of the screen, and he fades into this. The Hawaiian traveling here with a smaller Hawaiian contingent than previous years, and just trimming his way through to the inside, stepping back into that trademark rail gouge, looking spicy on this wave. And just a calm and cool presence. And he taps that one off the top, and he'll look for a little inside section, and he's out of there. Just recognised all the scoring was juiced, but that was just exactly what he needed to do at that time of the heat.
That is crazy surfing. We have seen this morning a lot of surfers getting really busy and rushing and trying to squeeze as much out of it as they can. And then we see the total opposite from Kai, where it's slower, it's composed, it's poised, and that surfing right there is insane, and that is going to go bigger than that 667.
Yeah, just there's exactly what we alluded to before. No busy surfing. It was just solid nose riding and big rail carves.
And timing.
Yeah, that was the key, yeah.
Just what those judges want to see. That wave was fantastic. We'll bring up a replay shortly, but that was really good surfing, and this is really going to put the squeeze now on the local surfer, Ben Considine.
Beautiful conditions here this morning, that brisk offshore and super cold. We'll get that replay of that previous wave as the judges are locking in the score.
So here it is, just really nice timing. Great five, bringing that back foot up nice and tight, and then just waiting for that. Not too rushed, nice and controlled right here, and then back on the tail and jamming that turn right back to the pocket, driving out of the bottom turn as well. So the judges like this. This is going to be a great wave, and then finishing it off with a nice roller coaster.
And from a pulled back angle, the judges' angle, those turns look amazing. There's a lot of spray coming off the rail, and this is Ben's answer back just after Kai's. This one was a 2.67 as well, so deciding to kick out of that. And score locks in for Kai Salas. It's a 7.5, extending his lead, putting the local boy in a situation of a 9.17 required, which would be the highest single wave of the event so far. So Ben will have to chip away at this to break it down into 2, you'd think?
Yeah, definitely. He's going to need to break it down in 2, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the time on his side right now. So he might have to be patient. He might have to wait for that really good wave and try and go for that 9.17. But Kai has surfed a fantastic heat. Nice and poised and controlled. Waited for the right waves. He identified that first wave. So, Matt, if we think about it, if Kai pulls off on that first wave, when that dead section through that whitewash, the wave would have been maybe a 3-point ride, and it's a different situation where they're fighting it out for a backup, but he was controlled, he stayed with it, hung with the wave, got that beautiful carve, and then finished it off, gets a great score, goes back out the back, waits his turn, waits for the right wave, and then ices it with that 7.5, and now it's a way different result than what it could have been.
Great analysis there, Josh. 2 friends coming up in the next heat. Kevin Skavana, Sam Christensen, USA versus South Africa are their travel buddies as well. So elimination round, we'll have to say goodbye to one of them. But this is Ben up and riding now, looking to break that score down perhaps into 2. Clean carve there. Several nose rides on this one and a little bobble at the end, but he's going to try and link it through the inside. Gets in a little parallel stance there, looking for something on the end. And that one, just a little sign of defeat of the wave, just a little smile, and he'll get back out with 5 minutes to go, but good signs.
Yeah, that was a good... I think that's going to be his best wave. I would have loved at the end. Oh, here we go, Kai on a big outside wave. Is it too big and going to close down?
Looking to drop a low of a 6.67. He stays with it. So this one's going to really picked a unique wave. It's going to link all the way through to the bowl, but it does stretch out and close out.
Yeah, a little too large for that section right there. But I'm thinking this is going to be Ben's best wave. Well surfed, really nice nose rides, some nice carves on it. I would have loved at the end. We'd already seen him get a few nose rides through the wave. So the judges will be looking at it going, yes, he's solid. He's a really good nose rider. Let's see some variation. I would have loved, instead of that 10 at the end and grabbing the rail, coming off the bottom, driving and giving the judges a different look and finishing it with a top turn, I think would have given them the variety that the judges want to see.
I think back to some backside surfing, very impressive from Stephen Sawyer in Abu Dhabi last year, where he was very much continuously on the rail or on the nose. It was that downtime in the trim, which was setting up for the barrel, but he was still very much active up and down the face as well. So those surfers looking for inspiration on their backside and right-handers. Stevie Sawyer, one of the best to do it. And this is Ben looking just to not waste no time. He's under priority. 4 minutes left, knowing he's got to try and get that second wave. Score starting to lock in for Considine. It's not enough. It's a 4.73, so still requiring that 9.17. And body language sort of sensing that he might be out of ideas.
Yeah, he's had a great performance. It's great to see Ben in the event. He's the local boy. There is a lot of pressure on him. The whole hometown crowd, they're here cheering for him, but also he'll feel that expectation. He wants to go further in the event, but hopefully we'll see him again next year. He'll be back bigger and better, and but it's been great to see him in the water this week.
Yeah, chipping away at it. You know, he's had 2.17s here in the past, and at this point, he's looking like he's not going to get out of this 9.17 situation, which would be the highest single wave. But it's never over. And here goes Kai Salas, wasting no time. So needing a 6.67, and he kicks out of that.
So probably Kai's thinking right now, rather than sitting and holding priority, he's trying to improve on that 6.67. All he needs to do is 1 point more, and then he'll put Ben in a combination, and then there is no chance that Ben can get through.
Yeah, he won't have to surf again if he does progress through today. So it's a nice feeling when you get to the end of a heat. But he'll probably just ice it out at this point, you'd have to imagine. But Ben needing a 9.17 to be it would be the highest wave that he's ever scored on a WSL event. So career best performance required from Ben right now. 2.5 minutes remaining on the world stage. The Victorian, nice rail transitions there. Another click of the nose ride, good footwork, all part of the criteria here. And Ben gets a close 5, nearly a 10. Nice rail carve there, looking good. So not letting that score get him down, showing the judges a bit of variety there, something to think about. I don't think it would go excellent, but maybe exceeding his 5.
Yeah, it was really nice surfing. Great, like you said, rail-to-rail transition. No downtime. He's coming out of those bottom turns straight into walking. And let's have a look at it here in the replay. Great 5:10 start. He's picking great waves, Matt. You can tell he's the local boy and he's been putting in the time. Wave choice has been really nice in this heat.
Yeah, it's just linking everything together. No shuffling and textbook surfing there on his backside.
And as you know, it's not easy surfing this wave backside. It's bumpy, it's hard, and he's making it look really nice. So great, that's a great wave for Ben. He'll be happy with that. There's so much for him to build on moving forward into next year, and it's going to be exciting to see where he pushes it.
Yeah, and he seems to really like the competition as well, and pushing himself and really turning up and putting his best foot forward. I really like that wave. I think that was a really good snapshot of the criteria. It didn't really have any elements of super critical surfing on the set wave that we saw from Kai, but I think the judges will appreciate it too. But 50 seconds remaining, you see Kai out the back holding that priority. He'll have choice of the next set. Maybe Ben can pick something up on the inside section. Judges still deliberating the scoreline. And Ben, he's a regular. He was up there at the Australian titles at Cabarita, which you took the win in the open division, Josh. And on the backside as well, Cabba has some very similar sections to what we have here at Rincon.
It does. It has nice wall to it, but it's got a little bit more open ocean, a little fuller. It's not so grindy and like a First Point Noosa or a Byron at the pass. But here's this Stone and Wood slow-mo of Kai. This is the 7.5, just that beautiful nose ride, just composed on the nose. We're no stranger to seeing Kai doing this sort of surfing. He's one of the best, and it's great to see him click into this heat today and finish with a strong heat result.
Yeah, 5.03 locked in for Ben on his last, so he'll finish here in 17th place. But a nice performance and a couple of nice morning waves for the photographers. He'll get some good shots out of that, and he'll go in and probably go back to work tomorrow. I don't know if he's going to stay around and interview the competition, but check it out. We might get him in the booth and have a chat with him at some point as well. But Kai Salas, 2023 Bells Beach champion, he makes it through to the next round, but don't go anywhere. We have Heat 4, Kevin Skavana, Sam Christensen, coming up next. Beautiful swell lines rolling in here for day 2 of competition at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We're into Heat 4, the elimination round of the men's side of the draw. Matt Chinosky joined by Josh Constable in the booth. We have Kevin Skavana, the goofy footer, and he's one of his best mates, Sam Christensen, out there from South Africa. Look forward to this one. Here we have beautiful Rincon walls, Josh.
Yeah, we do. It looks like the boys are fighting for that inside priority, and this is going to be a really fun heat to watch, and it is. It's 2 best mates. They're travelling together. Sam went and stayed with Kevin over in California. Got to surf with both of them, spent a few days at San Onofre. So the boys are tight. They know each other's strong and weak points. So hopefully they're playing on that. This is going to be a really, really fun heat to watch, and hopefully we get a lot of waves so they get the opportunities.
Yeah, and you can see the tide still a little full. You can see the whitewash at the base of the cliff there. So these guys, I would generally call them more suited to right-hand point breaks, but we know Kevin loves a beach break as well. A 5th last year and a 9th before that, and Sam finished with a 9th place finish last year as well. So they've had some pretty good results, both these surfers, but they'll really be looking to walk away with a win here. This is Kevin, good signs yesterday. Smooth transitions, he's on a pintail today. Slightly wide point back, so he's been using that as a little pendulum to turn off. Calm, cool, collected, just a good flow. Nice slicing drop knee. Californian looking tuned in this morning. Rail carb, little snap that one. Looking to finish strong, goes up and over. So nice opening wave there for Skibana.
That's a fantastic start, Matt. He's going to be frothing on that one. That was a great wave. I like the variation in the turns. There was a couple of smooth flowing ones, and then there was a couple where he just jammed him. He put a little bit more in it, gave the judges a bit of variety. Spicy. That's a really good start for Kevin. He's going to be really happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a unique surfboard. We'll catch up a little bit more about his boards, but I think he's really in tune with his equipment. Those Infinity boards he's been riding for a number of years now seem to be really clicking for him. And Sam Christensen, on the other hand, he's on a more square tail piggy board, but talk us through this one.
Yeah, really nice opening nose ride. Here's one of those nice smooth turns and a nice smooth extended bottom turn driving down the line. Great nose ride there. Like we said, it's not easy on the backside, but he's looking super comfortable on this one. So really nice carve, little drop knee, giving him some variety. And nice here. This was a good nose ride. And this is the one where he jammed it a little harder and threw a little bit more spray, and then finishing with a nice little roller coaster. So really nice wave. He was busy, but not rushing. And then here's Sam, super smooth. He's got a great style, Sam. I really like his surfing. So wrapping that one back to the pocket a little bit more, and unfortunate that wave is not going to give him much opportunity.
Yeah, that one running away from him. And he's got the priority on the outside from Durban, South Africa. We saw him last year on the World Tour, and he's got that relaxed style. We said he finished with a 9th last year, so this place is not doesn't have any bad memories, and he's put up a really good fight. I remember last year he had some great signs, but if you can sort of link those inside bowls that we saw Cole Robbins do earlier, Kai Salas as well, some impressive surfing. I think the regular footer might have the jump on Sam on paper, but in terms of Kevin's confidence, a 6-point ride to kick things off, it's going to be hard to overcome an on-fire Skibana.
Yeah, that's a really nice opening score for Kevin. He's going to be really happy. But Sam put on a great performance yesterday. He surfed really nice in his heat, and he's been free surfing a lot and surfing really well in the free surf. So this isn't a walkthrough for either surfer. They're really going to have to bring their best surfing into this heat.
And as the tide drops, you see Skibana paddling out in the bowl. Up at the right-hand side of the screen is Sam. But Kai Salas in that previous heat, he got those waves in between, that unique no man's land. Let's go have a chat to him on the glass with Berlin.
All right, Kai. Yesterday, you came in saying that was probably your worst heat ever. And then you just turned that around, a little bit slow out there at first, and then you just dropped some of the best scores ever. How are you feeling right now?
Good. Yeah, I think yesterday it's just competing for so long. I do these events to kind of try to do my best surfing, and I want to surf good waves. And just paddling out yesterday, I was just kind of jinxed myself, just because it was so windy and it was hard to surf, but that's just an excuse. But today I was a lot more motivated. I pulled up and it was just classic Rincon. The waves are glassy, connecting all the way through. And yeah, that was super fun. I wish I could stay longer.
And so the board that you're riding, it's a new board. Give us a little insight on that, because you just tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's basically a model I made by mistake for Malibu when I won my world title. And just to try to stay on something more familiar, all I did was add a little edge in the tail by the fins, and That board in Malibu was a 910. This is a 9.6, so I just shortened it up just to give it a little more control on the turns and stuff. But still, nose ride's good, and that little bit of edge helps with the speed here at Bell's. And yeah, it's been feeling good.
Your nose riding looked amazing on it, and wishing you the best of luck through that. Would you like to say anything back to the family and everyone back in Hawaii?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my 2 daughters and my wife back home that stayed back. They usually travel with me, but they opted to stay home because it's so cold here, and they can't really surf, and they love it here. It's beautiful, but a lot of times they just stay on the cliff, and they freeze, and they're from Hawaii, so they wanted to stay warm back home, and they'll come to Abu Dhabi with me, and yeah, just want to say hi to them.
Well, best of luck in the next round. Look forward to watching you surf. Back to you in the booth.
Great to hear about his board, and it did look a lot like his nose rider style board that he was riding, but solid underfoot. Here goes Kevin, currently heat leader. Nice smooth carve with that drop knee off the bottom turn. So leaning through these transition turns, trying to find the nose ride, but he's got great timing using all parts of the board and the full part of the wave. The judges will appreciate the criteria being performed here by Kevin. That's a longer nose ride as well. Just looking calm and cool with a great pace. Oh, digs the nose at the end, but he was on his way to a great score.
That was a fantastic wave. It was a little taller, a little larger, a bigger wave. Gave him a little bit more opportunity, didn't it, Matt, to really use that whole wave and draw those turns. That was great surfing, and I really loved that end bit where he jammed it. He threw it up into the lip, unfortunately coming undone. I think if he makes that maneuver, that goes really high score. That was really
excellent,
good surfing.
I think.
Yep.
The flex of that board, a little lighter. It's quite thick towards the tail and a little bit piggy, but you can see it just maneuvering really well and just responding well to the transition turns.
Yeah, we talk about timing, and he just timed that takeoff so well, that fade to straight to the nose ride. Little catch there, but didn't throw him off at all. Drop knee turn here. This surfing, he's on right now. He's fired up this morning. It's great to see. And I just love this patience. Great nose ride, little 10 there, and this is where he held it on. We like that. And this is exciting surfing. Boom, throwing it up through the lip, and just the nose catching just slightly. Unfortunately, coming undone. He's putting some pressure on his good mate Sam, but here he is, Sam, on a really nice wave, Matt.
Yeah, smooth style getting to this wave, walling up ahead of him, middle of the board, just trying to hold trim. There's a rail carve, quick transition forward. Snappy bottom turn, elegant footwork, and holding the rail back to the whitewash, using all the wave, climbing and dropping well. A little drop knee filler turn there, staying busy without looking frantic, and a good pace on this one. This one will feel good, and he gets a clean finish. So a nice answer back there from the South African. He's got another little bonus on the inside reef here, getting very shallow, and he almost kicks out with control, but a nice answer back.
Yeah, nice little dying cockroach at the end there. That's a really good wave. I'm thinking to myself as I'm watching it, I'm like, these turns are so spicy. He's looping them back and rolling off the whitewash. But are we seeing enough nose riding? You've got to mix it up, and it was turn, turn, turn. Really nice, really flowy. Where we're seeing with Kevin, it's beautiful turn, nose ride, fading back to the pocket, drop knee turn to nose. So Kevin's giving us a little more variety. Sam's giving us variety in the approach in the turns, but I just think we've got to see a little bit more nose riding for it to go excellent surfing.
Well, let's have a look at the Stone and Woods slow-mo of these turns there. Sam Christensen stepping back into that carve, right on the wide point, the hip of the board. He uses that to accelerate forward into the speed section, up on the nose, delicate footwork, really utilizing the 3 parts of the board, the nose, the middle trim spot, and here steps back onto that wide point, uses the rolled bottom, and carves it back into the whitewash. Full length of the board being surfed, and the whole wave as well. Using all those elements, the drop knee turn, the nose rides, the carve. The judges will really appreciate the finesse and the variety in that wave.
Yeah, the variety in the turns. We saw the first turn was more of a down carve on rail, like you said, right on that hip of that surfboard. beautiful nose ride, and with that Stone and Wood slow-mo, we could see those toes curled over, grabbing that nose of the board. He was locked in the pocket. It was a beautiful nose ride, and then the next turn, right on that tail, jamming it back, rolling off the whitewash. So 2 variations of the turn, beautiful nose ride, and then that's where we just kept seeing those linking turns all the way through the inside. Would have loved to see a couple more nose rides, maybe forcing a little 10 on the inside without making it look ugly, and then it would have been huge.
You could tell that's what he was sort of looking for at the end. You know, he stayed with it, and that little smile at the end, because he knows it's the heat IQ. You want to try and it's not so much the boxes you have to tick. We're not trying to add points. The judges want to see the full spectrum and sort of blend that combo of point scoring with intuitive surfing. You know, Kai Salas does it really well, Taylor as well. They fit the whole package in to make it look not frantic, but at the same time, it's satisfying those judges. Well, because at the end of the day, they're comparing scores.
Yes.
So if someone gets a couple of nose rides, critical nose rides, more than someone who gets 3, it's going to score better. And live action, Christensen wasting no time. He hasn't had his score lock in yet. Beautiful sweeping turn, a little caught up there. But he's feeling good. He's got his feet and stretching 5, looking for that nose ride, that 10. He doesn't get the hang 10. He lines up the end section. A nice turn there to finish this one off. So good second backup score there. Be interesting to see. They've got 2 scores to process now.
Yeah, he has put his foot on the pedal right now, and he's gone back to back, bang, bang. Really nice surfing. Kevin's second wave was really well surfed. We really liked it, didn't we, Matt? But he just didn't quite get that finishing jam and ride out of it with control. He fell. They held the score back, only a 5, 6, 7. But here's the slow-mo replay right here. Great nose ride on the start. Big carve, grabbing that rail, which is cool. Another variation. So he's showing us so much variety in these turns. And here it is. Beautiful 5, little stretched out. Judges aren't going to love that. We'd love to see that back foot a little tighter. But this roller coaster here, and then carving away from the whitewash, a really nice wave, really well surfed wave. It's going to be interesting to see where they go with this. Kevin's footwork is definitely a little tighter on the nose rides. Tori, head judge, and the other judges are going to take note of that. A little loss of control on the trim just there as well. It's a great angle from above right here. That's insane. You can see the reef too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to get that hang 10. He's trying to really get the 2 toes over, and you can see him looking ahead. But this wave runs fast, but at the same time, you don't want to run it out on the face too much. So Sam just playing with the pace of Rincon here and really trying to... He knows he's got to get those hang 10s. But while we're waiting for that second score to be locked in, let's go to a Bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. The remainder of Heat 4 and scores to be locked in coming up soon.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Straight into the second part of Heat 4, the elimination round. Californian Kevin Skavana, he has the lead from South African Sam Christensen. Sam with the 4.6 and the 5.33 before the break. And the judges just wanting to see a few more nose rides, but it's a crisp carving of Skavana at the moment, who's got the win, Josh.
Yeah, this is a fantastic heat, and it's very close. There's the cheer squad right down there, the South African flags flying, and they're going to be really happy with the performance they're seeing from Sam, but here's a beautiful wave for Kev.
Great surfing, a big set here. If he can kind of get through this section, it's going to show the judges some commitment and control. Nice transition turns, good flow there, good speed. Really linking the rail. This board looking really well connected to Kevin's surfing. He's got such a cool pace, almost like a longer mid-length, the way that he's handling this board through the sections. Great signs there for Kevin Skavana. Behind him, we saw Christensen up on the answer back.
Yeah, really nice. We can see Sam's wave in the background. It was looking like a really nice one. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this, because this is the biggest wave we've seen Kevin on. Not as many manoeuvres. Being a bigger wave, he was chasing it down the line. Very nice rebound at that end section right there for Kevin. So that was spicy. That was exciting surfing. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go. I really like that wave of Kevin's. It was a really nice pace at the start, but here's the replay here of Sam's. Nice nose ride here. Needs to sneak that back foot up, but there's the 10 you've been talking about. He's been setting and waiting for that opportunity. Long wave. Can he get around this section? No, unfortunate. So that's the nose ride that the judges want to see, isn't it, Matt? We could see him setting that up for the last couple of waves.
Wow, and Skavana, that first section there looked really menacing, and he did so well to iron out the bumps here. That board's looking phenomenal under his feet.
Yeah, it looks really good. That pintail's giving him a little bit of drive and acceleration out of the tail, and really nice wave. Not as many manoeuvres as we've seen on his previous two waves, but kind of bigger wave. And that little spice throw on the tail a little bit, that was super cool. I really like that finishing move for Kevin. And if we saw that sort of turn on his second wave, the 5.67, we could have seen the score really jump up.
Yeah, because he poked the nose there on that second wave. Score still to lock. The pintail versus the square tail. Typically, Kevin's been riding the bigger square tails, and they create a pivot point, which in a spot like this isn't always needed. Sometimes continuing that flow, someone like Kevin has the strength in his lower body to be able to pivot a pintail, really push on the board. Really like that longer rail line.
Yeah, and we like to see a little bit of acceleration and driving. We don't need to sit too close to the pocket. We want to see that a little bit of acceleration out of it, creating space, and then being able to bring those big swoops back to the pocket.
This is about the size where the pocket surfing starts to get a little tricky. The longboards tend to wash out when you're in the bowl, and those square tails and the wide point back tends to be a little bit of a hindrance, where the pintail, right about this size, and it's about the head high size, where it's that touch and go element. And I think Kevin's had a great choice. Nacho Pinataro up next. You can see there with his Uruguayan mate, Wani, who's relocated to Sydney. He's part of the film crew. He's traveling with Sam and Kevin and good friend Nacho as well. And here he is, Christensen, looking for a 7.24 now.
Oh, that turn was spicy, wasn't it, Matt? I like that. Really nice here. He's got to put it together. He's got to hang with this one and get a little busier. Keep it nice and clean. But nice opening start to that wave, and here we see just some nice nose riding. He's got to finish strong here. He needs a score. He needs to answer back. He needs something in the 6-point range to start being really competitive in this heat.
Yeah, fluid surfing to get this one started, and he kicks out, looks up perhaps to the judges and maybe to his friends. South African sock hanging there on the backup board.
Yeah, I think that's Kev's board. They're probably winding him up a little bit right there. That's the square tail that you were talking about. But here it is, really nice wave here. Great nose ride on the start. Little on the shoulder. Judges are going to take note of that. But here it is, driving. And this turn here, it gets me excited, just really ripping in. Great form and technique. You're all about the form and technique, Matt, and talk us through that turn, how nice it was.
I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. It's just these stumbles that both him and Kev have had on a couple of these waves. Perhaps it's a bit of reverberation off the cliff, but the judges will take note because that control element is part of the criteria. But he's looking really buttery. The way he's progressing through these waves, he's using his taller frame, his longer legs, and his a wingspan to be able to drive through the turns, put that board on rail, and swing the upper body so it's like a pendulum. Someone who does it really well. Caniella Stewart, one of the best to do it. He kind of disguises a power turn and he pulls it back a little bit so it's that relaxed. We see it in the shortboarding. Margot, one of the best to do it, that knock-kneed style. Aggressive turn, but a really good way of balancing it. You do it well as well, Josh.
Yeah, no, I guess it's us taller guys making sure we're knock-kneed, really bringing that arms and shoulders around, making sure we're flowing and pushing hard, but not making it look too difficult or too wild.
Ian Cairns, someone at Sunset Beach that would do that really well, and as well here at Bells through the early 70s, the Bells Beach Easter Classic. Ian Cairns was always a powerhouse, and the way that those bigger frame guys don't want to overpower the wave, they don't want to push too hard. Scores locked in for Sam. Judges giving it, well, the one before last, the 3-5-3. We still have that last score to drop.
Matt, 6 minutes to go. Sam needing that 7-2-4. I don't think it goes there because I don't think it's the best wave of the heat. But it was beautiful surfing. I think it was his best wave, giving the judges that mix. There was that little bit of wobbly midsection. It'll be interesting to see. He needs to go in that high 5-6 range to really put a bit of pressure on Kev. He needs to reduce that requirement, and coming in at a 5-1-7, so it's not enough. He's still chasing that big score. He's looking back. He looks disappointed because he liked that wave, didn't he?
Yeah, that's just come up on the across the loudspeaker. He's just heard a little slap of the water, but I really think it's just those little mid-wave bobbles that are just really apparent to the judges, the loss of flow and control. We emphasise the criteria at the beginning of the heat. Judges want to see good timing, but they don't want to see an interruption of that flow. These guys are on modern longboards, not vintage boards. This is not the 60s. There's no excuses to have those little wobbles and bobbles. We've worked out the fins and we've worked out the flex of the board. The pintail for Caniella Stewart up next.
I was just about to say that in the previous years we've seen him on the square tail, so nice adjustment. I love, we're in year 3 being here at Bells Beach. First year we saw the guys come with just regular boards that they're making adjustments year after year, and I think we're seeing some of the better surfing this year because the surfers are working with their shapers back home. They're working on boards for this area and for these style of waves, and we are seeing Kev on the pintail. We haven't seen that in the past years. Caniella working with Kai, nice little round tail, probably got a little edge in the tail possibly to give a little bit more drive and acceleration. We saw Kai making an adjustment to the Blue Moon that he won his world title on at Malibu, just dropping a little bit of edge in the tail. So pretty cool to see.
The Victoria Flight Cam showing us the lineup here of these surfers at the Bells Beach Longboard Classic. This is the lineup. We had Winky further down the point as we look up a little bit more. Plenty of waves around the area, and seek and you shall find, but of course none more consistent than what we have here at Bells. We are surfing Rincon in the inside section. You can see that little patchy takeoff spot the guys are choosing from. The South African contingent down here, they're supporting both Kevin and Sam, travel partners, good friends. So it's a tough one to meet up in the elimination round.
Yeah, what does Sam do right now? He's got 3 minutes to go. What's his train of thought? How does he improve on these scores? What do you think he needs to do to get that 7-2-4? Because he has to do it in one wave now.
It's going to be feeling, time's running down. It's going to be feeling really tough using competitive IQ. If you could get a word out to him as a coach or a friend, it's like, hey, you're on track. Cut out those wobbles and bobbles. Get a hang 10 and finish cleanly. That's going to answer the question. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, I would say exactly the same thing. I'd also talk to him about trying to get a little tighter in the pocket on his nose rides. By being tighter in the pocket, that'll allow him to bring his back foot closer so that 5 is a tighter 5. That'll be very impressive for the judges because his scores are almost there. His wave choice has been excellent. It's just those little tiny subtle changes. that he has to do. He has to do it on the fly. He has to stay calm and composed because he might get one opportunity, and those are the couple of things that he needs to do. So he's a great surfer. Hopefully we can see this slight change. Is Kevin going to give him this opportunity? No, well played, Kevin, well played.
Yeah, it's been a great heat for Kevin at the moment, so still looking to drop a low of a 6. Wasn't just a defensive move. Gets a 5, hung up for a moment, absorbs the energy, gets low, sort of squats in this one, and is able to sustain the energy and stay on his board. More of a defensive move, that wave, as it ran away. We'll see, he's got 2 minutes left on the clock. Could Sam convert his priority into something? Required a 7.24. His rail work's been on so far, and that's where the majority of his points come from. Just those critical nose rides, which is in the criteria, have been sort of lacking. And if we were to really compare this to shortboarding, it's more so the connection with the lip. You see surfers at Rincon specifically, they can have a nice wrapping carve, but it's being able to go up in the lip and break the connection, that down the line speed that usually garners those excellent points.
Yeah, totally. It looks like we've got a couple of lines here. Minute 30. This is the most important part of this heat for Sam. He has to make the right choice. He needs to be on the right wave. He needs to make those subtle adjustments. He knows what he needs to do. We've seen him trying to set up those hang 10s on those first couple of waves. Ooh. You can't choose a too big a wave that has a long wall on it. Here he is pulling the trigger, a minute 10 to go. Matt, talk us through it.
Yeah, it's got to be the right tempo here. So far, gets a hang 10. Maybe his best nose ride yet. Christensen, good pace. Trademark little carve there. This one's running down the line. Will it close out? Or is it going to allow another one of those searing carves? So far, so good. Couple of nose rides. He's going to need a dynamic finish here. Great start. He's going to stay with it. The wave is allowing. It's cooperating. It's his best wave yet. A 7.24 required. He's still not done. He's going to need a big finish. This is the elimination round. 2 friends. Kevin watching on, seeing his counterpart, his housemate, his best buddy, surf this one through to the inside. And he links up to the shore break. So Christensen asking the question, leaving his best wave perhaps to last, Josh.
Really nice, great wave choice. That was phenomenally weighted. He was patient. He chose the right wave. He read it really well. He went straight to that tight nose ride, hang 10 on the takeoff. Here's the replay. Beautiful setup here. 1, 2, 3, and 4 steps into the 10. Standing tall, driving through this section. They're not going to love that super stretch down, and he did back off on that turn because it was down the line speed. He cut it short. Nice nose ride here. I don't think we saw as big or powerful or swooping turns as what was seen on previous waves for him. It gets a little sleepy through here. My thought is, I don't think it's going to go there.
His body language wasn't positive.
It was great at the start, but we didn't see those massive turns because he gave us some really nice variations of different turns. And just here a bit stumbly, you can tell he's trying to squeeze every little last point out of it. Well surfed wave, really good effort. I'm not a judge, so I'm not going to throw a score at it, but I don't think he quite gets there, unfortunately. But man, that was a really good heat. Both the boys surfed really well. It was fun to watch, and good cheer squad there. It's always nice coming in and your mates are there on the beach and rooting for you. It's pretty cool.
What's Kevin feeling right now after getting that defensive wave 2 minutes out, watching that wave go all the way to shore?
Yeah, he'll be nervous. He knows that Sam's a phenomenal surfer, and he would have seen the nose ride on that outside. So he might not, from behind, he might not have seen exactly what was going down. But Kevin, yeah, he held him off, which was a good move because you don't want to give them the opportunities. But unfortunately, that wave did come. But I don't think Sam iced it enough. But
I mean, it was his best wave.
It was
possibly the best single wave of the heat in terms of the if you're free surfing.
Totally.
But his body language signified that it may not have been the score, and it wasn't. A 6.5. The longboarders have seldom on camera. You can't help but feel a little more body language in the shore break. Could have been enough maybe to get it over.
One of those big swooping carves that we saw earlier, but exciting wave, good finish. That was cool, Matt.
Yeah, it really came down to it, but a crispy style of surfing for Kevin Scabana, something new. I think this is the best heat he may have put together from start to finish in quite a few events. So very impressive for the Californian. He'll move forward into the round of 16 and he will say goodbye to his good mate Sam Christensen. Don't go anywhere. Heat 5 coming up next. We'll bring Sam and Berlin into the booth, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
There it is, Victoria, every bit different. Of course, Melbourne, a cultural capital of Australia, Australia's second largest city, and the Great Ocean Road and the Surf Coast Shire extending across an incredible plethora of waterfalls, wildlife, good food, good music, good culture, and breathtaking views from the 12 Apostles all the way to one of the best longboard waves on the planet. It's Jurak Bells Beach, and it is lighting up as we continue the action on day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. I'm Sam Bleakley, this is Bells, and this is Berlin Alvarez-Kimball. Berlin, good to see you, and this is the Bells Bowl. This is the coveted trophy that the surfers are hunting to win.
Yeah, nice and hand-carved here, sourced locally on the land, and it's such a beautiful honor to be able to walk away with that and have that at home.
Great energy this morning, Berlin. You've been out there watching, you've been doing post-heat interviews, you've been with the surfers. The waves are velvet.
Oh, it is cooking. Absolutely cooking. Offshore, clean, just such rippable sections, and the style and surfing that is coming out today is just on point.
Let's set the heat. Heat number 5, elimination round, is Connie Stewart from Hawaii. Comes in seed 6 against Nacho Pinatero, the goofy foot Uruguayan, all style and all brains as well. Nacho really launching some exciting things back home in Hawaii, soon to be in partnership with the new wave garden facility opening in Punta del Este, where he lives. So that's really exciting to see Nacho mixing up not only his competition career but his opportunity in the surf industry as well. And he's coming up against Connie Stewart, who of course is one of our Waikiki style masters, a winner of the US Open of Surfing, had a good result at the first event of the tour. He got a 5th, losing out to JR as we now see this first exchange. And it's Nacho who gets the deepest line, takes off, kicks out. Small scores will be dropped, but it'll mean priority. Now sitting there with Connie, Uruguay, Hawaii, Berlin. Exciting matchup. Goofy foot, regular foot. Connie, one of the great nose riders. Nacho's got so much control and power.
Yeah, he definitely, the strength and his turns, but again, you know, we don't want to push that style of nose riding that Nacho can put down, as we saw yesterday. Some really beautiful waves are ridden from both of them. And they're definitely going to be head-to-head wanting to make it through this heat.
Big shout-out, of course, to Bioglan, the official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, an Australia-owned brand offering a range of vitamins and supplements. that support our health needs. So definitely check into your local pharmacy to try some. You've been using some Bioglan products?
Yeah, yesterday I got some magnesium from them, and the sleep has been so great, as well as muscle recovery.
Yep.
It's super important. So yeah, I've been excited to have some of that in my little medicine cabinet at home.
There we go, and look at this set. Now, Berlin, in these moments when there's a set coming through and it looks that clean, what is going through the mind of Conniella?
Oh, you're excited. You're so excited to be able to surf waves a little bit, head high overhead on some of them. Look at this wave.
Oh, straight to the 10, and then walks out, front third of the board, smooth cross step back to the tail. You can just see the flex of that fin showing as he put his tsunami model on rail out of another nose ride into a floater. Re-entry, cool, drives out. A little bit of subtle footwork as well, just wanted to initiate the cross step and realized he didn't need to, and then back to the tail, little flick of the rail, and then as this wave starts to offer a little bit less face and more foam, Connie kicks out, and that's going to be a really nice campaign score for the Hawaiian.
Oh, just having two people out with conditions like this, you just turn into an instant grom. You're just frothing. You're really trying to control, but, and as we see, look at this, straight up to the nose, nice 5, just so poised. And then again, just mid-board trim, just nice speed and nice turn. What I love here is you see this big stomp after this nose ride he does. And just a stall goes in, nice little floater re-entry. But watch how he stomps on his board. I really like this because it's so subtle, but it's such an important move right there. Boop, stop.
Yeah, and even just the walk back in that final moment, now recognizing there's not much scoring potential left, but just still looking like if the wave delivers and stands, he can attack it, but with so much grace.
For me, I love watching everyone's different approach to their stalls and, trying to get the right timing for the wave, and he surfed that so well.
Who were some of your favorite surfers from yesterday, Berlin?
Some of my favorite surfers, oh goodness, I was really loving watching Rachel surf.
Yeah.
She was just surfing so well.
She's coming up today. She's going to be surfing in Heat 1 of the women's elimination round against Sakura Anui, Taka's sister. So that's going to be a really exciting heat to kick off the women's.
Yeah, and I loved watching Sam surf. Honestly, everyone right now, when they got the good waves, are just putting on such a great show. But the big boys like the Kais, the Taylors. I loved watching Kevin surf yesterday, even though he didn't make it through that first round. I was really loving watching his surfing.
Here we go from one goofy footer, Kevin Scavano, who just took the win, to another. It's Uruguayan Nacho Pinatero, straight to the tip. Holds that 5, out of that nose ride, keeps his balance through a really fast, tricky section, but then unable to keep his control into that second section. So he will drop a second score as we wait to see Connie's first score come through. Just waiting for that last judge to tabulate, and it averages out at a 6.5 as we get to appreciate the stone and wood slow-mo, all panache from the Hawaiian.
Look at how steep that section is with that nose ride is, and as well his flow just to get back and race and then pulling that board up. He's just so smooth and effortless, really. And the way, the lifting of the arms to get that projection of speed up into the 5. And he's just so good. Look at this. Next, nice, high above the lip, floats out of it. It's such great control. Again, just he's trying to make it to this little bouncy section, and then that little stall comes in, and he realizes, okay, it's not going to really do much. Let's kick out.
Well, I love the way he just walked into that little stall there as well.
Yeah, and again, it's just showing a lot of control, and clearly, that 6.5 is a great result for him on this ride.
Brilliant stuff from the Hawaiian. Conniella gets a 6.5, and with that, let's get a little bit of insight with the wax head down there with Kevin Scavano about rail shapes, fins, and tail shapes. Wax head, over to you.
Yeah, so Kevin Scavano, a great heat win, crispy surfing with one of your best mates. How was that?
Yeah, it was really fun. I had a great time. The waves are pumping and can't complain.
And obviously the storylines, we want to know what happened in the lead up, and what were the hijinks last night? What happened in the lead up this morning? Any nerves, or was it just classic pranks?
Yeah, just pranks. I mean, like, we were wrapping up. We were like heat 7 and 8 yesterday, so we were like kind of getting changed at the van together, and our good buddy Shane, who came from Cape Town to support Sam and us, he came around the van and was like, yo, you guys are on tomorrow. And we thought he was joking, and he wasn't. So yeah, it turned into kind of a prank show from there and just messing with each other.
Classic. And this board, a pintail, looked fantastic out there in that heat, shaped by Steve Benny a month and a half ago. And tell us something for El Salvador and the wave pool and bells in particular.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work on something that goes rail to rail with speed. You know, I've had really good boards with them in the past, and just tailoring boards to the waves that we surf on tour is really hard to do. I mean, like, you really need to focus on what you really want, and the waves at home for me, San Onofre, Oceanside, Salt Creek, like, those are softer waves, and we're not surfing really all that soft of waves on tour. So just being open to trying new things and looking for speed out of boards, and yeah, I think I found it in this board and in my other board, so I'm really stoked.
Well, tremendous surfing there on the pintail, and someone else who's putting together a great performance in this heat is Carniella Stewart, who's also on a pintail board design, one of the breakthroughs here at the 3rd year at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Kevin. Great insight from the Waxhead there, talking about rails, tails, and of course the adaptation that the surfers are bringing to really maximize the waves on tour. We moved from the Huntington Beach US Open of Surfing to the opportunity to surf either Rincon or the Bells Bowl, then moving to the wave pool at Abu Dhabi, and then of course El Salvador for the finals, as we see a masterclass from the Hawaiian here, Berlin.
Oh, that hang 10, and just so much forward momentum with his 10-2 and drive, and then back up to the nose. Just such nice style and speed. You don't see a lot of stall with his nose right. So much movement. And then his footwork is just so precise. He doesn't rush anything. You watch every maneuver that he does is really calculated. And look at that nice little ankle turn straight to another 5 to a quick 10. This wave he's having so much fun, and just a little bit of a off take on that one, but his last wave came in as a 6.5, so it'll be interesting to see.
And with the Victoria flight cam here, we really get to appreciate the positioning of the tail in that critical nose ride, don't we?
Yeah, I love watching this this topographical view from it, and look at how, like, you just see the water over the rails holding his line.
Live action, Nacho up and riding, fades in, high line, 4 cross steps to a 5, holds that 5. Incredible leg strength driving through that opening nose ride section, and then into a big sweeping turn with a drop knee setup out of that cutback, 4 clean, smooth cross steps for another nose ride. Great footwork out into more rail work, and then coming off the bottom, a little step forward to just find that trim speed, and then back to the tail to sweep a turn, as that wave just gets a little bit bouncy on the end corner there, and we see live action with Carniella kicking out, recognizing that he is not going to get much out of that ride, and he will have just heard from the beach announcer an 8-1-7 drop for that last significant score. Berlin, that's got to feel special.
Oh, you would feel so good right now. He surfed that well. That wave so impeccable. Timing was on. You know, everything that the judges want to see, but as well, he's having fun out there. And when you get, you know, such a great wave, and you get such a great, you know, opportunity to just really draw out all the different kind of maneuvers, and it's really suited to his style.
Here we go, live action, looking to replace that 6.5. Carniella Stewart walks to a 5, holds the 5 into a 10 on a big section, just in time out of that 10 down for a bottom turn, and accelerates through that bottom turn, and then hooks it back for a second little cut back. Now, as things get foamy, he can see that there's a reform ahead as he cross steps into a high line for another 5, touch of the 10. And then here things get streaky as he goes on rail with a really big roundhouse cutback, almost 12 o'clock as he gets himself down onto the sand, and he is pumped.
Just that fist pump right there too. He's feeling it. He knows. He's like, all right, I got a 6.5. I just dropped an 8-1-7. let's do this. And look at this nose right he goes up for again. Just so comfortable and confident. He is just loving this right now. Again, nice stall. And one thing we hadn't seen up until right now was coming in, besides his drop knees, is this big roundhouse he pulls out. As we see, you know, looking up for this nice, big, beautiful 5 to 10. And then this swooping off. Look at that roundhouse, almost back to the 1. And he, you know, you see the fist pump there. He's loving it.
This will be great to appreciate from the drone here. He locks in, holds it, and then the drop and the acceleration. I love the way he used the bottom turn here, but what will be fantastic, Bellin, is to really look at the technique of how he initiated the roundhouse cutback and got so much projection on the back half of it as he hit the lip.
Look at this. This is to the 5, and here you'll see that. He sees, he looks where he goes, lifts that back arm up, and then drives out and pulls it around so smooth.
Wow. So an 8.17 for his biggest score, a 6.5 to replace. How do you feel this is relative to that 8.17?
Oh, man, I think he had a couple more hang 10s in that 8.17. I think it's going to hover somewhere around there for sure.
Here we go, 4th wave of blue. Nacho Pinatero looking to get a solid score on the board, Bellin.
Holding that 5, just really locked in. A little bit wide stance. You know, he knows he's needing to step up, get some 10s as well. Again, up to a 5, holding that 5, just driving off the nose. Again, just nice swooping turns, goes to the drop. He's trying to see if it's going to open up more for him. He's just, you know, nice little S turns. Unfortunately, just kind of gets caught by that bump and off.
Well, they're the official milk of the World Surf League, so it seems like a good time to take a bonsai brew break. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back to the Surf Coast Shire as Captain Connie, Mr. Smooth from Hawaii, has just dropped at 8.10. He's a boat captain training to be a pilot, a skipper, a sailor, going excellent range now on 2 scores with an 8.17 and an 8.10. Hawaii out there in first with Nacho Pinatero representing the rising tide of Uruguayan surfing with a 5.67 for his highest score, looking to improve on that 1.33. He's got a combination of scores he now requires. He needs to go twice in the excellent range to rival Connie, but Nacho will dig deep. He's a fantastic surfer, and he is really representing one of the more exciting emerging surf cultures. Uruguayan surfing is strong, it's resilient, and Nacho is right at the forefront, running competitions, being involved in the industry.
Yeah, we had a little chat about that when we were in El Salvador, what he's doing, and Yeah, there's a lot coming out through, the Latin community right now, and it makes me so proud being Latina as well, as we see Nacho up and riding.
Straight to a locked 5 on the Victoria flight cam as he drives out of that nose ride, and then as that wave foams, he just kicks off. So he's going to get a score, but it's not going to be a significant score. 9 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Connie is going to sit there cool out back with 2 excellent scores. The pressure's off Connie. He can really now be selective to kind of see through the last part of this heat.
Connie's just dropped the highest heat score total of the whole event. 16.27 is just... when you get waves like this and you've got so much talent, it's you're just gonna have fun now. It's just gonna be a free-for-all.
And consistent through the last 3 seasons. Looking back in 2023, a first at Huntington, a 9th at Bells, losing out to Landon Smales, who was a wild card then, a first in El Salvador, a 2nd at Malibu, losing the world title to his shaper and good friend and mentor, Kai Salas. And then this season, he kicks off with a 5th at Huntington as we get to appreciate Nacho.
A lovely fade takeoff up to a nice nose ride. Again, just a little bit stuck right here, decides to exit it. He definitely would be feeling the pressure right now. That's a big score you're chasing. You have to kind of start all over again with 8.5 minutes remaining.
As we get to appreciate those iconic red sandstone cliffs down the coast there. There's so many good waves as you work your way down the Great Ocean Road. It's an absolutely breathtaking part of the world, and it's an absolute pleasure to visit, and it's certainly something that I look forward to every year as we're now in our 3rd Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. It's become an established part of the World Longboard Tour, and there's not a single longboarder in the group who isn't excited about being here.
Oh, the opportunity to be here. We're so grateful for the WSL to give a wave like this to us to surf. And the forecast that we're having, it's just going to be beautiful and such great, it gives a nice fast wall section, nice turns, nice nose rides. This is really one of the premier longboard spots that we have here.
We got Ollie Packham coming up next against Nelson Hina III as we now see a really nice drop knee from Nacho. One of his trademarks is using that powerful drop knee out of those roundhouse cutbacks as he holds onto another 5. This looks like a contender for his best wave of the heat. He wants to add to that 5, 6, 7, but he needs scores in the excellent range to get out of that combination situation, with Coniella having had an 8.17 and an 8.10. But Nacho's drop knee is really exciting, Berlin. Talk about the technique and the way he uses that cutback and then the drop knee to come out of the cutback.
Well, it's when he, as we see hopefully in this replay, you can see the drive that he gets off of it, the way he transitions from one part of the rail to the other, as you see up to a quick 5, holding that nice. And then again, he looks up, pulls up nice and high, uses the arm, and then right there, pulls nice and high up.
So good.
Yeah, just nice flow.
Kevin Misk.
Oh, yes.
So Kevin Misk drop knee. Google Kevin Misk. Grom's out there. If you've, will there be clips of Kevin Misk on YouTube? There should be.
Hopefully. Yeah, no, but beautiful. And then he's so light on his feet for being so strong. And, it's...
Wow, look at that.
Look at that layback.
Drop wallet style all the way. Connie, Mr. Smooth, kicks out of that one, though, looking to kind of keep control of priority, but that was exciting.
It's so hard to not, when you see him do those maneuvers, just not think of buttons.
Yeah.
Just the hair, the style, the flow, and, massive shout out to everyone in Hawaii and everyone that has, contributed to this part of Hawaii surfing. Beautiful nose ride. Just speed. Look at this. Just.
That was juicy.
I almost pulled his shoulder out. That was amazing. And kicks out. He's just having fun now.
Wow. That was Stone and Wood Pacific Ale all the way.
Oh, yeah.
Feast on that for dinner.
But yeah, massive shout out to everyone back in the beautiful islands. The people before him. Shout out to Kikoa Uemura, Bongo Perkins.
Oh, Bongo.
Dwayne DeSoto. Oh man, the Icals, Clyde Ical and all them.
And of course, Connie recently had his daughter Nami Tsunami, born in January this year. So there's many new parents
There's
in
a lot
the World
of
Longboard Tour.
lot of mom and dad power going on out here right now. So.
and I'm not sure if you were listening to me and Harrison earlier, but I challenged any longboarder who has triplets to call their kids Style, Flow, and Grace.
But I do know I love Peace and there's Love Hodel, Peace Hodel, and his brother. Give me a second. There's 3 of them.
But you wouldn't want to have triplets.
No,
I went
they're
to
not
school
triplets,
with
but-
triplets. I had some friends of mine, and wow, that wasn't easy for poor mom and dad.
So, oh goodness. But yeah, coming down just to the 4.5 minute mark, and 16.27 being dropped for Caniela. An 8.17 and an 8.1 with Nacho now still chasing a 16.7, waiting for scores. But he's got a 5.67, and that last one came in as a 4.17.
Nacho been having fun riding a variety of boards this season. Of course, we're used to seeing him on the Nico Cabone new advanced boards. He's been playing around with a Blue Moon from Kai Salas, a Ben Skindog Skinner double scoop original in the Thunderbolt technology, and he's the founder of the Uruguayan Longboard Festival. So if he does go down, he goes down singing. He didn't get to compete in Huntington. He was first alternate. So if there was a no-show, he was going to be the first person to go in. He was waiting, but everybody turned up, everybody competed. But because Stephen Sawyer was unable to attend here at Bells Beach, it meant that Nacho got the spot, and he'll be on for the rest of the tour.
I was speaking to him this morning before his heat, and he was just saying how excited he is to be here. And as well, he's like, I don't know why everyone's saying it's so cold, but I was like, you're used to this weather, you know. And he's really excited to be back here, loves this spot. And he's just such a fun person to have around the tour.
Absolutely. And he will be shining for the next event of the tour if he does get that 17th. He's got 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Connie really on fire. I mean, even that throwaway score of a 4.43 for that last wave he got with that a nose ride into a bottom turn into a big arcing layback turn. And what's really exciting about this kind of rounded pintail Kai Salas board that Connie is riding is when he puts that board on rail on the clips, you're just seeing that single fin kind of like poking out from the turns, and you're also seeing the flex in the fin as well, and that's working with the single fin. You know, some surfers opting for the 2+1. Harrison Roach free surfing on his 2+1, but that single fin is the feel that Connie's looking for, and you can see him working the flex of that fin.
Well, the projection you get from it as well when it flexes, and he's such a big. He's so tall and he's so strong as well. And you can see when he does, you know, put it on a rail, that the flow and that momentum you get. And one thing I noticed about Connie is he puts it on such a hard rail, but it never skips out on him.
Yeah.
And so the way he moves his heels and his front feet is just so butter smooth. He really understands his equipment.
Yep, and of course he's got a fantastic designer and shaper and mentor in Kai Salas, and Kai Salas took the win in heat number 3. He beat local surfer Ben Considine. Of course, Ben, a fantastic legend from this coast, and will continue to fly the flag for Australian surfing. But Ben, unfortunately, getting that 17th. That first heat was won by Gavin Adone, beat John Michael van Hoyenstein. That was a shock result. We didn't expect that, but Gavin was styling. Second heat was won by an informed Cole Robbins, beat Tony Silvani. But coming up, we've got a fantastic matchup between South Africa and Hawaii, Ollie Packham and Nelson Ahina III, as Nacho locks into a really nice tight 5, and out of that 5, cross steps back, and then eyes up the section for another little drop down into the middle of the wave, and another locked 5, stretching those toes over the tip into a nice drop knee drive out of the cutback. A few steps forward, a few steps back, and he moves through to the inside and locks another touch of the 5, and quick footwork out of that nose ride as he controls the end part of this section down into the final minute as he gets on the inside shallow area there. Just got to keep things safe on the inside. He's surfed very well, but he's come up against an absolutely on fire Connie Ellis-Stewart.
Yeah, definitely. I think after Connie's heat yesterday, and you know, I think it kind of gave him a little bit of a fire, you know, to really kind of step it up and be a little bit more patient and cautious. And yeah, that 8.1 and that 8.17, you know, is just really a testament as to he's gonna put his performance back on.
Yeah, and it's good to see Connie coming out guns blazing, because in opening round 1 yesterday in Heat 6, he had a very close exchange with Taka Inui and Tony Silvani, and it was Taka who took the win. But Connie was surfing really, really well in that heat, but he's up his game as we move into the last 5 seconds. Does he get a little opportunity to put on a show? He does. He's up and riding. He's not chasing his score anymore, but he's enjoying the surfing. There's the 10. And then leaves those arms high as he walks out of that 10, and then coolly cuts back, not chasing a big score, with an 817 and an 81 already to his name. So Berlin, this is just a chance to see the cool Hawaiian move through to the inside. Is he going to do something funky for us?
I was thinking he might have done a little, like, you know, little tail throw, a little helicopter something, just the way he was stalling. But then no, he was looking for a nose ride section.
There it is, a little 5 through the inside as he just comes all the way through, and he's put on an incredible performance, a 16.27 heat combination of those 2 scores in the excellent range. Highest scoring heat of the event so far, setting the standard.
Oh, he'd be so happy right now. And, you know, another chance to be able to surf great waves, as and like Kai was saying, you know, he doesn't want to not surf. He's it's perfect out there. And being a surfer right now, I just inside my skin, I want to be out there.
Absolutely. So still weighing on those last couple of scores. They won't be significant. You can just see Connie moving out of the Rincon shallow section there to come down onto the beach here at Bells. Of course, that golden colored sand, such an iconic color, and also the texture of the sand here. It's a great feeling when you just plant your toes into it. It's quite soft and it's quite forgiving, but the wave is certainly not forgiving. It's got juice, and boards can snap here.
Oh yeah, that inside section right there has so much power, and it's just deep water landing into shallow. And like you said, you know, and it's cold, thick water too. Look at the boys, here they come. Nice camaraderie between them, and that's the thing about this community that is just so everyone still is friends.
Well, stay tuned. We'll be right back with South Africa and Hawaii coming up next, live from Victoria Bells Beach. Well, from the 12 apostles across limestone cliffs and seaside villages with freshly caught seafood, or heading inland to Otway Ranges, you can see rainforest waterfalls, koalas and duckbill platypus. It really is a place also filled with world-class waves, and as you move down that great ocean road, you can just memorialize all of those World War veterans who the Great Ocean Road celebrates. Of course, that memorial arch at Eastern View, originally built in honor of Major W.T.B. McCormack, a great engineer of the Great Ocean Road. And we are here at Jurak, the Wadawurrung name for Bells Beach, as we move into heat number 6 of the elimination round of the men's, with Ollie Packham from South Africa surfing against Nelson Ahina III. Nelson, a really elegant, tall and stylish Hawaiian, comes in ranked 23 against Ollie Packham, ranked 15. Ollie, a shaper, riding his Olive surfboard. Scores already dropping for Ollie. A quick start with a 3 and a 2. I'm Sam Bleakley, and I'm in the booth with Berlin Alvarez. Kimball, Berlin, what do you think of this from Ollie?
Quick nose ride. Again, just riding his own shaped boards. Again, just kind of a little bit of trim. Opening ride, a little bit of bump. Navigating this as we see a little bit of slide, trying to get that speed up to a quick 5. Nice little crouch, but unfortunately just pulls himself right out. That wave not offering much as we see the Hawaiian in blue driving off the tail. Goes up, big floater. Oh, pulls it off. Again, just seeing if this is going to give him any more of a section.
Wow, did you see that whitewater explode behind him at the same time then as well?
Oh, yeah. And then this is the next wave. Nice takeoff. Beautiful projecting up to the face. Again, smooth surfing. Looking for the section. Up to a 5 to a 10. And again, pulling himself off, unfortunately.
Wow, unlucky. There was quite a lot of potential in that, wasn't there? I like the setup.
Yeah, it was a beautiful takeoff, nice flow, and again, like I said, I really love watching some of these right to the bottom turns and then coming up the face with that speed. We see people such as Rachel Tilley. Some of the waves she doesn't quite go to the bottom. She does kind of mid-face turns, and then she stays really high in the top part of the wave, where some of these are really just going straight to the palm colony, stalling and coming back up.
Well, talking about going high, going to the top, at the top of the leaderboard with the highest heat score of the events so far. Let's go down to the glass with Hawaiian Connie Stewart.
And what a performance from the Hawaiian fella, Kaniela. That was epic, mate. You started out at Rincon, you got yourself an 8-point ride. On the way back out, you thought, I might just stop off at the bowl and back it up. How was that?
Oh, it was amazing. You know, it was just freaking, God gave me that one. It's a blessing. And yeah, I was just praying that we get some waves, and Jesus delivered, so good.
I tell you what, I think you had the dream heat for conditions where it's sort of splitting at the moment between that Rincon section and the bowl. You lucked into it. What was your favorite of the two?
Shucks, I don't know. The Rincon one was long. You know, you had the whole wave, but the bowl was just big and powerful. So I'd probably say the bowl was more fun.
Well, it certainly looked dramatic from up here. What board are you riding out there, and is it feeling good?
Yeah, I got a 9.4 Tsunami model. But what me and Kai did is we changed the tail. It's a pintail Tsunami, so it's better for bigger conditions and just better turns. But we were surprised that it still held good in the pocket when you're on the nose, so it was a plus.
Yeah, so that Bell's bowl wave, you started off with a really high elevated hang 10, and as it went through the inside, I missed it, but I heard you did a huge roundhouse.
Yeah, had to push that one just for the HP guys back in the day.
Yeah. Loving seeing the blending of surfing going on down here, and Carney, one of the best to do it. Good job, mate.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Great stuff. You know what? I heard a word I hadn't heard in a while. Shucks.
Yeah, shucks.
That's a classic.
I love it.
Classic adjective.
Bless. He's so sweet. He's such a soft-spoken, beautifully kind human. And I love that he threw out the shout-out to the HP boys. And that'd be like the Keegan Edwards, the Lance O'Connor's, you know, who
Keegan
else?
Roundhouse Cutback.
Oh, Keegan Roundhouse Cutback, yeah. And, yeah, again, the Dwaynes, the Clyde Cows.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. As we see up and riding red.
Keola Raposa. Nice. As we see Ollie Packman in and out of a 10. Nice. Good style or control. Puts that board on rail and self-shaped, self-glass, self-built, self-designed. Back up to the tip. His teammate Shane Furry on the sand, watching, coming out here to do the trials, supporting Ollie. Ollie grew up in Durban, surfing with Sam Christensen, but is now based in Cape Town. He's been there since 2023 when he launched his Olive surf shaping business boards, and he's beautifully nose riding through that inside section there. He's going to get a score on the board. He's got a 3 and a 2. Nelson Ahina's got a 3-1-0. That's going to be significant for Ollie, as we can see Shane flying the flag, Sam Christian on the right-hand side. Team South Africa looking positive about that score.
Oh, he'd be so excited. And everyone back home as well, if they're up and riding. Where he shapes his board is a really great community. Beautiful waves, nice surfing, as we see up to a 5 to a 10, holding that back up to a really tight 5. And you don't see his arms move around much. Just nice and flow, and not pushing or trying to get anything more than what this wave's offering.
Yeah, I like it. I like the trust in the trim speed of the board.
Yeah, and again, just a nice little bit of a stall to put himself into this, and then again, just nice swooping turns. A smaller wave, but nice detail in his footwork. Nice little stretch 5 low. And that's really hard to do. It's really, it puts so much pressure in your knees and in your thighs to come back up off of that.
He went a little bit Jimmy Gamboa at the end of that ride, you know, with that kind of locked in the
First point,
pocket.
Jimmy Slay, Jimmy Gamboa, shout out to you. One of the Malibu legends from Southern California, but great surfing from our surfer in red. So yeah, the community that where he shapes his boards at is beautiful. They do a lot for the local kids too there, which is nice. And I love seeing the surfer shaper. Yeah, you know, you're starting to see a lot more of that coming up too.
Yeah, it's a big part of the longboard community, you know, but across the board, from the Skin Dogs to the Kai Salases to Ollie Pacmans, you've got surfers at world-class level shaping their own boards, competing on their own boards. And then Kai Ellis Flint winning the US Open of Surfing at Huntington, first person to do that on his own self-shaped board, and the first Australian to win that World Longboard Tour event.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know that for him. Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. It's,
kudos.
I love, like I said, I just think that, you know, in a time where so many people look at these lines.
Are you wearing your corduroys today?
What's that?
Are you wearing your corduroys?
No,
I'm not wearing my
because I see him
corduroys.
out there.
Yeah. Look at this for Nelson. Very cool style, Berlin. This guy is so smooth.
Oh, look at this. Beautiful 5. Nice, tight, up to 10. Definitely loving his board right now. It's just working so well for him. Oh, look at, back to the tail. Nice big flutter. How's that? Projection and almost the air he gets out of it. Back up to a 5.
Nice.
And here's the race course.
Here we go on his Mitsu Designs, the Nelson model, Nelson Ahina. Got the 2+1 there. You can just see that 3-fin model as he just flicks it back round. He's going to drop a score. It's his second. He's got a 3-1-0. Here's the replay. I love it. I love the rubberiness, the flex, the read into the 5. Holds the 10, Berlin. But look at the acceleration he gets out of this board as he starts to put things on rail after the opening nose rides.
And it's amazing for, like, and you know, the wave is you know, it's not a real big wave, but he's got so much speed and flow off of it. And then you just see this. Here he goes. Nice up and high. Again, drives off of that as well. So the 3 fins coming in good for him. Quick 5 again, and then into this little race course section. And just such smooth transitions with, you know, getting up and over that white water.
Feeling it. A score soon to be dropped. Nelson Ahina III looking for something in the 3.54 range, but Ollie Packham waiting for that last score to come through. It comes in at a 3.63, so Ollie's carrying those 2 scores, gets that combination of 6.63. Nelson's score could be enough to move him into first place.
Yeah, I think it will. You know, he kind of blended it, got a little, you know, a little bit more little tail surfing, and then, you know, the nice nose ride. So I definitely feel that's going to probably be the highest score coming through.
And you're just right, it is. It's a 4.67, so Nelson Ahina III moves up into first with that 4.67 and that 3.10. And Ollie Packham, originally from Durban in South Africa, now based in Cape Town, is now chasing a 4.15. So when he hears the announcer drop the score that he needs, he's going to be confident about the opportunities ahead, because it's not a big score. He's right in the mix. He knows he can improve on those 3s he's already dropped. He's got plenty of time as well.
Yeah, the talent, like a 4.15 is quite attainable today, and especially because we haven't seen a big set come through. So if we start to see, you know, a couple bigger size, it'll be really nice to see the boys really be able to have the opportunity to open it up.
Yeah, and of course Nelson comes off the back of being the Hawaii Tahiti qualifier for the 2025 season, having got a 2nd place at the Haleiwa Pro Longboard QS, losing in that final to Kai Salas. And in the first event of the World Longboard Tour at Huntington, He got a 17th. He lost to Max Weston. Max was looking really good yesterday, Berlin. He took a heat win. Max Weston was surfing in the latter stages of the day. He was in heat number 5, and he beat Kai Salas and Joe Marie Abueza from the Philippines. And Max now, of course, based nearby in Melbourne. He knows this coast really well, and he was looking good, and he could go really far in this event.
Yeah, within the first few minutes of his heat, you know, he scored, I believe it was like a 7.5 or 7.55 just straight off the bat, and just kind of really set the benchmark for that.
Yeah.
And yeah, was surfing really well. Everyone on the beach was super excited for him, because, you know, you want to see someone get the opportunity to progress that you haven't seen get the opportunity.
Yeah.
And
got a 12.83 heat total in that heat number 5. So that was one of the higher heat totals of that opening round, as we really get to appreciate opportunity for a set wave here. First priority sailing with Ollie. Now, what would be your positioning for Ollie, you know, as far as the fact that the tide now starting to drop again, and we've seen significant scores on the bowl coming through for Connie Ellis-Stewart, but we still got some waves breaking at Rincon?
Well, we saw Kai and Connie on the paddle back out turn and sit on the bill and get some other, you know, Connie get his highest scoring wave on the inside bowl. So I would try to catch one up if one looks like it's going to come up Rincon, kind of hang more towards that bowl. I mean, you still have time. You still got almost, you know, just under almost 15 and a half minutes, because they're going to need to step up and really kind of, he wants to create a gap. You don't want to leave it so close at like a 4.15 that most of these guys can get just, you know, on a simple wave.
Absolutely. Of course, we're in Wadawurrung country that covers 10,000 square kilometers, includes the coastal areas between Aries Inlet and Werribee, and extends inland to cover the towns of Geelong and Ballarat and the surrounding districts, as we can see that blue, deep water, velvet corduroy, and Ollie Packham chasing a 4.15, locks in a 5, goes for a 10. High degree of difficulty, taking the risk on that 10. As he walked out of that 10, he was unable to complete that nose ride, and now on a really radical stall. This is incredible Hawaiian style from Nelson Ahina III. I don't even know how to describe that technique. It was almost like a kind of Hawaiian version of a Kevin Connolly cross-step takeoff, but in stall and in the tube, and it worked because he got the cover up, he came out, and he's now driving through the 5, back out onto the open face as he goes back up for a touch of the nose, and then just deals with the face again once more and puts that board on a nice drop while it lay back. That was really exciting from Hawaiian. I can't wait to see that stall again. That was, I think that it was like
exactly
it was a cross step, knee forward tube stall, and it was a really creative way to approach that wave, and it paid off. Here we go. Let's look at the Stone and Wood replay. There it is, Berlin.
It's like a switch that, you can see he's laying a pig dogging as well.
That was next level.
Yep. And then you see he takes off, and as he puts that left foot forward, he gets that projected speed off of it. And that kind of a takeoff is what does that when you take off like that, kind of switch stance takeoff like that. And then, again, just gets nice and low and connects this inside and just really uses his toe to drive.
But if I'm right in thinking, when he stood off, he had his front foot behind, so he was driving off the back foot, and he used that front foot
to get that
stall.
Speed. Yeah, to stall. And as soon as he brought that left foot forward, it gave him that gas to move straight past all that whitewater section and give him the forward momentum.
Great insight, Berlin. Do you know other surfers who use that technique occasionally?
I do those little, I learned to do that from Kevin a long time ago. Yeah, you take off like with your left foot back. But he surfed this wave so well. Nice Stone and Wood slow-mo there. And it's fun to see the intricacy and the different styles of takeoff.
Ollie all cool here on the nose, locks in, nice 5, tight 5, into a quick 10 and back, and then flexing and standing tall, cross-stepping forward, and then really nice, smooth, powerful but elegant down carve into a bottom turn setup on a single fin, and touches the 5 again. Drop knee, you can see that fin just flexing, and the smile on his face. He's feeling good about this ride as he goes into another down carve. A nice rhythm and pace as he comes off the bottom of the wave again. Lifts those arms as he puts that board on rail. Just dags that rail at the final part of that ride. But I think that's going to be a really good score. We'll wait to see what score comes through. We'll be right back after this messages. Is it going to be Nelson? Is it going to be Ollie who takes the win? Stay with us to find out.
Something really special about Bells Beach, just the history, the raw coastline.
It's like surfing a living monument to the sport.
Hey Matt, how you doing? Do you take from any of these boards to create your own?
Yeah, 100%. This is me taking kind of inspiration from the pioneers of this area. Really similar, but just the modern tweaks.
We're gonna go get some food, maybe try and get a surf in later.
Well, I might see you down there.
So Maxie, if someone asked you what to do in Victoria, what would you tell them?
Come to Bells, surf, eat amazing food, enjoy the people.
Great piece there from Visit Vic, and I was lucky enough to do a little Visit Vic adventure 3 years ago with Josh Constable, and we did some mountain biking down the Surf Coast, walk to Anglesey Heath, which was fantastic. And what I loved about that segue was the chance to hear from Maddie Shea, Pale Horse Surfboards. Maddie, a fantastic local shaper representing the Victorian crew.
I love when you get the opportunity to get the kind of the inside line on who's doing amazing things in their community like that. And then as well, the food. Folklore, hands down, amazing Vietnamese food.
Yeah, I've been having some great meals in Torquay every night.
Everything, all the food here, the wine, the coffees, just everything is just has so much flavor. Look at this last wave coming for Ollie, a 5-7.
Turning the heat around, Bellin.
Here we go, locked in 5, nice tight 5 to 10. Again, just so smooth in driving. Beautiful turn. Again, the lift and speed, a little bit of subtle adjustments there. And then again, nice dropping of the knee. He's smiling, he's having fun. He felt good with that, you could see that. And then again, his transitions are so nice to watch. And he just looks like, okay, he feels good on this, and you can see it too. You notice a lot of, you can kind of tell the body language when a surfer feels good, and they're just like, oh, that doesn't feel too good.
Sam Christensen, he feels good about that. He's unfortunately been beaten by his good friend Kevin Skavana from California, but he's now seeing his teammate from South Africa out there in first with a 5.27 and a 3.63. So Nelson Ahino is now chasing a 4.24. Nelson's last wave comes in at a 3.8. I really like the technique, that tube ride. It was so creative, and it was such a joy to watch. And it really demonstrated such a great read of the wave, the way he maximized that opening section to get a little bit of tube time.
Yeah, that takeoff was next level. You know, it takes a lot of leg strength to be able to, you know, pull off some of the maneuvers I was putting as we see this beautiful looking wave. Oh, no, just kicks out. He's like, no, that's not going to offer it for me. He wants to better that 3.63. You know, Nelson is a force to be reckoned with, and you don't want to leave small scores.
Yeah, 4.24, very, very attainable for Nelson. So what will be Nelson's strategy now? He's got quite a lot of time, but, you know, he's going to have to really kind of get the wave shape that he needs, as we see a Luffy under the arm of Joe Marie Abueza, who will be coming up next against our surfer from the UK, Ben Skindog Skinner. That's going to be an absolute belter.
I think Nelson is just going to be looking for a couple, you know, more hang 5s, hang 10s. I think he's got the great tail surfing, but Oliver is, you know, pulling in a little bit more of the nose rides.
Yep, just working on his kick-outs on the last couple of waves.
But
kick-out practice.
I know that, you know, if you get Nelson on a wave, because he's quite tall as well, coming through.
And it looks, Bellin, like there's a few scoring opportunities. So is it going to be this first wave standing up? We're going to get to see the body language of Nelson. He's just opting to paddle a little bit deeper, eyeing this one up, chasing a 4.24, an important moment for the Hawaiian style master. He's up and riding straight to a 5. Gets a nice tight 5, trims through the section on the nose, walks out of that opening nose ride and cuts back, redirects off the foam, and then just cuts back once more, stalls for a high line into a 5, stays on the 5, and then unable to control that section out of that third nose ride. So a 4.24, you feel like that wave had a potential 5 in it, but will that little fluff at the end affect that score?
It was so well surfed.
Yeah.
The takeoff, the first maneuvers that it did, the flow. We'll have a look here. You know, it's a great looking wave. It's got a little size to it, and the actual nose riding that he's doing on that wave was lovely. And again, just the nice direction change and stalls. He reads this wave really well. It goes up, and again, just drives off that nose, and then unfortunately just.
Yeah. He just needed to ride out of that.
Needed to ride out of that
cleanly to really kind of feel like he was going to lock that score in. It comes in at a 2.83, so it's not enough. Now the situation is little bit into the hands of Ollie, because Ollie's going to sit there with priority. 4 minutes 40 seconds remaining as we just get to appreciate the lineup and just see the positioning. So red furthest out with priority with the lead, blue slightly to the inside, chasing a score of a 4.24. You'd imagine Nelson is going to just give himself a little bit of freedom to roam on the inside from Ollie.
Well, I think, you know, the last 3 waves are red is taken off and just kicked out. So I think he's just trying to find his position right now in the lineup. You know, like you're saying, the tide's changing. He's like, you know, where do I need to sit? Because the past couple ones he's had, he's just looked at him, took off, and they've shut down on him. So it's coming down to that 4-minute mark where he wants to, you know, better that 3.67 or really kind of put a little bit more space in a gap between him and Nelson.
Here we go, up and riding. Ollie looking to better his backup score of a 3.63 to the 5. Walks out of the 5, keeps a high line, great footwork. Good trim speed now as he sets himself up for another section, stretches for another 5, Gamboa style on the tip, locks in, pulls into a 10, and then walks out really good roller coaster, bounced off. Feet close, opting to keep the feet close as he went for that floater, but just needed to widen that stance to drive out of that final turn. But everything up to that moment was nice and had potential to better that backup score.
Yeah, it was a wall surf, Dave, as we see.
Ooh.
Nelson
what do you think, Berlin?
It's a good-looking wave.
Here's the chance. Can he get the 4.24 he needs, Berlin?
Oh, that rail turn.
Wow, that was radical. Kicking out, recognizing that maybe he needs something more. Interesting, he would have seen Ollie paddling back out. He would have felt this perhaps hasn't got the score that I need, but I like what I saw up to that moment. Do you think maybe a few edges that he caught made him think I should try for one more set?
We'll see. Here's the replay. Nice fading takeoff. Again, a beautiful wave up to a 5. He's just being a little bit patient here. He's not doing too much. Again, just nice inside line. Again, nice 5 down to the stretch. Up to a tighter 5. And then just that nice little range. Unfortunately, I think, you know, the bump just...
Yeah.
And like you said, closer feet.
Here we go.
And this takeoff to the nose ride is beautiful up to a 10. I loved that. Nice, fast. And then this turn is amazing. The way he's able to throw that ride around and just slice through and then kick out.
Wow.
You know?
Now, I'm wondering, as we get to see the drone here of this really big roundhouse, look at the projection and then the control. Was there more scoring potential left in this, or do you think he made a good call to kick out?
I didn't really get an opportunity to see what the wave was going to do down more, but I think for what the wave offered for him, I think it was, you know, he surfed it well.
Here's Ollie up and riding, steaming through the bowl section there, walking out of that nose ride. He's going to kick out. 1 minute, 35 seconds left, waiting for that last score to come through of Nelson, but Nelson confidently paddled back out with gusto, eyeing up the opportunity to get one more wave. He's not got much time left and he still is awaiting that score, and you felt like a 4.38 could even be attainable on the nose ride and rail work he did, but it was a short bit of riding time, but 2 very dynamic, critical maneuvers with a high degree of difficulty.
Yeah, and if like the nose ride and that quick footwork straight into the pocket, we'll see. He's, what is it, 4.38, waiting for the judges to score. 14 waves being ridden already.
And you know what, Belinda, if it comes close, like it has, it's come in at a 3.87, he will be thinking, Could I have earned a whole extra point on the reform? Was there a reform available? Did he make the right decision? He nearly gets the score he needs. There's now only 35 seconds remaining. Possibly not another opportunity to get away for Nelson.
We'll see. I don't see many lines coming through. He's paddling in. You know what? So much can change down to the last 5 seconds. So I've learned to not count anybody out. 23 seconds.
Wow, there is a set coming, but will it be in time? As you can see, Ollie moving close. Nelson looking over his shoulder as we count down the last 10 seconds. Berlin, I just don't think this wave is going to arrive in time.
I don't know.
Unlucky for Nelson
Oh,
Ahina.
you can see his hands.
Wow, and
The
he will
body
be
language.
reflecting on the fact that there could have been a little bit more score in that, but Nelson surfed brilliantly. That stall, that tube ride, the flex, the flow. I love seeing Nelson here on the World Longboard Tour. I hope he comes in hungry for Abu Dhabi, and maybe he's going to have a big result there. But congratulations, Ollie Packham. Bringing a little bit of Jimmy Gamboa flex on those low stretch fives in the pocket and bringing that South African vibe to the table.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. You know, I loved watching both of them. And straight off the bat into this next heat.
Wow, that was a good one, Berlin.
Yeah.
Exciting exchange. Of course, this place is the star of the show, though.
It is. Look at this beautiful Bells Beach. I'm so excited to be back here to comment on all the amazing surf, the talent, the beautiful landscape, and being able to be around such amazing surfers as yourself and commentate this heat. So thank you for the opportunity.
Well, stay with us. We've got the Waxhead and Harrison Roach back in the booth to call the action as we continue our opportunity to crown a champions and win the coveted Bells Bowls.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL, and by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL.
Welcome back. We are into the Heat 7, the men's elimination round, day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, joined by 2022 world champ Harrison Roach in the booth.
Yeah, and it's been a great day so far, Matt. So much action, absolutely pumping conditions. Rincon, bowl, Rincon, it's all happening out there. And this heat is looking like it's going to be a good one too.
Yeah, you got the rookie on tour, Jo Marie Uboiza from the Philippines, from La Union, and the veteran, Ben Skinner, the 40-year-old, on a self-shaped surfboard out there. So we got tricky conditions, as Harrison alluded to, and Ben coming into this rank 16, Jo Marie. Similarly, just one behind at 17th, so results to forget at Huntington, but these two will put their best foot forward, and we'll see someone move into the round of 16 in about 26 minutes time. Skinner started off with a 4.83 you'd have to say the favourite going into this, Harry.
Yeah, he's such a great competitor. He's come so close on so many occasions to that big world title, but this looks like it might have been the 4.83, getting off to a good start, sort of stretching out to the nose net there, little two-step, cutting back. The wind is looking pretty strong offshore. We had a couple big sets a few heats ago with Carniella Stewart getting a couple of 8s, but that last one looked pretty slow. So Skin Dog trying to get off to a good start, picking off some smaller waves. He'll be looking and hoping for some of those sets, but yeah, it's just good to get up and going. Hey, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. A 2.83 to go with a 4.83 for Ben. Those surfers would have been noticed by Carniella seeing the bowl connect with those bigger, longer walls. But here goes Joe Marie on a Rincon wall, stretched out 5, a little touch 10. He's going to try and iron the kinks out of the wobbles here at the Bells Beach Rincon break. Beautiful hang 10. He's a no stranger to backside surfing. San Juan, his local spot, same as JR Esquivel in the Philippines. They're down here with a force. They're on the beach with the flags, and they're at home waking up early watching their guy, Joe Marie.
Yeah, just so much energy coming out of the Philippines in the longboard world these days. And fantastic wave there to kick off for Joe Marie. He only had the small score to start, but that's a good one. That's a solid score coming through, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice way to really consolidate something in the first 5 minutes of the heat. He had a 0.3 and a 0.8 just to kick things off, so not connecting through the boils. We are expecting, we're on about mid-tide right now. We have a dropping swell, but these guys still surfing that tucked up, fast point break right-hander. Let's go through the replay.
Yeah, look, with the tide dropping and the swell dropping, it's really going to continue to suit Rincon, and here we've got a good example of that. A really nice nose ride, hang 5 to hang 10 there from John Marie with a beautiful turn. What I like about this wave, he's holding full trim. That whole time he's nose riding, he's going down the line, and there's no bubbles, there's no wobbling. He's got a great hang 5 and 10 on both of his nose rides. Now he's back again for the third one. Lovely smooth turns in between them as well. Slight bobble there, you know, might hold it from going crazy high, but all in all, that was a really well surfed wave.
Yeah, it's the best you could hope for to kick things off. A few of those wobbles, the judges keeping note. A 6-point ride locked in for that, so he gets the best of the exchange. Hopefully he recognises that the judges are really identifying control and timing in the criteria. It's actually written in there, good timing to finish the waves.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm assuming the judges might have been looking at where he was positioned on the wave face. If I were to be critical of that one, perhaps he could have been a bit deeper and more in the pocket when he was nose riding. But yeah, I would have expected a bit of a bigger spread between that 4.83 and the 6, but look, John Marie is taking a leaf out of Carniella's book. On the paddle back out, he's identified some beautiful lines coming through. He's going to have a go on the bowl, but here goes Skin Dog.
Yeah, Skinner way up at Rincon. There's about 300 metres separating both surfers. And Ben in the whitewash, riding through the section. Technical nose control there. This wave stretching out, but he's doing well, just linking it on the nose. Nothing overly critical yet, with the wave not allowing any steeper sections. He does well just to hang on to that, but he'll pull off the back, and we'll see what Joe Marie's got. He's got one in the bowl. So back-to-back for the Philippine surfer. Little loss of control there. He'll try and hang on to this and complete this through the inside section. So this is one of the first, I'd say, smaller waves written in the bowl today. We've seen some sets break through there, and he's doing really well to connect the dots. If he can get a clean finish here, and he doesn't, I was going to say it'd be a good backup score, but nonetheless, he'll go into the lead chasing a 1.6.
Yeah, both surfers there having a little bit of wobble and bubble as they go down the line. It looked like Skin Dog just getting caught up high in the face. You could really see like maybe it's a bit of tail lift or something was combining with the offshore wind and pushing him off the back of the wave. And then that one from John Marie started off really great, quick nose ride, but the cut down was difficult. But here we go. He gets hung up high there and sort of loses time with the wave, hits a bump there. This break does have an uneven bottom with a few boils.
And so he's navigating them, but the judges will be critical when it comes to the final score. Yeah, just again getting stuck off the back a little bit there. He'll be looking to paddle back out, but I love this start from John Marie. Really fast down the line nose ride. But the cut down, it's tricky. It's a tricky section to work with that much rail. And coming from low on the wave, Chono, after that first nose ride, bit hard to get up and around and turn in time.
Yeah, he really tried to manufacture that turn, create something a little bit more dramatic, and in the end lost a little control, but it'll still be a nice backup score at this point in the heat. He's 23 years of age, first time here at Bells Beach. He is traveling with the Philippine crew, J.R. Esquivel, Luke Landrigan as well, and he's got his child at home. We'll be tuning in with his girlfriend Azealia and his son Kai. He's a youngster who no doubt be here competing. And a new rookie on tour, Oliver. He is on the glass, ready for his post-heat interview.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I am down here with Oliver. First year on the tour, first visit here to Bells Beach. Yesterday was a tough one, tougher conditions. Today it's firing out there. Talk to us a little bit about advancing through that heat, equaling 9th right now, hopefully going one better than you did at Huntington Beach. But talk to us about today's conditions.
Yeah, super stoked to have gotten through. Waves are way easier today. Still not as easy as it looks. Still trying to kind of figure out the wave and positionings, like super big takeoff zone, and yeah, just getting the ones with the right angle that run all the way through. But yeah, way more fun today. So I'm super stoked, and amazing weather, so it's cool.
Yeah, it's killer weather today. Sun's out. It's nice and warmer, we can say. You've got great support. You're here with your dad. You've got great support from the rest of the South African crew. Talk to us about that and how having that hometown sort of support crew with you.
Yeah, I know. It's super epic having a little crew. We got Sam down here, same hometown, known Sam forever. My dad, of course, which has been really nice to just cruise with him, make things super easy. And then even Shano pulled through from Atlantic Surf. So yeah, really kiffed to have a nice little crew going and not just being on my own. Yeah, feels good.
Also a shaper. I'm a shaper myself, and to spend time riding my own boards in competition, that's a very special feeling. Talk to us a little bit about what you rode at Huntington, to any changes to here at Bells Beach. Totally opposite style of wave. Pretty cool feeling riding your own boards.
Yeah, for sure. Really fun. Huntington, so I've got my Honey model, which is like a squash tail single fin. For Huntington, I just made it a little bit wider tail, wider nose. I really enjoy the Honey. So what I did for Bells, I just narrowed it a little. Actually added a bit of like double concave to the fin and a bit more edge. And then I also brought called it a Honey pin, because it's very similar to the Honey, but it's got a pintail, and I'm experimenting with a 2+1 setup. I surfed it down in Phillip Island when I got here, but kind of just been sticking to my single fin Honey. But yeah, if it gets big and bumpy, I'm really keen to whip the 2+1, because it was feeling really good the other day. But yeah, it's been good.
Hopefully the Honey can deliver the money. Congratulations on that, advancing through that heat. Look forward to seeing you in round 3. Hopefully we can go better than the 9th place. Well done. South Africa getting behind you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh. Good board talk there. And yeah, since we talked about Kevin Skavana on a pintail earlier, we saw Caniella Stewart win the heat before last. So Oliver just deciding maybe to pull it out on a bigger day, that pintail, but doing well on a self-shaped Honey model. You heard it there first. In this heat, Joe Marie, he's got the lead with a 6 and a 3.3, that one in the bowl, and he's back out there with priority. A priority error for Ben Skinner, not able to capitalise, just a pair of 4s.
Yeah, interesting there. I mean, what a day for the rookies. You can wait a long time in your career to get conditions like this. It's absolutely pumping at one of the most iconic surf destinations in the world, Bells Beach. And here goes Skin Dog under priority. Doesn't like it though.
I thought that might have been a little bit of a pressure cooker mistake there for Joe Marie, but turns out he actually sold the wave to Ben anyway.
Yeah, he was in priority, so he wasn't going to get sold by Ben, I think. He did a good job there. Good to see. Great competitive talents coming out of the Philippines. It's a big difference from a lot of the Southeast Asian countries. The Philippines brings out people who are really comfortable in competition. There's a lot of talent getting around, but it seems like they really know how to surf a heat.
Yeah, their domestic tour is really hotly packed. There's some incredible names coming out of the Philippines. There's actually so many. I don't want to go into the big list, but Perry Ventura is one of them, a silky smooth, goofy footer who nearly made it onto the World Tour. He's really good friends with JR and Joe Marie, and it just seems to be that trend of these classic style goofies. And there's some a great stalwart regular footers too, but we'll get more into that after our Bonsai brew break. Don't go anywhere. Remainder of Heat 7 coming up soon.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL, and by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL.
We are back into elimination round, Heat 7. Joe Maria Boyza, the Philippine surfer, he's got the win over Ben Skinner at this point. Ben only needing a 4.51, the veteran. He's struggled to really put together a campaign here at Bells, and coming off a 17th finish in Huntington, he's looking to really get some momentum this year, Harry.
He is, but I like his chances. He's a fantastic surfer, Ben. Definitely one of the standouts over the last 5 years, let alone the last 20. I'd love to hear how many, in fact, he's been on tour. But, yeah, in the last 5 years or so, really seen Ben adapt to the criteria changes and real growth in longboarding. He's one of the best, and don't put it past him. He's got 12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining to get a couple of scores on the board. Joe Marie's doing well. He hasn't got it wrapped up yet.
And you've had some fantastic battles with Ben over the years. I think back to Manly Beach. I think it was the final in 2022. And you guys were dueling it out. We'll get into that in a moment. Here goes Joe Marie using his priority. The wind blowing up the face. He makes it down with a hang five and mid-board trim. Just waiting for this wave to find some form. It's stretching out ahead of him. Only needing to increase on a marginal 3.33. Holding that hang five through the whitewash. The judges will appreciate the difficulty of that. Smooth transitions, good footwork. He gets a hang 10. It gets a bit steeper on the inside. So this is a good backup wave and finishes cleanly. It may even exceed that 6. There's some of the barangay crew down there supporting their guy.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. Not putting a foot wrong. Joe Marie showing a really, really mature competition style here. He's up against one of the best. He's not letting it worry him, and he's building into a pretty solid lead here. Look at this taking off, copping some of that offshore wind. It's a good feeling when you take off and go straight to the nose out here with the offshore under your feet. But he really gets going through this midsection here. Nice little 10. It's a nice paced wave, this one. Love seeing him trimming through the whitewater there on the nose. It's really important to recognise seeing that outside rail and his feet out in front for the big hang 10 and the finish. Float to claim. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, that form that he had on that last turn, these guys are really good shortboarders. Both JR and Joe Marie, both of them have great form, and you can see the way that he was coming off the heels, led with the hand, opened up, and he was able to get that last turn without making it look like a really long, wide board. I think there's a skill in that, combining shortboards to longboards. One of the best out there now, Ben Skinner. His son, Lucas, is just lighting up the shortboard tour in the QS, and he'll be on the Challenger this year as well. And here he goes now himself, trying to get back into this heat, hitting a 4.5 to take the lead. Measured approach, the board just losing momentum, and he goes forward, so really struggling to feel the tempo of Bells this morning.
Yeah, similar thing there with just getting sort of hung up, going down the line, the wave sort of backing off as he's going towards the nose, and maybe if there's a lot of lift in his longboard, it's creating a lot of lift that it's almost pulling off the back of the wave. Started really well on that one. Great hang 5, I'm sure we're going to see a replay, but yeah, it's advantage Joe Marie right now. He backed up his 6 with a 6.33, but yeah, lovely start here from Skin Dog. Great nose ride off there. No 10. The judges are going to notice that, but he backs it up here with another nice 5, and there's the 10. That counts a lot. Sort of just getting, you know, a little Rio there, nothing too crazy, but here's where he just, the combination of wind and I think tail lift, it's making it difficult for him there.
Typically, when you step forward onto the midsection of longboard accelerates, Ben has double scoops in the tail, and he's got like a step deck and a massive single concave. So the flat area of the board is reduced. A lot of lift, as you're saying, Harry. The idea is the board actually stays the same speed through the wave. As we've seen with Ben, he's able to usually nose ride on really steep sections and be able to maintain that continual flow, but not today with that offshore. So that swallowtail log of his not performing how he would have hoped, but he's in the bowl here. You see him on the left of the screen, under priority.
Yeah, he's taking a smaller wave here, trying to manufacture a score, but I say it's smaller, it's easily as big as the waves at Rincon right now. It's something to be said about the bowl. It does offer a larger wave face and does look a bit more dramatic for the judges. But yeah, I've seen Ben's boards always looking really, really good. I haven't seen them in this conditions, and I've never really seen him go off the back of the wave like that. So something going on out there, but like I said, one of the masters, don't count him out. No. But yeah, advantage Joe Marie right now.
7.5 required for Ben Skinner. Joe Marie with a 6.33. It was the best wave of the heat so far, and his best, showing good form. He's just steadily warming up to the occasion. He has a lot of respect for Ben. Nice upright hang 10 for Joe Marie. He sees that one closing out, so he'll get out there and regain priority. And you see that board tombstoning, that Luffy board with the white, blue and red, signifying the Philippine flag there, and he's going to retain priority. But yeah, he's watching clips. JR was telling me of Ben Skinner out here yesterday, and before they were actually drawn, and he thought, oh gosh, that's not a good sign that I'm in the heat with him. But hey, a bit of a pinch me moment. He's with one of his heroes. And yeah, so tell us a little bit about your duels with Ben over the years.
Yeah, tough competitor. In my 2021 title campaign, I was right there in the semi-finals. If I had made it, I would have pretty much won the world title at that point, I think. But Skin Dog came out and took me out, did some incredible surfing. I felt like I was surfing my best, and he was just better on the day. And part of it was that hang 10. I went away from that year because I was doing a lot of tight 5s down the line, fast surfing, good rail surfing. I felt really confident, but I wasn't able to get the same kind of 10s that Ben was doing, and so much lift in his tail. I ended up coming back the next year, the year I won the world title, and changing my equipment based on that experience. I knew I needed to adjust and go back to the drawing board, and Skin Dog, Yeah, he makes it hard for fellow competitors, and here he goes, trying to make it hard for Joe Marie now.
Nice hang 10 there for Ben as he's moving into the bowl. Down carve, signature maneuver there for Skinner. And he knows it's what's required. He might try and break the 7.5 down into 2 scores, and he's well on his way on this one. He's going to try and find the inside link up. Trimming through, trying to find that speed, and he steps back, and leans forward, and that shore break not really eventuating. Very emotive with his body language. Wears the heart on the sleeve. That heat in Manly Beach, I remember him just fist pumping, showing all that macho energy. And you know what? We've got some breaking news. We have a situation coming up for Heat 8. We have Josh Constable on the sand with the latest.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here on the beach at Bells Beach in the sand, getting right close to the action. Unfortunately, Jefferson Silva was in this Heat 8 coming from Brazil. He hasn't been able to make it. Young Jack Tyro from New Zealand. He's the highest placed on the LQS Australasian Tour. So he's fortunately got the spot. He's going to be surfing up in Heat 8 against Antonio Dantos, which is very cool. Great opportunity for Jack. Super cool. I used to compete against his dad. His dad Steve's here on the beach as well. Jack's a phenomenal young surfer coming through. So to get the opportunity, be out here at Bells Beach, he's excited. Everyone on the beach is cheering for him, and it's going to be really cool. So stay tuned. Heat 8, Jack Tyro's got the call up. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh. And it always pays for those young up-and-comers to hang around these contest sites. He's been here to get some experience. He didn't make it into the main event, but hey, he got the call up.
Yeah,
how cool is that?
What a lucky guy. And we're also lucky because we're getting a spanner thrown into the works here. And I tell you what, it's going to make things interesting. Seen a lot of clips of young Jack over the years. He's getting super tidy with his footwork and rail carves. I know he's had some success at some of the smaller events in New Zealand that Ambrose rides a single fin mingle. He's had a win there, I'm not sure, but definitely put on some good shows. But all over the place, he's surfing really well, comes up to Noosa quite a bit. And I've seen him practicing out here before and after the competition starts, and now he's got his chance. It's going to be interesting. Antonio is going to have to regroup and figure this out. It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's taken out the Noosa Festival of Surfing as well, Jack. So we'll get more into that exchange next. The 2 young guns, Antonio and Jack. But Ben Skinner, he's right into the game. He did chip away at the score, a 7-point ride. Now needing a 5.33. Interesting time for Joe Marie. 3.5 remaining. Is he going to move and use his priority and sit on Skinner, or try and get rid of the 6? What would you be doing in this situation, Harry?
I tell you what, I would be getting as close as possible to Ben Skindog. I would be straight down to the bowl. The judges sending a pretty big message to competitors there. They love seeing the big critical nose ride and the bigger wave. They love the big down carve. They love the bowl. Rincon, amazing wave, pretty down the line. Not quite as dramatic, not quite as big. So Skindog, little less, you know, there was 2 major maneuvers there that I think got him the score. Let's see this Stonerwood slow-mo replay here. Straight up to the tip, starting off really strong with this hang 10. And there you go, feet fully exposed, big hang 10 coming through. And there it is. It's great to see this slow-mo replay to get the detail of just how technical that hang 10 was. Now, as you said, his classic big carving downturn there from Skindog. And that was where the money was. It's 2 big maneuvers getting a good score here, Chono.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was it was just a short, action-packed wave. The judges really appreciated the finesse in the nose ride and the raw power on the rail. He's got a great. It's counterintuitive. Most of the time after a hang 10, people lean into a smooth flowing turn, but Ben lays it on the heels and gouges a lot of whitewater without losing control. It's really impressive, and it's something that's got him a lot of great results over the years in El Salvador. Talked about the Manly Beach CT a few years ago, and hopefully here at Bells for him. Here he goes under priority. He's trying to sell something, create something.
Great job there by Joe Marie calling his bluff. These are tense moments with priority and the lead. 2 minutes to go, under 2 minutes to go now. Joe Marie and Ben, savvy competitor. He's going to be trying to sell Joe Marie on every single thing that comes through. Again, he holds back, Can Skindog make him pay? He only needs a 5.33, Chono.
Wow, good nerves of steel for Joe Marie. All that regional practice coming into play there. They've had the LQS in La Union the last few years. He's had some great experience with some of the world's best, including fierce competitors Taka Inui and Kai Hamasi.
And some frustration there from Skindog, just smacking the water. As you said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He's going to be upset today. He had a couple of opportunities. I do think Joe Marie's definitely been on the better waves, but the door's sort of open there. I mean, Skindog's got the best wave of the heat at the moment, so 53 seconds remaining, and there's a set on the horizon.
Does he go the first or second?
What do you do, Joe Marie? If Ben's not in position, probably wouldn't go, but Ben's going to force him into it.
Oh, wow, nerves of steel, and he lets that one go. He identifies something, and so does Ben. So 30 seconds, this could be it. It all comes down to this. The rookie on tour.
Not even looking. You can't tell from this drone angle. It must be pretty straight, those waves, but here we go, 20 seconds remaining. Unlikely with the swell period here to get another opportunity, but he's going to make him go regardless. Let's see if Joe Marie can make the most of this one. Chono's looking behind him.
Yeah, so already playing a defensive move. 5 seconds remaining. Skinner, we may have a wave. We'll leave that one up to the judges.
From the webcast, it looked good, but it's a foamy one. He's not looking really energetic about this wave here.
Joe Marie hangs on to this one, just trying to milk it all the way through to the inside. Nervous Muns looks behind, a little claim as he makes his way through the inside. And Ben, we'll see his body language. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's tough. These rookies, they're good. They're the best of their region, and they're putting it to the best today. Another major upset this morning. We had Johnny the Ripper taken out in one of the earlier rounds, and now Skindog from the young fella, the rookie, Joe Marie Bueza. Great surfing from him, Matt.
Unreal. Nerves of steel from Joe Marie. And he makes his way up, and he's been feeling the cold, being very sensitive lately. And there's Daisy congratulating him, Kyla, and Coach Luke there as well. And of course, JR Esquivel as Skinner makes his way up. And yeah, an unfortunate loss. You can see that unique board. We won't get to talk much about it because he's got a round 2 loss and he's eliminated from competition, but don't go anywhere. We have Heat 8 coming up next. We have Jack Tyro and Antonio Dantes coming up next.
Up the Philippines.
Down in Victoria, just down from Torquay and the Surf Coast, we have the Great Ocean Road, the iconic coastline mixed with the rainforests, and of course there's like 4 different ecosystems when you go on that 1-hour drive through Cape Otway and you get over to the sheer cliffs around Port Campbell, Gibson Steps, plenty of things to do, mountain biking, but I really like the surfing element. And of course, we're here for Bells Beach. Day 2 of competition, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And this is the World Longboard Tour. We have Jack Tyro, a replacement for Jefferson Silva. He fills it in against Antonio Dantes, who had a first round knockout over there in Huntington. But Jack, he surfed bells before. He's one of the silkiest prospects coming out of the Southern Hemisphere. He's got a chance to shine here, Harry.
He does, and he's got the inside at the start of this heat, and he's taken off on a pretty good looking wave, but yeah, might be some nerves showing there. Big day for him, out of nowhere, getting the call up. He surfed the trials. Let's see if Antonio makes him pay for that initial error with what looks like one of the more beautiful waves I've seen today. Pretty fast there. Yeah, it's got shades of bells, shades of J-Bay, shades of just everything. It's pumping surf today, Chono.
The wind starting to really gust up, but it is straight offshore. These two paddled way up the point to Rincon to try and get the inside, where we saw that last heat with Joe Marie and Ben move over to the bowl. These guys wanted to start fast, really try and build some scores. And Tyro just through that .3, getting blown off the back of the wave. He's riding a Keo surfboard, a slightly heavily glassed single fin, and should suit these conditions. Look forward to seeing these two really unfold. But let's catch up with Joe Marie Aboiza and Josh Constable for the inside scoop on that last heat.
Joe Marie, all the way from the Philippines, first year on the tour. That's a rematch. You and Ben surfed against each other in Huntington in the elimination round, and he got you. Today was all about redemption and payback, wasn't it? Congratulations advancing through that heat.
Yeah, thank you so much. Super happy to advance in the next round, and super happy. And thank you so much to my team for the support and yeah.
And talk to us a little bit about the waves. It's firing today. Yes, they were tough conditions. Today it's offshore, really nice. A little bit up at Rincon, and then moving across to the bowl and playing that defensive move at the end. Talk us through that last couple of minutes and the big set at the end.
Yeah. Yesterday was super hard to get some good waves and super bumpy. And this time was super good and super glassy. And not too much wind. Yeah. And thank you so much sa lahat ng sumusuporta dyan sa Pilipinas. And thank you so much sa sponsor ko kay Ronald Singson, Kong Pao, Flypal, and kay Bini Marcos. And thank you lang.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Fantastic surfing. Look forward to you coming up in round 3 tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Josh. And Jack Tyro up and riding on his second wave here. Smooth transitions, makes his way through the inside section. Carving it back to the whitewash. Absorbing the energy here at Bells. Tucks through the inside. Might have an inside bowl to finish cleanly for the judges. Quick footwork. And perhaps a little bit nervous as well. I'm seeing a few uncharacteristic jitters from Jack, but a great wave to kick things off. That'll settle any nerves he had.
Yeah, I was thinking, I called nerves on the first one, but he was looking pretty confident there to me. But out the back, Antonio with a great hang 10 to hang 5 to start, really projecting down the line. He's tight in the pocket there with that nose ride. Super technical, super difficult. And kind of whacks it there, doesn't really connect with the lip, but very smooth nevertheless. And coming through the inside here, what's this wave going to do for him? It's looking like a good one. He's keeping busy. He's had a great start, but I'm sure he'd love to get this right here. Lovely little hang 10 to finish. And bam, great surfing there from the Portuguese surfer, Antonio Dantes. Competed with his brother on tour a few years ago, but yeah, this one from Jack Chono. gets off to an epic start here in the wind.
Oh, yeah, really technical nose riding there. I think the judges will appreciate how high up in the wave he was, and he readjusted on the hang 10. The weight of the board being really crucial out here with the wind.
Feels good too. I love the feeling of longboarding in and offshore and feeling the breeze when you're up on the nose. That levitation feeling, and through the inside he's getting a couple of nose rides as well. Lovely little drop knee. Yeah, that feeling when you're on the tip and the wind's under your board, it's sort of, there's nothing like it. It's unique to longboarding. And we're stoked down here watching these guys. Jack Tyro in his first ever WSL event, putting on a bit of a show. He's gotten off to a good start here. Pressure's on, but he was backed up by Antonio.
For sure, this hang 10 here, he really wants to make his presence felt here and get out of the second round. This is elimination. One of these guys will go home, but kicking off this wave, a lot of style and some solid nose riding. Just connecting the dots here, relaxed body language, not getting too excited, and just waiting and pacing himself for the end section.
Yeah, he looked really confident on the nose out the back, I would say. Really, yeah, just looking like a true pro out the back on the nose there. Milking it all the way through, as you do in competition, and lovely little bang off the end. But yeah, looking really confident on the nose out the back on that one.
A lot to the judges are really going to have the work cut out for them to decipher between the two waves there. Antonio is drawing really similar lines to Kevin Scavana. Really fast and reactive surfing and those critical hang 10s. But Tyro, I am interested to see what that second wave will come in on.
And so I've gotten it wrong, actually. Tyro won the trials a couple of years ago here and has had a bit of a run in the WSL event. It's not his first event. So he'd be pretty confident. He's been here before. He knows what to do.
But it was a lot smaller when he surfed in this event, Harry, and it was kind of onshore as well.
Oh, look, this is all time now, right?
Perfect.
Isn't it, mate? It's everything you want as a young professional surfer. Pumping conditions, an epic break, and the chance to do it live on television for the world. A lot to prove here for the young man from New Zealand.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, it's a testament to his parents as well for investing in that situation. Now he's an adult, he's working for his own money, but to put the hard yards in to earn this position and to hopefully qualify full-time on the World Longboard Tour, that is the dream. And the moment is Kai Ellis Flint has been holding it down for the Aussies this year. He's in #1 spot as we go into this event. But here goes Antonio, score not locked in on his last, a big wave in the bowl. Under priority, can't hang on to that, but the judges will still be deliberating on that last exchange. Lots of action.
Tell you what, seeing a wave like that come through the bowl gets me really excited for the rest of the day today. The women are coming up next. But yeah, what we want to see at the moment, it's kind of in between, right? But look at this wave. He gets hung up in the window. I was talking before about how good it feels. Antonio wasn't quite ready for it there. A bit of a missed opportunity. The wave peeling off pretty fast as well. It's a good wave to come in on the bowl. One of the better ones we've seen in a while. And maybe a little deep, a little excited at the start.
Yeah, if he was just a board length forward, that would have been a fantastic wave. Just got closed out. We have Steve Tyro, the father of Jack, who's down on the beach. And let's go catch up with Steve and see what he's feeling as the father of the youngster out in the water now.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thanks, Harry. We're just seeing in our background Jack just taking a little look at one up at Rincon. But Steve, talk to us about the feeling. He was in the trials. He put on great performances all the way through, unfortunately getting a 4th. Feeling like he was probably going to miss out on the opportunity of getting into the event, but getting the call up late last night to be able to surf today, what a great opportunity. How are you feeling as a father? You must be super proud.
Yeah, sure am. But yeah, last night he went for a surf here late. There was a good crew out there, and he surfed like he was still in the comp, which was good. So he's got some pride, and it doesn't matter if you don't make it, you still got to go out there and surf well when you're surfing. He had a good wave then. I wish I'd hurry up for the score.
Yeah, definitely. The scores are coming through, but he's surfing amazing. This is his second opportunity in a WSL event. He surfed the first year after winning the trials. He's on a great trajectory. He's really looking forward to making this as a career at the moment, and he's surfing great. You must be excited.
Yeah, no, it is. He puts a lot of work in. Back home, the water's like in single digits, the air's the same, and there's not that many surfing in the winter, but he's out there, no booties, no gloves, no hood, and he puts the effort in, so that's why he's out there. I'm real proud.
Yeah, that's amazing. You guys are doing a great job. It's great to see his surfing improving. Looking like it's coming through. Matt's yelling out in my ear that it's a 6-point ride opener, so that's a great start. Let's get back to the action. Throwing it back to you guys. Congratulations, proud father. Well done.
Oh, the tingles are running. Josh, a father of himself, he's got a youngster who's hanging around the comp site and Jive, and he'd be loving that opportunity for Jive to be out there soon. But yeah, it's really nice to see that how proud the fathers can be. Our fathers would be so stoked, you know, if we got the call up as well, Harry.
Yeah, that's true. I do have a very proud father. It always made me feel a little uncomfortable how stoked he was, but now being a father myself, I can understand it. And yeah, Jack's dad, you can tell he's stoked, and he'll be happy to hear that he actually got a 6.6. He got the better of the opening scores, and now he's taking off on a perfect one.
How was that board? It just sort of like was drifting off the wave, and this one ran away from him, but behind him, Dantes, he has an opportunity to fire back. Beautiful, close, hang 5. Incredible nose riding there. Oh, and he goes down as well. The wave stretching out at Rincon. Perhaps those ones better off in the bowl, but we'll never know. And these two will have a paddle battle as they make their way back out. You see Antonio having a look over his shoulder, seeing where Jack is. Looks like Jack's got the jump on him. Both super fit surfers, 27 years of age, Antonio, and Jack. Well, he was in the juniors and blink, and he's out of it, and he's in the opens. He took the crown there in the Old Mal and the logger at Noosa 2 years ago. He's won the single fin mingle, and he's the proud Prince of Sumner.
Yeah, how good, mate. It's you can tell, like, listening to his father, it's one of the things I've recognised from afar. This kid is putting in the work. He's really going hard. So now he's got the opportunity, Matt.
So scores still to lock in on those, but don't go anywhere. The remainder of the men's coming up next for the Bonsai Brew Break. Catch you soon.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Exciting times here down at Bells Beach in Victoria. We are into the Heat 8 elimination round of the men's division here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And we have Jack Taro from New Zealand with the late call-up in the lead. He's got a 6.6 and a 3.5, but the Portuguese surfer Antonio Dantes not far behind, only needing a 4 to move up in the lead. He had a 17th here last year, looking to go at least one better and make it out of this round, Harry. We're loving what we're seeing from the goofy footer as well.
Yeah, he's looking really, really good. His last wave ended up running off in front of him and closing out, and he had a bit of an awkward fall, but everything that led up to that moment was pure class. Really impressed by the surfer, Antonio. Yeah, it's an interesting situation here. Antonio not being high in the seeding in this event. He's come up against what is a bit of a wildcard scenario. Normally the wildcard to be against some of the top guys. So it's a bit of a unique situation. It's a spanner in the works, as I mentioned, and Jack Taro is going to make him work for it.
Yeah, Jack definitely a standout, and he's surfing his way all the way through the trials to basically be the next call-up for this event. He's surfed in the trials the last 3 years. In that next heat, we have Sakura Nui, and we'll have Rachel Tilley as well. See that huge timber fin, very unique. The Inuis have got some of the most unusual surfcraft out there, but they make it work.
They certainly do. On the world stage, it's going to be exciting to watch one of the young up-and-comers going up against one of the girls who's been around for a long time, since very young, a very established lady these days, reigning world champion Rachel Tilley. It's going to be exciting to watch that one. Love seeing change of the guard. But no one's saying it's actually changed yet. Rachel's still at the top of her game. It's going to be a tough one for the youngster.
Getting through to this point here, Antonio's won the QS over in Ferrell, and he's second in the Board Masters to make his way back on tour. He had a 9th last year in Huntington, but yeah, didn't fare too well over in Abu Dhabi or at Bells. So really looking to make it through this round. It'll be a really career-defining finish if he can get through this, and he's making way for priority for Jack Taro, using it there, nearly on the nose adjustment. Did well to get through this. Only needs something marginal to increase that 3.5, make it a little harder for Antonio, needing a 4 at the moment. Nice little drop knee, working his way through the inside of this Rincon wave.
Yeah, interesting scenario to start that wave off. I would say that Jack was really out of position being in priority. It looked like he was kind of trying to just hold off Dantes, who was right in the spot. Awkward start and bit of an awkward finish there, but he took off. He was on the shoulder, so he tried to stall immediately, and he got kind of caught up, but he pushed through. He pulled it off pretty well. But yeah, just a little out of position on the takeoff. Looked like more of a defensive maneuver when at this point, as you can see, he's stalling at the start there. He gets a bit caught up, but he pulls it off pretty smoothly in the end. Not many people could do it that well, I would say.
Incredibly skillful, right, with the wind and the balance, but he had to convert this. It was using his priority and only needing to improve on a 3.5. What do you think about that strategy to stay with it?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to go that wave. He can't let Antonio get one up on him when he has priority, and lovely little nose ride through the inside here too. But yeah, I would have liked to have seen him in position and really making the most of everything that wave had on offer. You can see here is a good example from the Bioglan Sky replay there. He's really taken off on the shoulder and is trying to stall straight away. If he had another run at it, I'm sure he'd want to take off right where Dantes was, but good job not giving the Portuguese man the opportunity.
And good tactics here, following a leaf out of Caniella and Joe Marie's book, because he's moved into the bowl for this, hopefully another set. But we haven't seen too many of these big wide sets in this heat. Both guys got closed out on midway through. In the final 10 minutes, Jack locked in a 5-4-3 on the back of the technical nose riding. So now needing about a 6 for Antonio. That's, you know, at this point of the heat and at this level, you'd be expecting to be requiring at least 2 6s to move through to the next round. So I don't think that'll rattle him too much.
No, it's actually a really good position right now for Dantes. He's on the peak. He's in the spot. He's got priority at a critical moment of the heat. He's coming from behind. Jack Taro's out in front, but you got to be expecting to get waves in the high good range to make it through these heats. This is the elimination round. It's make or break, and I don't doubt that he's got it in him.
Good signs, though, for the Portuguese surfer, and I think some of the goofy footers today, Joe Marie, Kevin Scavana, really stood out to me, but Antonio, let's chuck his name in that list as well, because his nose riding, his power carves, they're looking good. If he can just get that open face, we're going to be game on right now. And Jack, he's just going to be working frantically. Those trials, they come really quick, and you work really hard. You surf 4 or 5 times in the one day down at Torquay Point, and then to get the call up yesterday afternoon, he probably had a sleepless night.
Yeah, I don't know. He's young and fit and hungry. He'd be probably fitter than most people on tour, this young fella. But Dantes, I'd love to see a snapshot of one of those moments of nose riding down on that bigger windy wave. A classic moment for this Bells event. Didn't really come to fruition in the scoreline, but great surfing nonetheless. Let's see him get an opportunity here. 7.5 minutes remaining.
That wind starting to blow from the left to the right of screen, maybe a tiny little bit north coming into it. Doesn't look like it's affecting the surface conditions too much, but the surfs are getting held up the face a little bit. You can see it the way that these guys have been hanging 10 to get down the face. When it does get a little bit of that north and the swell gets a bit bigger, it's a tricky wave, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really tricky. It's tricky at the best of times. And that's what all good waves are, I would say. Nothing's easy. I've heard a couple of competitors come in and say, it's harder than it looks, but nobody said it looks easy, but it is pumping out there. And if you're able to go out, make the most of it, use the wind to your advantage, you're going to be putting on a display that you don't often have the opportunity to do. And this is the top of the line. This is the WSL World Longboard Tour Stop 2 this year, 2025.
If you're just tuning in, we have 2022 World Longboard champ Harrison Rhodes joining us in the booth, and it's a pleasure to have him here this week. And just to call these phenomenal waves, that's something that, I mean, there has been a World Longboard Tour consecutively for decades, but not with the quality and the coverage that it's receiving in the last 5 years.
No, big push here from the WSL, huge amount of support going to this great sport, which is surfing, and this great part of it, which is longboarding. And we've been seeing some great surfing here today. So exciting. Stand out for me so far. Carniella Stewart getting the wave from Rincon, paddling back out, getting one on the bowl. It's interesting. The tide's pretty low now, but it's that perfect size.
Yeah, it's for longboarding. We're seeing some classic longboarding, and we've seen Tyro and Dantes with some phenomenal waves. We had 2 6s for both of them side by side. So this is Jack on the left of screen, Antonio on the right, Harry.
Yeah, interesting. You see Jack's got the nod in the scoreline, 6.6, almost 5.3 above Dantes, and I think it comes down to that initial nose ride. Jack just locking in for longer and more critical part of the wave. As the inside goes, bit of downtime for both surfers, some little moments, great nose ride there again. But as we get through the inside, Dantes backs it up as well with another nose ride and a turn to finish. Very similar waves here. Hard work for the judges, but I tend to agree with them. That nose ride out the back from Jack, just giving him a little bit of an upper hand. But look, it's a close one, this one. We're down under the 5-minute mark, and now it's getting to the business end of the heat, Jono.
Yeah, good split there. I love that camera angle, and only needing a 5.97. But to give him some solace knowing he already had a 6.07, so he knows exactly what it takes. He's riding a Luffy shape there. Saw Jean-Marie in the previous heat. These boards really hold their speed throughout the wave, very stable. They allow for, I call it performance single fin surfing.
Yeah, it's great to watch. Luffy's on a good program with his team riders here. Just a bit of a fumble there from Jack. But yeah, I don't know if that wave could have gone above his 5.43. It was a pretty good one, that 5.43. So he's just keeping busy under priority, trying to improve his scoreline. But yeah, a bit of a bobble here. We've got the Stonewood slow-mo, Chono.
Yep, fading into this. Knock kneed, goes up to the nose, gets the 10, pushes down. His eyes forward. Everything at this point is going fantastic. And here goes to set the rail. That little boil that allowed him to nose ride fattened out a little bit. The wave just kind of shouldered a little bit, and it wasn't as steep as he anticipated, and he caught a rail. Really unfortunate.
It's a good old Barry bog rail, that one. But yeah, Jack, he's in the lead. It's getting down to a pretty pressure cooker situation here for Dantes. 3.5 minutes remaining. I want to see another set. I want to see both surfers get another opportunity here, because the waves are cooking. The boys are surfing really well. It's looking kind of quiet at the moment. This would be working to Jack's advantage. Have you ever had one of those heats, Chono, where you're sitting out there in the lead, counting it down? It just feels like it's going on forever.
Yep, last week in Malibu, 15-minute heats, and I had a 7.5 to start, and you're just watching these knee-high waves come. You're like, all right, it's going to be a backup. It's going to be a backup. I got a backup. I hit the rock and didn't get the backup. But don't worry, Cole Robbins didn't get a wave.
Oh, wow.
15-minute heats, but hey, 30 minutes with the WSL. We still might see another set, although it is looking quite flat as we have a look at our Victoria flight cam panning over the lineup here at Bells Beach. The next two heats we'll have coming up, the women's, Rachel Tilley and Sakura Nui. It's going to be interesting to see where they choose to surf. They're going to sit in the bowl in the lower tide or paddle up to Rincon at the moment. Which one would you be choosing?
Yeah, it's a really tough decision, isn't it? The size, as this swell is slowly decreasing throughout the day, we've actually had a lot more surf than we were expecting. It's really lending itself to the Rincon point. Rincon loves it when it's this mid-sized swell. Going onto the bowl, I think you can, if you time it well, you can get a huge score out there, but it is risky. So at the moment, I think it's a bit more of a sure thing on Rincon. We've been seeing great scores there all day, but yeah, if you can luck into one of those Bells bowls, you might be making a statement.
Absolutely. I think that's great advice from our former world champion, who's here in the commentary booth with us. We'll also have Josh Constable, 2006 world champ, Sam Bleakley, and Berlin, Kimball, Alvarez, a great commentary team. And look at the lower tide. You can see the reef, which we surf over and finish on top of on the higher tide, really exposed, but hanging in there for the longboards. Stop 2 of the World Longboard Tour up next. We'll have the Abu Dhabi contest finishing in November over in El Salvador, which is somewhere that you would have loved to have finaled in, I'm sure.
Yeah, what a fantastic wave. Lends itself to those long rails and longboards. But look how groomed it is out here today. There's not a lot of surf coming through right now, but it is just perfect conditions for longboarding. The boys are making a move. Antonio's kind of following Jack. Not a lot of set waves on the horizon. You tend to be able to see them with this offshore.
Yeah.
They stand out, those corduroy lines. It's nothing better than turning left on that road and coming down the hill towards the ocean here at Bells and seeing groomed lines to the horizon. But there's something popping up here, Chono.
30 seconds remaining. This could be the last effort. Here he goes. Antonio Dantes. Could this be the upset wave? He's only caught 4 in this heat. It's a runner at Rincon. His body language is not positive, but he's got a cool approach into this one. Holding the hang 5.
Yeah, let's call that body language the cool, calm, casual style, because he's hanging 5 and hanging 10 and milking this through.
Oh, steering on the nose. Very technical nose riding. Pokes the nose. And he needed to pull something out because that wave was really small, which is why he looked at it and his facial expression wasn't expressive, but he needed to pull something out. He knows it. Unfortunately, an informed surfer showing some great signs. We lose. He'll leave with a 17th place finish, but some great signs, but it's not going to be enough, Harry.
Yeah, look, it's this is tough. This is the world's best surfing at the best of their capability. He's pushing it on this tiny little wave, and he's making it work. He's asking the question. He needed a 6-point something. I don't know. It was going to be tough on this wave forever, but look at this.
Yeah.
Turning on the nose. Something really unique there, but he might have surprised himself that he actually pulled it off.
I think so. Because if he walks back from that, connects it with a nice finish, I reckon that's close to the score.
He's asking the question at a minimum, and that is great surfing and great competitive approach from the Portuguese surfer. Luffy would be proud at home. Luffy, great boards under this guy's feet. Perhaps a shame we haven't gotten to see him surf a little bit more, but who we are going to get to see more is the young rookie, the wild card from New Zealand, Jack Tyro.
Unreal surfing there from Jack. He retains the lead and takes the win. We'll see him coming up in the round of 16. But stay tuned, the women's elimination round, Heat 1, coming up next.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome to our Hydrolite Heat to watch as we see Rachel Tilley taking on Sakura Inui, of course. Rachel, now a 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion in 2015 and last year in 2024, the youngest back in 2015, and she finds herself in the elimination round surfing against the Japanese rider who got second in the trials at Torquay Point 2 days ago, Sakura Inui. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks for tuning in to day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. My name's Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth again by 2006 World Longboard Champion JC, Josh Constable. Good energy on the sand. Jack Tyro takes the win in the last men's heat. You got to talk to his dad.
Yeah, I did. That was really cool. Steve and I grew up together on competing together, and very cool to see his son put on a performance like that. Obviously, it shows he deserves to be here. Great surfing, making it through that heat. What a cool opportunity for him. Just got the call up last night, so would have had a bit of a restless night's sleep, but put on a great performance. Really cool to see. It's heating up outside. It's really heating up in the water, and this is a great heat. I'm super excited to watch this one.
Absolutely, our Hydrolite Heat to watch as we can see Rachel Tilley on the replay. Bowly, steep, fast, but presses a Jack Sakura out back. Talk about the difference now between the decision to surf Rincon or to surf Bells Bowl. Yeah, it's interesting. When you're on the beach low and watching it, you can really see that it's lower tide. There are some Bells Bowl waves. This is a nice reform right here she's linked this through. This might have been her first wave. Came in at a 3-point ride, so she had a little wobble outside, but you can see that the girls have really split. Rachel surfing up there at Rincon, and this is a really nice wave, Sam. Rachel Tilley up to the tip, Soul Arch 5. Nice hold on the nose ride there, tight with the footwork, and then lifts that back arm, and then trademark high in the line. Cuts back, up to the nose, back to the tail, big re-entry. Controls that, bottom turns. Looking good on the Martin shapes. Standing tall, just seeing if there's opportunities for the reform here. Smiling, happy with that ride, kicking out. So she's dropped to 217. She's going to get a really strong score as we see a third ride now for Sakura, walking up to a 5, stretching for that nose ride. Again, out on the shoulder for another nose ride. A little bit out of the pocket there for both of those nose rides, going on rail on her Piccolo board as she cross steps back using a cross step turn, subtle, controlled, and sets herself up again with a high line into a 10. Good lift on that 10, walks cleanly out of that 10, and now sweeping down carve to finish things off. Sam. Ooh, good exchange. Two good surfers. That was a really good exchange. That was super cool. I was thinking as I was watching this, Sakura, young surfer, getting the opportunity. Rachel Tilley was about this age when she won her first world title, so it's pretty crazy to think that Rachel was in this position, went on to win a world title, then backs it up last year with a world title. It's really cool, and here she is, live action. Yep, of course, defeated Crystal Ziggers and got that amazing world title age 15 and way back in 2015, and backed it up last year in 2024. Rachel Tilley now on a really significant wave once again, waiting for that big score to come through after our opening ride as she just walks this cross steps, gets another high line, arcs it, locks a 5, quick touch of the 10, a little salute as she often does, a little celebration of the joy of longboarding. She kicks out on the inside. She's going to drop a score. 23 minutes remaining, 30-minute heats. Top 2 surfers moving into that round of 16. This is that first elimination round. Neither of these surfers will want to walk away with a 17th. They move into that round of 16. They're guaranteed a 9th or better, but it's fifths and higher that the surfers are really searching for, Josh, because only the top 8 will qualify for the winner-takes-all World Title showdown in El Salvador. And somebody who has had a good run today, they got the call up because Jefferson Silva from Brazil didn't make it. Jack Tyro from New Zealand is taking the win. Congratulations, Jack, you're on the glass.
Congratulations, Jack. Everyone is so excited for you. This morning, you were still quite nervous. You didn't really know if it was official or not. We went and pulled Will out for you. How are you feeling last night and this morning getting into it?
Last night, I kind of just accepted how it was, and yeah, had a good trials, but yeah, obviously didn't perform as well in the finals. So yeah, it was a bit gutted about that. And then hearing the news this morning, I didn't know what to think. I was like, oh yeah, oh no, I was like sick. So a whole brain full of emotions, but no, it was, yeah, I'm super stoked to be here.
So the surf's firing right now, as you just described it to me. You got some great scores, amazing nose rides, nice tight pocket surfing. Your board, your KO's looking so good under your feet. What's it like to be able to surf conditions like this, coming into it last minute?
So fun. I got to surf Bells a few times the last few days, and it's been incredible. Torquay's been kind of like 2 foot, pretty small, so it's nice to finally get some bigger surf. And I'm riding the Keo Futura, and it's a lot heavier of a board, so when it's like windy like this and a bit bigger, it feels so great. So yeah, it's nice to try in some bigger stuff.
All right, well, congratulations. Look forward to seeing you surf in the next round. And we're going to throw it back up to the boys, and look forward to watching you rip.
All good. Thanks heaps.
Back up to you, boys.
Great stuff. Thanks, Berlin, and congratulations, Jack Tyro. And also, let's have a little shout out, though, to Antonio Dantas. I mean, what a talent. We've lost him early in the event. We can look forward to seeing more of him as we appreciate the replay of our reigning world champion, Rachel Tilley.
A little out on the shoulder, and judges will take note of that, but a nice finishing floater here. This was a nice little one to get her going. This came in at the 4.83, Sam, but we can see that last wave of Sakura is coming in at 5.5 that she got over in Bell's Bowl, and it gave her that nice opportunity for some nice nose rides, and here's a replay of it here. So nice 5. This one's driving through the section, back up again, waiting for it to stand up. Nice nose ride there. So really good wave. We saw this cut back to the pocket. So surfing quite well. She's young, but looking quite matured and a nice approach.
And JC, this is the moment where she lines up for the best nose ride of the ride.
Yeah, totally. Nice 10 through the pocket. It is on the inside section. Judges love to see that surfing on the outside.
Sure.
But again, you have to surf the whole wave and you have to complete it. So that was a really nice ride. And here's Rachel on a bit bigger wave.
So this was the 3rd wave of Rachel, waiting for the score. Where do you think this will fall relative to the 4.83 she dropped for ride number 2?
Yeah, you can see just the difference. Little stronger turn, bit more putting that board on rail. Great nose ride. It was a bigger wave. This is maybe the biggest wave we've seen come through so far. So this is going to be a great wave for Rachel. And just like you said, nice and calm and composed right there, and really nice score.
Yeah, I love the Joyce Hoffman maneuvers that we see from Rachel, her trademark style. It comes in at a 5.03, so it's a stronger score than that 4.83. So she's out there in first. That 5.5 is the highest score of the heat so far. That's for Sakura Inui from Japan. She now just needs a 4.36. You'd imagine that both surfers will be wanting to improve on carrying scores in the 5-point range as we go into the 4th ride for Blue from Japan. Sakura, what happened there, Josh?
Wow, unfortunate. Looking like a nice wave, but there's the family there. They must be so proud. They're a cool little family unit, and all cheering and just bringing good energy around the event. So it's good to have them here, and what an opportunity for Sakura to be in the event. Surfed against her sister yesterday in round 1. Both unfortunately getting bumped back into this elimination round. So we'll see her sister up later in the day.
Yeah, but Taka did get through round 1, and he was riding a Ian Chisholm board, the low pro slasher model, and he looked really good on that board. He was moving fast, he was covering ground, and I like the way it just added a little bit more refinement to his style.
Yeah, definitely smoothed him out. It was great to see. He came firing back just at the end of the heat, but you can see the energy. The focus, isn't it?
Yeah, Taka feeling the beans, bring the juice, the Inui family. And then the notes from Mama Anui there. She has a Bible, a notebook that goes through every single event, as we can now see live action on the inside. Rachel Tilley, what about this wall ahead, Josh?
Yeah, really nice waves. So the women are moving around in the lineup. They're sort of catching a couple at Rincon, then moving to the bowl, and just trying to find that. It's in between tides right now, so there's no defined takeoff spot. So they're just trying to pick the right wave in the area that they are at the time. But that's a nice wave for Rachel. So we'll see what it was like at the start. And good length of ride, rode it all the way in. So hopefully she got a nice start to that one.
Yeah, I have noticed that the whole Anui family are particular fans of bonsai, often drinking at bonsai. So that's good to see, as we can see the replay of Tilley in the 5 here, Josh, into the 10.
Yeah, really nice nose ride there, hanging on the nose, coming up to this section, and that board, it's got such nice acceleration out of the bottom turns and getting around this one. So this is going to be a nice wave for Rachel. Really nice surfing. It's the surfing we know that she can do. She'd be surprised that she's in this elimination round, and a lot of her competitors wouldn't have expected this too. So she'll be excited just to put on a performance and try and get through this heat. But she's got to inform Sakura.
Yeah, and she comes off the back of having worked as an announcer at the ISA World Surfing Games in El Salvador. So Rachel, you know, mixing the competitive side of her career with the media side, you know, proving to have success in both worlds. And of course she's been not only an ISA World Longboard Champion this year, but last year the WSL World Longboard Champion. And it was a really important moment for Rachel to get that second world title, because it really solidified that opening title when she was age 15, and I know she deserved that. She'll be going for a third this year, but in the meantime, let's see if she's going to take the win. And stay with us, because we're going to have a bonsai brew break. Well, Rachel Tilley is our defending World Longboard Champion. She took the win in El Salvador. She kicked off the season with a 5th in Bells and got a 1st at the US Open in Huntington, a 5th in Abu Dhabi, and it all came down to that one-day winner-takes-all event in El Salvador, and she was absolutely on fire at Surf City El Sunzal, which very much is like a warm water Bells in the way that that wave has power and juice and open faces to require big carving rail turns, as she got chaired up the beach with her mum in support, thrown there into the pool and winning her 2nd World Longboard title, and deservedly so, Josh Constable. It was a real special moment for Rachel, and she wants to get that 3rd title this year as well.
Yeah, it puts a smile on your face, doesn't it, Sam, watching that? And it's we're here at Bells Beach, but we don't want to jump ahead too early, but what an exciting time we're going to have back at El Salvador this year and crowning another champion. And yeah, Rachel's surfing is as good as ever. She's going to be wanting to go back to back, and but she needs to get through this heat. She's putting on a good performance right now, but Sakura Nua with that 5.5. It's still the top score in this heat. So she's just out there waiting. She needs to back it up. She only needs a 4.8. So she's pushing the champ right now.
And while we have the Victoria flight cam there, you know, you really appreciate the quality of the waves up and down the coast. Now into the replay, appreciating this person who's got to know this wave very well over the last 3 years.
Yeah, that was a great fade bottom turn into a beautiful nose ride. And then it's just getting a little sleepy here. This is what happens at the Bells Bowl, but we've got these beautiful longboards that we can get the flow and glide through these sections. A little bit of footwork, great carve there, digging in a little bit as well, Sam, didn't she? So that was cool to see.
And Josh, the thing about Rachel is she likes to have a lot of rocker on her Josh Martin boards. It looks like we got a piccolo under the feet here of Sakura. Of course, Taka often on a piccolo. Talk about the difference in the rocker templates between both of these boards and how that'll affect the way they're moving and the maneuvers that can be done on it.
Yeah, definitely you see this one's a little flatter. It's got nice run, but in saying that, Rachel's has a lot more curve, but it's still got a beautiful trim to it. But when she jams on the tail, it's a little more aggressive, a little faster, a little spicier. So that's a great wave there for Sakura. A little wobbly, little unsteady on the nose on that outside section. It is blowy and it is fast out there. She did really well, but I think Rachel's going to get the jump on that last exchange from what we saw. That fade bottom turn into that beautiful soul arch nose ride, and then finished off really strong, Sam.
Yep, JC, you said it, you're right, a 7. So adding to that 5.27, a strong score now, that heat total of 12.27. Sakura chasing a 6.65. And what we see from the Josh Martin boards under the feet of Rachel, she likes rocker, but Josh also likes to really focus on the spring in the stringer. He often calls his stringers springers. You know, talk about the stringer and what role that has in the performance of a longboard, Josh.
Yeah, well, it's definitely giving her some spring today, and that's one of Rachel's strong points is when she steps back on that tail, the acceleration and the spring out of her turns, and it is impressive, and we saw that in the clip from El Salvador.
Yep.
Fantastic, and we're seeing it today, and it's maybe the difference between the two surfers. They're both nose riding great, but that little more spring, a little bit more power. But this slow-mo from Stone and Wood is unreal. But check this bottom turn, accelerating out of it, beautiful 4 steps to the nose, and then getting this soul arch. Unreal, bigger wave, larger, taller. It's very impressive. And then here it is, Sam, swooping back to the pocket. Look at the spray coming off that one. And then here, this is where we talk about sometimes a bit more curvier board will push a little bit of water, but she's having no problems linking these ones up and getting all the way onto the inside.
Yeah, and it was great to see you had Natalia Wonderlich watching from shore there, riding her Lost Not Found board. So she's going to be coming up next, surfing against Afili Akuen, who's on her Ross concept boards for this event, as we get to still appreciate this big score that Rachel drops. Comes in at a 7. Big separation from that 5.27. What do you think gave that the edge and took that closer to the excellent range?
Yeah, I think it's the size of the wave, the beautiful setup on the outside in the most impressive part, but then also closing with that big power gouge.
Yep.
She definitely dug in a little bit more, threw a little spray, and just finished it off nice and clean, and the judges like that.
9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Corduroy on the horizon. Waves coming through. Advice for positioning when a little set comes through like this. When you do have this low tide, you can swing over to the bowl, but due to this smaller swell, it's still breaking well at Rincon.
Yeah, it is. It's that in between right now, but this looks like a bigger set. And we see Sakura moving. She's looking back to the beach, trying to get a little line up here, but this looks like a good size set, Sam. Let's there's some decisions here.
This looks like an absolute gem of a wave. Chasing a 6.65. Sakura up and riding. Her brother and sister and mum on the beach watching. Up to the tip, stretching on a 5. Walks out, widens the stance, cuts back, and then just readjusts her foot onto the toe edge to get control. So quite squat and low in these opening maneuvers. A little bit out on the shoulder on that nose ride. Now just finding herself needing to kind of really work it. Just a little rock and roll on those rails from the front third. I like the wave shape and I like the finishing touch, but I just felt like it needed to be a little bit more in the pocket to really go big on the score.
Yeah, it was a beautiful wave, and she surfed it really well. And we've got to remember, Sakura, she's young. You know, she's still finding her feet. She's improving every contest we see her at. Her surfing's looking great, but the difference in the class between Sakura and Rachel at the moment, we can see that. Rachel had a sort of a larger wave, her last wave, the 7-point ride, and got to the nose and did that standing tall, nice soul arch. Just swinging the board around here, Sam. It's shallow on the inside. She's protecting the fin there.
Smart decision, yeah. Recognizing it's just boiling up on that rock, like you said, keeping that fin out. Great thing to do. Sometimes even in those situations, if the waves are smaller, you might even put the board upside down if there's not too much rocker. But that's exactly a great technique when you've got a bit of a shallow boil over rocks and you don't want to scratch that fin.
Yeah, we can see that. So it's going to be interesting to see where this score goes, because it was probably the biggest wave we've seen. She did a great nose ride, but like you said, she was sitting down, squatting a little bit.
Yeah.
Rachel stood tall with a bit of a soul arch, which shows to the judges that she had full control and she knew exactly what she was doing.
I agree. I'd just like to see her owning that pocket a little bit more, you know, really kind of demonstrating that she can take it to the most critical section. Let's have a little analysis. Talk about the positioning of this nose ride. How much deeper could she have been?
Yeah, she could be a little deeper. It is a big wave, so it's hard to get really deep, but nice turn there again, but just looks like she's holding on through that turn. She's compressing and getting low, but just still trying to hold on, fighting here. This one's a little bit in the dead section waiting, but nice nose ride again. And there's commitment there. She's holding on. I would love to see, rather than a carve down, I'd love to see her come off the bottom and maybe roller coaster and hit the lip on that one, but here it is from above, Sam. This is a cool angle.
Yeah, and it comes in at a 6, so I just feel as if you go like half a yard back, half a meter back, and you're in that pocket, you're already starting to look like you could have got a 7. But I did like this rail work, but things like you analysed here, Josh, got a little bit tricky here when she just had to really work this section here. There wasn't that continuous forward momentum and flow. It's a strong score, but she needed something in the 7 range to really match Rachel. She gets a score that goes into her top 2, but she's still chasing a 6.28.
Yeah, and you can see when she finished up there, that big carve out of the lip, you can see the rocks and the boils on that inside, and that's why she had to flip her board around and protect that fin paddling back out. But that's a really good wave under pressure. She's up against the current world champion. She's not backing down. She's putting complete rides together, so it's really impressive. It's great to watch, but we can see the differences in the two surfers. 5 minutes to go. She's got herself back in the heat though, Sam. A 6.28. You think about it, you're saying if she gets back in the pocket a little bit, it's a little more impressive. She might be able to stand tall because the wave might be pushing down the tail, giving a little bit of levitation, and then all of a sudden a 6.28, she just got a 6, so she only needs a little bit more, one more carve or a little hang 10 or a little wiggle, and it might go there. So Rachel's in a great spot here with priority, but I don't think she's comfortable, sitting there comfortable, you know. She still knows she's got to get another score and put on a good performance.
Absolutely. We've got some big heats to look forward to. Natalia Wonderlich surfing against Ophelia Quen coming up next. We've got Elise Lemoine and Cash Hoover. We've got Ginger Kaimi, Kira Molnar. We've got Natsumi Teoka and B. Conroy. We've got Mason Schremer, Luana Suarez. We've got Malia Iliagan and Emily Lethbridge. That's going to be a fantastic heat. And then closing out heat number 8, we've got the sister of Sakura, Kaede Nui, surfing against Sive Girard. Sive also riding the Ian Chisholm board. So there's a lot to look forward to. It's a joy to have your company, but definitely stay tuned as we continue through into the afternoon. We're sitting now on the low tide. How do you think this rising tide will affect conditions as we move into the afternoon, Josh?
Yeah, we're going to have a great afternoon. We've got a slight decline in the swell, but the wind is swinging. Well, it is now direct offshore, so it's going to be nice and clean. Tide's going to come in. We're going to move back to Rincon. We're going to have some great waves. It's going to be an awesome afternoon of surfing. And then I think the free surf this afternoon, it's going down. The commentators' heat.
We had one yesterday, Josh. Who's in the lead? You, me, Harry, or Chono, or Berlin? But Berlin didn't go in yesterday.
No, she got a walkthrough.
Okay.
So she's ready for this afternoon.
Harry had some good waves last night.
Harry did.
But
Harry
you did as well.
Yeah, we all got some great waves. We'll give that one to Harry, but this afternoon it's going to be on. But yeah, the Commentators Cup, we're excited. It's great, but more action coming in this heat. I want to see one more set wave. This is super cool, this heat, and really looking forward to seeing what happens in these closing minutes, Sam.
Yeah, chasing a 6.28 Sakura Inui, Rachel Tilley with priority. She's able to kind of close things down here if she can keep that priority, and there's not more than a 2-wave set.
This is the Hydrolite highlight heat of the day. But man, this round, it's almost all of these heats are that, and it's hard to pick a favourite. This one, having Rachel Tilley, current world champion, it's unbelievable. Some of these ones later, young Cash up against Alice. They had a heat together at Huntington Beach, so there's a bit of Cash going for a bit of redemption. We've got Emily and Malia.
That's going to be a good one.
That is a crazy
Emily's
one too.
Super unlucky in round one. Had an interference. She couldn't in the morning light. She was a bit blinded to look back. She didn't know she was out of priority. She couldn't see, so she thought she was in first priority, and she ended up turning the heat around because she was in first position. She slipped down to third. Yeah,
it's really tough. So this is going to be a great round. It's go time. You're either through or you're going home. You don't want to come all the way to Bells Beach. We've got a great forecast. Taylor Jensen mentioned it yesterday. He just wants to make heats because he wants to be around for the weekend. But here we go. Rachel letting her take this wave under priority.
6.28 required, a speedy section. She runs to the 5, takes a full. So smart from Rachel. She sold her on that one. Sakura, of course, needed to give it a go, but you could recognize that Rachel knew that that section was going to be hard to make, as we see the Victoria flight cam as we wait for that score to come through. It's not going to be significant, but of course we have got significantly good longboard conditions. It's been absolutely fantastic. Yesterday was good, but that wind started to play with it in the afternoon, but a much more favorable wind through today. Yeah, and we were just talking before, we've got the tide coming in now, so we're going to see all this reef and boils that we're seeing here in the Victoria flight cam. It's low tide right now. Tide's going to fill in. We can see just in the bottom left of the screen there, that's going to become the takeoff zone later this afternoon. We can see our athletes right in the middle over there. They're sitting on the Bells Bowl right now, but this is pretty cool. This has been a great heat, but I'm looking forward to this afternoon. And with 30 seconds remaining, if you're not going to surf at Bells or Winky Pop, 3 more spots to surf in the area as a longboarder that you like to ride. Yeah, obviously Torquay Point's a great wave. We've got some waves down the coast. We've got Lawn Point, fantastic. Great Ocean Road, it's a beautiful drive. And Point in Possos, just up the road, is fantastic too. So there's so many waves here, Sam. These are the highlight waves, but there's great waves. And if you haven't visited the area, get on a plane, get in the car, get down here, because it is fantastic. Well, there it is. The heat is out. Rachel Tilley books herself a spot in the round of 16. Congratulations, Sakura Inui. A great showing. Gets a 17th off the back of getting second in the trials at Torquay Point 3 days ago. And, of course, it was Cash Hoover who took the win in the trials. And she's surfing in Heat 3 against Elise Lemoine and Rachel with a 7 and a 5.27. She's going to be smiling, Josh. Yeah, that's a great result for Rachel. She needed to get through that one, and the Hydrolite heat of the day, very cool. World champ, on to the next round, and looking forward to the rest of the heats. We've got Natalia Wonderlich and Afili Akuen coming up next. Stay with us, we'll be right back. That incredible Great Ocean Road stretching southeast along the coast between Torquay and Allensford, built by returned soldiers between 1919 and 1932 and dedicated to those soldiers killed in World War I, and marking one of the world's most incredible landscapes and coastlines. And of course, beyond the 12 Apostles, you've got the Grotto, the Arch, London Bridge, and of course so many fantastic world-class waves, including Juruk. And of course, this is one of the spiritual homes of Australian surfing, as you get to see Winky Pop and those good right-handers spanning through. And right now on this low tide around midday, we've got the surfers making that decision as to whether they'll stay on the Rincon side because we've got a smaller swell, or shift across towards the Bell's Bowl as Natalia Wonderlick comes up against a Philly Acuen. Natalia from Hawaii, ranked number 6, against a Philly born and raised in Reunion, representing France. And it's the goofy footer kicking things off. Natalia gets a 5, rolls that 5 on a high line into a 10, walks out. Hurley rider as she steps back to the tail and then just eyes up the chance to increase her trim speed with a touch of the tip on the nose, walking back to the tail. Good style as that wave just starts to fade, and she'll leave the Philly out back waiting to get her first ride. Thanks again for staying with us and for tuning in. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth with our 206 world champion Josh Constable. At least 10 Australian titles to your name now, Josh, talking open categories, and one of those of course won down here at Bells. Maybe 2 of those won down here at Bells.
Yeah, I won back here in 2004. It was a fantastic day, similar conditions to this, a little bigger. We'll surf in the bowl, but yeah, I remember that final real fondly. It was a really good day and stoked to get the win. But look at this footwork and nose ride right here. This is her opening wave. Just closed out a little bit, but letting that board run and waiting for a reform that just didn't eventuate. But this one here, Sam, this was really nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, she's got such a great style, and just look at the control and the commitment to the nose rides.
Yeah, and it's great to see. Natalia was here last year, and we've seen an improvement in her surfing since last year, and it's great to see these young girls go away year after year and keep improving their surfing, coming back bigger, stronger, really understanding the lineups, and she's going to be one to watch over the next few years. It's exciting to see.
I know Affiliate was excited about this heat. She was disappointed with her performance in round 1. I was impressed. I loved the way she surfed. She came up against Gleese Kelly-Opaha from Hawaii and Ginger Kaimi, representing Italy, born and raised in the Canary Islands. But Philly surfed very well, but she came out a little frustrated, but she was looking really positive today. She's got a fresh quiver of Ross Concept boards. They're looking fast. She's a graduate of physiotherapy. She recovered from knee surgery last year, came back in style. She has a dog called Kayla, who has an Instagram account that you can follow, which I find really interesting as she gets up and riding now on this beautiful wall. Touches a 5 and grabs that rail. She's just going to lean back and stand up again here as she keeps that board trimming. She eyes up the opportunity for the reform. A little redirect here, standing tall, as she just sets herself up again with a bottom turn, 2 steps forward, and there it is, an opportunity for some more clean face. As she gets a little bit of a wall ahead. Can she find the 5? There's the touch of the 5 through to the inside and the kick out. So Philly is going to get her campaign underway with a 2.33 and a 3.83 for Natalia, and she's on a beautiful overhead wave with a nice down carve. And I love her style of when she does those turns. What you'll notice is that back arm just kind of comes in behind her. It's a very distinctive posture that Natalia has through her cutbacks.
Yeah, and we can see a little resemblance there of Kiani.
Yep.
Maybe Emily Lethbridge.
Yep.
We're seeing a beautiful, and they surf this, just those turns off the tail are powerful yet beautiful flow and grace.
Looks like midpoint, wide point in the middle of that board. You know, talk about the different places where the wide point can be on a longboard and how that might, in a simple term, affect your kind of turning arc.
Yeah, so the wide point's normally always around the centre, but they can make the board bring that wide point further back on those sort of boards. We see sort of like what a Harrison rides. They really use that sort of rolly rail-to-rail feeling. But yeah, this This board looks really good under her feet, and she's just sitting in a perfect spot, just on the edge of the bowl, giving her these opportunities to get these beautiful nose rides. And then here's this turn we've been talking about.
Nice, great surfing, and that was real good pocket work as well. Out of that nose ride, just you could really see how she was in the pocket all the way through, walked out of it. Nice turn as well, and she's getting the opportunity to go left, right through the inside, and pulls in for a tight nose ride as she arcs back right and kicks out with a cross-step turn. Nice read, good elegance, and I like the composure in a part of the ride at the beginning that was steep and lively. There was such positive attitude about her trust in her high stance, her flexed knees, and the board just trimming quickly.
Yeah, that was a fantastic ride, and I like just to read the wave and know to come back to the left. She got a beautiful cross step, great nose ride. This is going to be a good score. And this was a really nice wave. You can just see the girls are just sitting a little in a different spot. Natalia's a little bit more in the bowl. And this one was taken off a little deeper, a little higher up the point, so it closed out on her, unfortunately. It did reform and link through, and she got some beautiful work done, but the judges want to see it on the open face on the outside. So positioning is going to be key in this heat for both the surfers.
So this coming in at 2.8 for her filly, Josh. So not a massive score, but I think hindered by the fact that she did have to grab the rail through that foamy section. But I love the pocket work here.
Yeah, you can see just surfing on the open face, nice nose ride, big carve here, and then the wave starts to fill up and then reads it well and comes back to the left.
Yeah, rare opportunities to get on the front side, and finds quite a good nose ride on this section.
Yeah, and we saw Chloe Camon yesterday do that and did a beautiful big swooping carve through that section and linked it all the way to the inside. So a filly just needs to pay a little attention to where Natalia is. You can see now, see how much further she is up the top of the screen there. Unfortunately, it's lower tide, so maybe just needs to readjust and come back this way. What do you think?
Well, what I think is we should go down to the glass, because we have got two amazing longboarders. Berlin Alvarez-Kimball is with Rachel Tilley.
All right, here I am with our Hydrolite Heat to Watch winner, Rachel Tilley. Your cat-like approach and absolute ripping heat. Give us a little insight as to coming into today, what it was like for you.
Yeah, well, that was a good heat. She threw me off at first by sitting on the bowl right away, and I went up to Rincon because that's where everyone had been surfing all day, and I'd been seeing great waves surfed up there, and so it was kind of like, oh, all of a sudden we're doing this different strategy, and fortunately I got to start off by, I got a wave out at Rincon that I thought was like a decent one, and then right as I paddled back out, I had the opportunity to catch one at the bowl, and then I just kind of waited at the bowl after that to see which one was going to come out higher. And my one at the bowl came out higher, even though I thought my one at Rincon was better. But that kind of just made it clear, like, okay, the judges are really scoring down here, so I'm also going to stick down here. So it was like a mid-heat strategy change, which I usually never do, but it was obviously the right call. And yeah, I'm relieved to have that. It's not often I find myself in the elimination round, so it's like, whew. Okay, I was a bit stressed.
Well, a good little bit of a reset. Coming off of such a massive year, like you said, going into elimination round, you got the win under your belt now. How are you feeling coming into the round of 16, being back here in Victoria?
Nah, it's great. Right before this, I was in El Salvador working at the ISA World Surfing Games, commentating, and so I literally got here the afternoon before the contest started. So I actually looked at this as a good opportunity to have more water time, more time to figure out the lineup. I felt like I needed that, so it was kind of nice to, I feel better now actually going into tomorrow than I think if I had one yesterday, because now I've had two heats out there to try and, this is a tricky lineup to figure out. So, you know, I've been trying to really study it, and I feel good on my surfing. It's just figuring out which are the right waves to take, and yeah, so I feel like I've built upon my heat yesterday, and that one was better, obviously.
All right, well, we're all looking forward to watching you surf that next round. Best of luck, and we're going to send it back up to you boys in the booth.
Thanks.
Great stuff. Loved hearing that analysis from Rachel and those questions from Berlin, and the fact that she was saying she got a wave at Rincon, she got a wave at the bowl. She felt like her Rincon wave perhaps was stronger, but the score came higher at the bowl, and then she dealt with that, reacted, and worked closely at the bowl, recognizing that's where maybe the bigger scores would come. And that was a really good, detailed insight to her competition mind and how she was willing to be flexible.
You have to be flexible, and that's the mindset of a champion, to be able to change and adapt on the run. Replay here of Natalia's wave, beautiful positioning, great nose right there, hanging on to it. I love the timing, taking her time, waiting for it to step up, and then in that cross step and then placing a foot on the nose. Unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate, but that was unreal. I love that flow, the timing, and really nice perch on that one.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Really great surfing from Natalia. She's got a 5 and a 3.83. A 3.73 is a throwaway, a filly with a 2.8 and a 2.0. And I have to give a big shout out, of course, the WSL acknowledging that we're here on Jurak, on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here today. And we pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders past and present, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today. It really is a special place, an honor to be here. And I love the Bells Bowl. Josh, we saw this unveiled 3 years ago now. Can you believe it's our 3rd year here at Bells? But what a beautiful trophy made of local ironbark.
Yeah, it is a beautiful trophy, and we've been here for 3 years, and hopefully we're here for another 3 years. The surfers love coming here. The world loves seeing longboarding at this location. So fingers crossed we get to have many more years here, Sam, because this is showcasing beautiful longboarding. These conditions today is exactly what the surfers came here for, and we're seeing some red hot surfing, so it's really cool, and we appreciate WSL bringing us here, the Surf Coast Shire, and everyone involved. The surfers are stoked.
Yeah, absolutely. And stay stoked, because we've got the back half of this heat to get through. Will it be Hawaii? Will it be Reunion? We'll find out soon. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Well, you can walk or cycle the incredible 44-kilometer stretch of surf coast between Torquay and Lorne, and of course our fairways along is Jurak, Bells Beach, and it really has been lighting up for day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic as we continue our heat number 2 of the women's round of Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii up against Ophélie Akuen from Reunion representing France, with Ophélie in blue chasing a score of a 6.03. And Natalia in red, the goofy footer out in front with a 5 and a 3.83. I'm Sam Bleakley. Still here with Josh Constable. Josh, Natalia has shone. She's been the standout, but let's not rule out Ophélie. What does Ophélie need to do to really get that 6.03?
We're going to see it hopefully here for her. She's moved across a little bit. She's just been a little deep, but her surfing is really good, and I know she was disappointed on yesterday's performance, and this is looking like a great wave here, Sam.
Fast, speedy.
No.
Wow, unlucky for a filly. You felt like she'd read that line really well, got the 5, walked out, and then just as things got really, really steep, she's unable to continue on that wave. So it's not going to be the 6:03 that she needs, but she was way up at Rincon for that ride.
Yeah, the surfing's really good, Sam. Like the nose ride's great. The board looks good under her feet. The wetsuit colour's matching the colour of a board, which looks great. She's doing everything well. She just needs to position herself on the wave and just surf a little bit more on the shoulder, and she'll get a little bit more open face and make it through this section.
Yeah. And that was a risky 5, you know, it was a stalling maneuver, and that perhaps was as a point on the ride to really be speeding up more.
Yeah, it almost feels like she doesn't want to have priority. And if she doesn't have priority, that will force her to sit a little bit more on the shoulder on the left-hand side of Natalia. And there might be a wave that comes and just gives her a little bit more open face that she can nose ride, make it through the section, and then do a big swoop back and then get some reform. Her waves, she's just been a little bit deep from what we can see here on the screen, and the waves are closing out on her because she's surfing well enough. But here we go, this might be an opportunity here. Set's coming.
Thinking of really good surfers from Australia here in modern times, Chelsea Williams, what was her approach at Bells, surfing on the backhand as we see another backhander up and riding?
Yeah, her approach was charge, big waves, big nose rides and massive turns, just like what we're seeing right here from Natalia. That was a nice wave.
And she's also got that nice upright style, hasn't she, Natalia, where she has that flex in the knees and the hips, a bit like we see from Kai Ellis-Flint, where he also does a lot of that work in the lower body, keeping that upper body very composed. That's going to be a good score for Natalia, may replace her 3.83. Now a filly moving through to the inside into a 5. Walks out of that nose ride, and now she's really back in business. 11 minutes remaining. She's going to paddle out quick as possible. She's got a 2.6 to replace. She's chasing a 6:03, but just improving on those scores may well reduce that requirement. But Natalia could replace her backup 3.83 on that last ride.
I don't feel like a Feely's going to get it in that on the one wave at the moment. She needs to try and break it down. Even if this one comes in at a 4, it'll help her cause a little bit. Here we are. We can see it a little bit more open face. 5, driving through the pocket.
Nice.
Let's see how she's not caught behind, and beautiful swooping turn back to the pocket. So positioning herself in the lineup. She's got 2 great moves on the outside, linking this one through, just nice and patient. Great footwork here. Nice nose ride. So this is much better. This will come in at probably her best wave if she can get up into that 4-point range. But this is really impressive because it's a big wave. Great turn right there. So this is a little taller, larger wave than what we saw from a filly. So it's going to be interesting to see where this score goes, Sam.
Yeah, I really love the rail work that we're seeing from Natalia, and it was a difficult nose ride to hang on to. What's been quite exciting about her nose riding today is that she's not been doing it too high in the lip. She's taken the risk and, down in the middle of the wave, right there in the pocket. It's a hard place to nose ride.
Yeah, she's doing really well. I was fortunate enough to have a family holiday to California a couple of weeks ago and surfed Malibu a bunch.
Yep.
And I saw Natalia surfing out there.
Nice.
And her surfing was really good, and you could see she was working hard. She was training hard on the right-handers to get a feel and get an understanding and really hone her skills for Bells Beach. So it's really cool to see.
And if she does get into the top 5 as top 8 as well, to go for that world title at Surf City El Salvador on those rights at El Sunzal, there's a similar kind of pacing to the way El Sunzal breaks compared to the Bells Bowl. Rincon a little bit different, but there's definitely a lot of similar qualities, and both of these waves share that need for engaging the rail, but really making sure that the nose riding happens in the pocket. Easy to get out on the shoulder and do those safe nose rides. Way harder to get those critical lifting nose rides in the pocket.
And if you get those, that's what the judges love, and you can see the scores. You can see that across this morning with the men's.
Yep.
The men that nose rode in the pocket, got that levitation, got the speed down the line. Even thinking of a Cole and Tony's heat, Cole got some of those beautiful nose rides, and the board lifting and levitating and going fast down the line and receiving great high scores.
Yeah, and good energy as well from Cole. He looks happy to be here. We spent a good bit of time with him after that heat, and he was buzzing and he was enjoying himself, and the scores are dropping, and it's a 4.6 for Philly. She's back in the mix. She now is chasing a 5.27, a 4.87 for that last ride from Natalia. So it does replace her back up to previous of a 3.83. She adds that to the 5. She's out there in the lead, but not by much. 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. What will be the strategy now for a filly? Out of priority, but chasing a mid-5.
Yeah, I'm looking at this now. She's paddled right back up to the top of the point, kind of close to Rincon, but not at Rincon because it's further up to the right of our screen. But she got her best scoring wave over here on the left where Natalia is.
Yep.
She's got 3 waves prior to that in the position where she is now, and it's closed down on her. So you'd love for her to think, okay, I got a 4.6. I was sitting right in the middle of the Bell's Bowl. It gave me opportunity and open face. So I would love, even though she doesn't have priority, I'd love for her to come back, force Natalia into taking a wave in the bowl, retaining priority, and then sitting there and just waiting for one of those open face waves. So for me, if I was coaching her on the beach, I would be trying to get her back to the bowl and getting one of these open face waves.
And the interesting thing, because she's out of priority, if she does get a wave and Natalia stays in her position, Natalia can take that wave off her to use her priority.
Totally. And if Natalia wanted to play the game right now, she could go hard and go right up there to where a filly is and sit up there and just hold position up there in case one does open up there, but keep letting a filly take waves up there that are closeouts. But I'd go and put some pressure on her and sit close to her for sure.
Yeah. So 6 minutes remaining. Scores in for our surfers from Hawaii and France. A 5 and a 4.87 are the top 2 rides for Natalia. The goofy footer and a 2.8 and a 4.6. The top 2 scores for our regular footer. A filly, Acuen from Reunion, representing France. Natalia riding her Lost Not Found boards, and the Ross concept boards under the feet of a filly. And we've got Alice Lemoine coming up next, riding her Luffy boards. She's going to be surfing in an exciting heat against Cash Hoover. Cash, of course, won the trials event at Torquay Point that opened up the option for 2 surfers to qualify for the World Longboard Tour contest here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, the 3rd year in a row we've been here at Bells, and we've been here at slightly different dates each year around the winter period. The first year we were here kind of more middle. Last year we were here kind of like in the colder period of the winter. Now we're just more into spring, a little bit warmer weather. Sea's still quite cold. Most surfers wearing either a 5.4 or a 4.3. Some surfers opting for boots and gloves as well.
Yeah, and you've seen me out there each afternoon, boots, gloves and a hood. It's cold for us coming from Noosa, but it's refreshing. It's not as cold. Like you said, we're here in September, October time right now, and last year we were here in June, July, and it was a lot cooler. It was a lot fresher. We got beautiful weather today, this nice offshore breeze. Here we go. A filly having a look up the top and holding back. It looked like Natalia turned for that one as well, having a look.
So it'll be interesting to see if there is going to be a change in priority. Did Natalia make a move? A filly now just paddling back slightly towards the bowl. Natalia having a look to see if priority has changed. It still seems to be with her. So maybe this is a smart strategy for Natalia to stay in that position. But to me, having watched Natalia compete over the last few years, she doesn't really kind of go for that kind of cutthroat approach. She likes to just let her surfing do the talking.
Yeah, definitely. She's just letting her surfing do the talking. But this is a Stone and Wood slow-mo, Sam. This is a beautiful wave. This is a 5-point ride, so a big wave, beautiful cross-step nose ride. But this is the exciting part, just coming back on the tail, laying it over on a rail. Look at the spray coming off that board. That was a sick turn, and that's where a big chunk of that score came from.
And I love the lip line as well when she was coming out of that nose ride and the posture. And there's a distinctive kind of arc that you see in the likes of Kiani Canulo, Emily Lethbridge, Natalia Wonderlich, and there'll be goofy foot longboarders around the world watching, being inspired by that approach to the cutback.
Yeah, and we're talking about young surfers up and coming, getting inspired by that. Lola, your daughter.
Yeah,
these are her sort of inspiration,
Sure.
and she's taking a lot of close looks at what Natalia, Emily, and Kiani are doing.
She loves to watch Kiani Canulo. Kiani's always been her favourite surfer, and you know, you sometimes have to look at your own stance. And she's a goofy footer, and these are other goofy footers who you can learn from. And that's what I recommend. You know, when you are practicing something new as a longboarder, find someone who's got a similar body shape to you. Find some video clips of them and see the way they do it, and try to then kind of absorb some of that technique.
Totally, you want to be inspired by people that inspire you, and it's really cool. And we've seen Kiani's just had a beautiful time in Bali, and we've seen some footage of her surfing over there and surfing as good as ever. So hopefully we will see her back on the tour in years to come, because she's a fantastic surfer. But this heat's getting interesting now, Sam. Looks like Philly's moved right up to Rincon. You can see just to the right of the screen, breaking on those boils. She needs to make this one happen.
Here we go, 5, locks in a 5, little soul arch, stays high on that soul arch, lifts that back arm, takes a wipe out. So she's not going to get that 527, but she committed to that deeper runner, shallow wave there at Rincon. Has she got time to get out there?
She has time. She's got a minute 45. She's got to make it happen right now. Shoot across to the bowl. Maybe if she finishes that maneuver there with the off the top, links it through, gets a little reform, could have gone close to the score, because it was a beautiful nose ride on the outside, wasn't it?
So set coming through. So will we see Natalia able to just nurse through the last minute 20 seconds of
Where
this
does the
heat?
Philly need to go now, Sam? Which way does she go, to the right or to the left?
I think she's got to swing left, because if she's going to have a chance of making that section, she's not going to get the run of speed sitting so deep, and I think she's got to really, really dig deep and paddle hard.
Look at those beautiful lines coming. She needs to shoot across. This is going to be a great finish. Edge of the seat stuff. Natalia's going to have to go this way. If she's going, she's going to hand over priority.
Wow.
I feel he's going to get another opportunity, possibly.
Big moment. Natalia up to the 5. Again, demonstrating that commitment on those nose rides. Right in the pocket, but low down in the wave. Very difficult to do. On rail, nice sweeping down carve turn. Once again from the Hawaiian, as she just looks at her watch, recognizing that this is going to be her last scoring ride. Looking to better her backup 4.87 through to the inside, standing tall. Cross-stepping back with another sweeping, smooth, controlled down carve. Fantastic performance from the Hawaiian, as Philly, with 20 seconds remaining, is chasing a 5.27 if Natalia doesn't better her backup. It's a smaller wave, but it's got a bit of foam to deal with, and she's locked in a 5. Some lift on that nose ride on her Ross Concept board as Natalia walks onto the sand, and now the bobbles and the bounces, and I just don't think this wave shape is going to give Philly a 5, Josh.
No, unfortunately, it just hasn't cooperated, that wave. That was a great wave in Natalia, and we could see a little improvement on the score there, because that was a nice nose ride, big wave, driving through the pocket, and then those beautiful swooping turns. So great heat there by both the ladies. Natalia definitely positioning herself well in the lineup and choosing beautiful waves to do that great surfing. And that was exciting, Sam. That was a cool finish, too.
It was a really nice heat. I mean, you know, a bit of disappointment for Philly. She's been surfing very well. She was unlucky, committed to some fast Rincon sections. You know, she took some falls, but she was pushing it. She was surfing deep, but Natalia was very composed, and that dynamic downturn, that carve on those backside rail turns, that for me was the real exciting element. But added, I think, to the positioning of her nose ride. You know, you see a lot of people getting the nose rides high in the lip. What you'll see from Natalia, she's nose riding way down in the pocket, but in the middle of the wave. Super hard to do.
Yeah, very hard, especially backside. So she, look at that score, dropping there.
Yeah,
crazy. That was a good one. 6-point ride, and really put the pressure on then. That was fantastic. What an end to the heat.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to Natalia. She kept cool under pressure. She takes the win with a 6. and a 5. A filly will move away with that 17th, and Natalia moving into that round of 16. The worst she can now do is a 9th, but she'll want to go 5th or better.
Yeah, she definitely wants to go to the next level. She wants to be at the final 8 later in the year.
Well, that was a good heat, and if you're excited about watching more of the action, there's an amazing trophy on the table here. This is the Bell's Bowl, made from local ironbark, and these are the trophies that the surfers are hunting for, and this is on their hunt to go for that world title, to get into the top 8. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. Stay with us, though, because, Josh, we got Berlin and the Wax Egg coming in soon, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome back to the Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We are into Heat 3 of the elimination round of the women's. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, joined by Berlin, Alvarez, Kimball for the action. A great day of surfing so far. The sun's out, the surf's pumping. What is your take from this morning?
Oh, the waves are so good. The surfing is next level. Everyone is so happy to be here.
Yeah, us too, watching some world-class longboarding. Blue ribbon out on the water. We have multiple ISA world champ and last year's Abu Dhabi champion, Elise Lemoyne, up against the wild card, Cash Hoover. She took out the trials to get into this event. She traveled around the world. Her father, Dirk, is here supporting her. She's riding a Michael Takayama shape, a pintail to suit these waves, and she's been on fire. She's a maestro on the nose, but when it comes to rail turning, it's something she's been working on a lot. She's got some amazing people in her corner. This is going to be a great battle between Elise and Cash.
Yeah, I had a really fun opportunity to watch her surf up at Noosa this year. And she's ripping. She knows how to navigate. Like you said, the bigger and the smaller surf. And Elise is well no stranger to, being able to navigate small and big surf. So this is going to be quite interesting to see who's going to be able to have a good wave IQ and pull the bag out of the hat.
Yeah, Elise, she's had 3 years experience here at Bells. She's no stranger to the bigger and girthier right-handers and bigger waves in general. So Bells is somewhere that you would have to say would suit Elise. She's had great results here in the past. She's done well on the World Tour when we were in Taiwan. It was 6 to 8 feet lefts. She can surf St. Lou, that big left in Reunion Island, but we've seen her just go to town in El Salvador as well. So you'd have to say on paper, Elise is the favourite, but she's up against one of the brightest young talents to come out of Hawaii since the likes of Haley Otto and Khalees Kaliapaa.
The surf right now, it's dropping off a little bit. We have seen a couple sets come in, so it will be interesting if we do get a couple big sets come through, if we keep it, that 3-foot range, where, it's really going to come down to the technical nose riding and the flow and the trim.
And a 9th place finish for Elise. She over there in Huntington. So not the start of the year that she would have hoped for. She's someone you expect to see in at least the quarterfinals. Here she is, first wave of the heat. trademark hood ornament, hang 5 there for Elise. She goes down. That is something we're not used to seeing.
No, she very much has that cat-like sticking of the feet. You know, she does not fall very often. I've seen her surf some very big and bumpy surf and manages to hold on. So it'd be interesting to see what actually caused her to fall off on that.
And priority over to Cash. Surfing two-person heats is not something she's had a lot of experience on. We saw her last week over at the MSA Invitational event where they had 7-person heats, 15 minutes long, and she surfed phenomenally. She's surfed around Noosa, obviously all through California as well. She's a fixture right throughout the coast. And someone else who's doing the same thing, Hawaii to California, is Natalia Wonderlich, who's on the glass right now for a post-heat interview.
Yeah, thanks, Chono. Natalia, no one wants to have a difficult heat in the first round and end up in this elimination round. But I tell you what, it's not a bad day to do it. How did it feel out there? Bells is pumping. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed myself. It was such a beautiful day. Yesterday was pretty rough, pretty stormy, so it made me a little more motivated today to get out there and try to surf my best.
And what are your thoughts when you see four-wave set coming through the bowl and you're in the position to take off? How does it feel?
Feels great. Honestly, it's hard to decide which wave to take.
Yeah, plenty of waves on offer today. You've been surfing well. What type of board are you riding and why have you chosen that?
Right now I'm riding a 9.3 medley model by Craig Kawamura, Lost Not Found. I'm riding this board because we try to make something a little more travel friendly for the size and just to switch things up a little bit and try some new equipment.
Yeah, for the viewers at home, I'm sure they can all imagine that it's pretty challenging traveling with the 9-foot plus longboard. You're doing really well and good luck going into the next heats. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harrison. Great insight there from Natalia. Tuned into her equipment and she's riding some good LA fins as well. She's a fixture there at Chun's Reef and around the Haleiwa region on the North Shore. But living in California, she surfs Malibu a lot and the beaches around the Bay Cities area. She's a member of that club. She's got great support around LA and her boyfriend back home, Luis, would have been tuning in watching that. Her mum and her brother and just the whole contingent really sitting on the edge of the seats, as is Elise's family and Cash's family back home. They really need to get through this elimination round because it never feels good to leave with a last place finish.
No, you don't come here wanting to lose out, definitely. And, you know, just saying where she's from, Natalia, Haleiwa, pound for pound is a very heavy wave. You know, so being able to surf a, you know, wave with some power and some size to that, she'd feel quite comfortable out here. So, yeah, so congratulations, Natalia, on that well surfed.
And Cash is actually talking about multidisciplinary surfers. Natalia grew up on a shortboard, transitioned to longboards. Two of her best friends are actually on the WSL Championship Tour, Luana Silva and Betty Lou Sakura. And Cash is actually a wave pool champion, but a different type of wave pool champion. We'll get into that in a moment as we see Elise up and riding. Looking to build some momentum, the 217 to get things started. And she's sure-footed on this, trying not to dig the nose like she did in the last one. Uncharacteristic, trying to get a score on the board. Something to put some pressure on the youngster. And stepping back and unable to ride through and down that section. But that'll be an increase in the 217 and advantage over to Cash. And here she goes. This is the youngster. First time here at Bells Beach. She had a heat yesterday. Wow, nice committed carve there. And the quick footwork, a trademark of Cash's surfing. Delicate footwork there. She's going to try and keep that forward momentum. See if she can get the inside connection, and it blows her off the back as well. But an even exchange, perhaps Cash getting the jump on Elise.
Yeah, just a little bit bigger of a wave. Nice nose ride there. I think Elise, you know, had a couple nose rides, nice trim as well. So we'll see how this replay works out.
A very upright surfing there for Cash. She reminds me of a surfer that has done really well down here, Landon Smales. 2 years ago, he took out Cuniella Stewart and was able to progress through quite a number of rounds. But that upright style, really good footwork and great rail work as well.
Yeah, that's a good, a good analysis. Yeah, Landon, he's a great surfer. Indigenous boy as well, which is, loves to surf here. As we see Elise, nice sweeping takeoff. Again, quick 5, gets nice and low, make it around this section. She's not rushing too much. She's just kind of taking her time. She wants to get a good score up, improving on that 2.17. Again, just a little bit of rail turning, back up to a 5, holding that, and unfortunately just gets back a little too late on that, so it holds her off of it. And here we see this good-looking wave for Cash. Nice 5, walks back, a nice little redirection, great little S turns, stays on that outside rail to get back left. Little stall, up to a quick 5, and unfortunately that wave just kind of going into, a little bit deeper water, not really giving her much more to play with. But it should be a really good opening ride.
And we see both these sure-footed surfers starting off with a bang there. Yeah, 3.5 to go with the 2 for Elise, and a 5, flat 5 for Cash.
Nice.
So nice exchange. The judges really laying it clean, liking the set wave and the precise surfing from Cash. But she's got a little bit of work to do, because Elise is someone who does not give up. She rides the wave of confidence, and she keeps knocking on the door. We see specifically in the women's side of the draw, confidence being that factor that at the beginning of the heat, if they don't start strong, a lot of the body language tends to point into a negative direction, where Elise is very different. She's the type of person who'll just get a spark, could just be a half a wave, and just feel that energy, and she runs with it. You've seen it before on the World Tour. She's won those 2 ISA events, and she's really carries that fire and that momentum.
As we see Cash having a little paddle. Yeah, Elise really knows how to put herself in the right mental space to be able to pull the scores out that she needs. As we see Cash take off on a lovely inside wave here. And driving down the line. This is Cash trying to back up this 5. Is it going to shut down for her, Matt? Is it going to continue to flow?
Well, she needs just a small backup, or she needs a backup. Just got the single 5 score, so applying a little bit of pressure, but perhaps not the heavy hitting wave that she was after. We'll wait and see where the judges go with that one. We saw Elise meditating before this heat, just as we touch on her competitive prowess, and perhaps that peaceful mindfulness before the heat is a great way for her to stay in tune. But what did you see here, Belle?
Oh, I saw a great technique with up to the 5 to the 10. Nice fast footwork. Very stylish. And again, just back up to the 5. And unfortunately, that wave just kind of shutting down, not giving her much. But I think it's still for an opening ride that's going to, be quite well. The second wave.
There you see her knee paddling back out. She took the win in the Steel Edge Classic last year in the LQS, but in the the river surfing, it's the stand-up wave surfing. She's phenomenal. She takes out pro wins in the open division. She's proficient in the air on those boards. They're kind of like those mini skimboard type of craft. So she's very good on a shortboard. And Elise, she's a tremendous kite surfer. More on these amazing surfers coming up next. Heat 3, not done yet. A Bonsoy brew break. Catch you soon. Beautiful Victoria, from the famous 12 Apostles to that iconic Great Ocean Road, empty white sand beaches, rugged cliffs, and of course the rainforest walks. We've got the mountain bike tracks, the sea life up and down the coast, some amazing fishing as well, some great cafes nestled in amongst those coastal hamlets. But we come here for the waves. We're in stop 2 of the World Longboard Tour and the Bioglan Bells Beach Classic. We are into Heat 3, the elimination round, and it is Cash Hoover who's in the lead. She won the trials, won herself a position in the main event. She's got the veteran Alice Lemoyne, who's out in the water right now, and uncharacteristically halfway through, needing a 4:14 to move into first place. Loving what you're seeing from Cash.
Loving what I'm seeing from Cash. And again, Elise, she's no stranger to this game. She'll be able to, she'll wait patiently as we see a nice takeoff up to 5, holding that. And then again, there's that nice little ole hand back. Beautiful style. Again, just trying to navigate this inside, getting nice and low, trying to get this inside connection. I believe this was her 3.5. As we see again, walking up, holding a quick 5, toes wrapped right over. Comes in and goes in for a nice little float. So sorry, this was her last wave we missed, actually. This is her 4.07 that's come in. So now, still on the hunt. She's needing a 3.57. Just barely missed that mark to put her back into first place.
Yeah, so close. Just a couple of little increments required to move into first place.
Oh, look at this watercolor.
Under priority, yeah. Just trying to stay busy, and as if you wouldn't, the sun's shining. And someone I've put together a really impressive performance earlier was Antonio Dantas, who's down there chatting with Harrison Roach. What have you got, Harry?
Yeah, Antonio, I was lucky enough to commentate your heat earlier today with the young buck, Jack Tyro. It was a really close one, but you had great form, super exciting to watch. Got unlucky today, but what are you thinking moving forward for the rest of the year?
First of all, thank you so much. Harrison, means a lot coming from you. I'm thinking about, having fun and trying to display my surfing as much as I can. Hopefully in Abu Dhabi will be better. And in turn, the conditions were hard, and I lost to Kai Ellis Flint, which was the winner. This year, tough loss again in this event against Jack, but congratulations, happy for him. It's like I imagine being on his place must be like a dream, last minute call, you come in and you do it. It's good, happy for him. He's a very nice guy. And now all the hopes are in Abu Dhabi. Let's go. I'm stoked to be here.
Yeah, we saw moments of greatness out there with you, though. There was a couple of moments, really beautiful hang fives through really steep and fast sections. The waves didn't necessarily cooperate. Is there anything you're going to change going into the wave pool, or are you just going to focus on you?
Not sure. Maybe talk with Luffy, see what board is going to work well on that wave. But no, just keep doing my surfing, keep having fun, and that's it, I think, yeah.
Yeah, Luffy, one of the great Portuguese shapers, and Antonio, one of the great Portuguese longboarders. Well done, mate. Next event, we'll see you, and can't wait for it. Cheers.
Thanks, Harry. Well-deserved shout-out there to one of the most stylish goofy footers on the tour, Antonio Dantas. Remember that name, second year on the tour. And here goes Cash Hoover, another name to remember. Currently in the lead in this heat. And behind her, looks like Alice paddling for a wave. And just that board trimming through the section, keeping the momentum rolling, and opting out of that end section. Shorey, clean finish there for Cash Hoover.
Her style, transitioning from the shortboard to what you just showed me as well. She's so polished, and you can tell she really puts the time in, and her transitions between her nose rides and her walkbacks and her cutbacks are really beautiful and flow and quite stylish, and the judges clearly loving watching her surf with that 5 she dropped earlier.
And we talked about Antonio Dantas just before. Look these people up on their social media, but Cash Hoover, Cash_Hoover on Instagram, phenomenal all-board athlete. And great to see her on the World Longboard Tour right now, taking that opportunity like Jack Tyro did earlier as well. And this is Alice in the break.
Oh, Alice holding really solid 5. You know, on a little bit bigger of a wave. Just being patient, weaving through this inside, waiting for this to stand up for her. A little bit of weight there, patient 5. Back up to the 5, holding that, again, arching into it. And she's just driving down this wall. Connecting this inside, just comes a little unstuck, not quite being able to finish off that outside as we see Cash. Nice nose right down the face. Strong cutback back into the white water. Again, board getting a little bit of a bounce, kind of a little far back on that tail. And then again, but just the way she goes into her turns and walks out of her turns, you know, she doesn't have a pause in the flow with this, which is showing a lot of control. And at such a young age to see someone with really good understanding of the momentum of how to walk your board and get the trim, I'm very excited to see her growth on this tour.
6-point ride to go with the 5. So Cash in a commanding position. Score still to lock in though for Elise, and technical surfing there, but we saw the competitive prowess of Elise on that set wave, linking it through to the inside. So it'll be an interesting exchange here for judges to process, and you can get the sense that Lemoine is not done yet. She's just warming up in this heat, and I think when you put the jersey on, this will be the first time Cash has competed against Elise. So Alice will definitely be wanting to get the jump on her and not let the inexperience of Cash get the better of the French woman.
You know, it's always, sometimes it's the rookies that come in. And when we've had so much time on tour, we're so used to certain people and certain things. And then you get these rookies kind of come in, like I said, nipping at the heels. And they just show up and blow up and kind of keep us, you know, like, ooh, okay. But Elise is so contest smart, and she's so fit, and she puts in the time. So give her the right waves and she will put on a clinic.
Absolutely, and she's just looking back, waiting for the requirements. Scores taking a while to be locked in. The judges most likely checking those replays, and we talked about the young talent, the wild cards, and the rookies. Ginger Kami up next against Kira Molnar. Very similar battle. We have a youngster up against a very experienced Australian surfer, Kira Molnar. So there's Ginger on the screen now. She's ready for the opportunity here at Bells. A second round chance just to try and move back into the third round, and just those eyes, piercing eyes, a little sense of competitive fire in there too.
Oh, do not mistake, you know, she is a very good competitor, and she went head-to-head with the big girls in some solid surf in El Salvador. 2 years in a row, I was like, who is this young, amazing little athlete? And she's hungry. She's not here to take second. She wants to win.
And the ever-stylish Kira Molnar, one of Noosa's favourite queens.
Oh, yeah.
She'll be coming up next as well. Can't wait for this battle, but it's not over yet. We're waiting for Alice to fire a shot back. The score's starting to get locked in, and it's looking healthy for Alice, but wasting no time. Beautiful hang 10 there for Cash, using her priority on this wave. Easy pace. Cruising through this one. That one fades out. Maybe a slight changing of the tides, because Alice locked in a 6.77. Not enough to go to the lead. Now needing only a 4.23. So you can see paddling back out on the left of the screen, Cash, but regaining priority is Alice.
All right, it'll be interesting to see what the scores drop for Cash on that last wave. I feel that the wave that she just came off of, I feel it will be better than her 5. And yeah, I'm not going to call anything right now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. She didn't really get the inside connection, but that 5 was just the beginning of the heat too. So they were reviewing that one. Here goes Ellis, needing a marginal score by her standards. She's fed up. She did not like that. You saw that look of disgust when the wave changed in front of her. She really does wear hard on her sleeve. Very emotional.
Body language. You could see it, like you said, the face, the body language, and you've seen it in a lot of the surfers today, especially when they're in those last few minutes, when they don't get the score they need, or they do get the score they need. You know, you really can read what's going on, and if you're in a heat and you're right next to him and you can kind of start to feel that, you can kind of use that to your advantage as well.
383 locked in for Cash on her last wave. It wasn't enough to increase her lead, but now starting to put some pressure on Alice. But she's someone who can handle those pressure cooker moments really well. Winning in Abu Dhabi at the wave pool last year, and just that mindfulness. I saw her meditating before this heat. She's determined, but she knows how to make the right decision. Will that be a priority change? It is. Yep. Cash Hoover with priority. Wow, and that could be a very important moment in this heat. 4.5 remaining, and a switch. The rookie now in the commanding position. Look at the pressure she is putting on Alice. She's going to sit right next to her. This is incredible seeing 16-year-old Cash really knowing how to play her cards in the competition arena.
Yeah, but 4 minutes is quite a long time to sit on someone, but as well, 4.5 minutes is not a long time. Do you know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to see what she does, if she does sit on her, if she, kind of tries to catch another wave to improve on that 5 or not.
Just talk to us a little bit to the longboard audience about this scenario, what's happening now with the priority. A lot of our shortboard audience are aware of it. In longboarding, it's not so common.
Okay, so with the priority right now that is issued to Cash, so Cash can take any wave she wants. Even if Elise takes off on a wave, Cash can actually take off and drop in on her, and she's not going to get an interference on her. And priority is established after you've caught a wave, and whoever gets out to a certain point after riding a wave. And at the beginning of a heat, when you paddle out, the person that sits out there, and you can see priority 1 is with blue and priority 2 is with red.
And there's Edward Del Pero signaling up to Alice, who's looking back at priority and trying to look at Edward at what decision she should make. So that's what she keeps looking back at. It's Edward. Go out. He's saying, go out. Put some pressure on.
Oh, yeah. You'll see it up right now down the beach. You'll have people that are in each other's support crew whistling and hooting, different people. Some will be on the beach. Some will be way up at the top. And you see it. I've seen it in several heats right now. Everyone has their little camp of support as we see some little sets coming through. What is going to happen? Cash standing up, having a look. Is she going to let this go with 2.5 minutes, or is she going to go? There's a wave behind as well.
She commits. She's got to go. Oh. Will this be a priority error? We'll have to wait and see what this next wave does. She heads down. See their body language. She goes, no. And here goes Alice, 4-2-3. Oh, she goes down. So thankfully that error from Cash is flipped. Now Elise with the error. Pressure cooker moment. Unusual situation here. She's someone who's so good in those pressure moments. I keep saying it, but this is very uncharacteristic, and Cash sitting on Alice for the last 2 minutes, putting that priority pressure onto Alice seems to be... see, she keeps looking back.
Well,
talk us through what's going on here in this replay.
So Cash is looking, she's like, it's a hard moment. She knows it looks like it's a good wave, and she takes off, and then she's like, no, okay, I've kept her off. And then Elise turns around, priority goes back to Elise. She's taking off, and she's like, yeah, but she sees that boil as well. And she takes off, goes up to a 5, and just walks back, and just unfortunately just catches that rail. Cash would be so excited right now. And the thing is, both of these women are such beautiful surfers. They're great surfers. I love watching both of them, and it's really hard because we want all of them to win, and it's going to come down just under the minute mark. Cash has priority. So now she will probably just stick to Elise.
Wow, this is a very important moment in the scheme of their campaign for both of these surfers. Elise with that 9th place in Huntington, looking to really climb up the rankings into El Salvador, where she took the win last year. It'll be a pet event for her, but this will be a major upset. And that has been the story of day 2 of competition here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. The rookies and the underdogs taking wins. We saw it with Jo Maria Boyser taking out Ben Skinner earlier, and Johnny the Ripper, John Van Michael going down in that first heat of the day as well. And Jack Tyro, last minute wildcard, taking the win as well. So lots to unpack here today. But in heat 3, it is looking like Cash Hoover taking this one. Oh. There is a situation that can happen here if Cash was to stand up and Alice was to get up beforehand and get in the way of Alice. But it seems that she was up after the hood. We'll have to wait and see for that confirmation.
So much can change literally on the horn.
So yeah, if the surfer under priority is actually up and riding, and then the horn goes, and then that other surfer is to stand up who had the priority starts, goes back to 0, goes back to blank open priority. We've seen it on the Shortboard Tour, but it's confirmed. Cash Hoover takes the win, a 6 and a 5. The rookie moving forward into the round of 16. Elise Lemoyne, we'll say goodbye to her. Unfortunately, her campaign is over, but stay tuned. We have another rookie in Kira Molnar coming up next in Heat 4.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back to Heat 4 of the elimination round of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Ginger Kami up against 31-year-old Kira Molnar from Noosa. Got the rookie up against the veteran. You could consider Kira a veteran. She's been competing for about a decade, and we've seen her as a regular on the World Tour for about 7 years now. And you've had a lot to do with Kira over the years, Belen.
Yeah, Kira, she's a great surfer. She's a great ambassador. She is the president of the World Reserve up at Noosa. She does so much for her community. She's a coach. She's just kind of like the woman of all trades. She's a beautiful human, and I love watching her surf. We went to El Salvador 2 years ago. I went over as the head coach for the Australia team with Declan and Tully and Clinton Guest, which was really fun. And I watched Kira surf this morning, and she was just surfing so well. And then again, down to the rookie, the Ginger. Everyone's been chatting about this young, graceful little powerhouse. And I think she's like a little secret weapon. And I haven't really seen her blow up like I've had the opportunity to watch her before this. So it'll be quite interesting to see if she's able to kind of step up to what everyone's been talking about.
And she has grown in size over the last year, and she started surfing on the LQS about a year ago. And here she goes, nice surfing to get things started. Spicy turn. She works her way through the inside section, elegant footwork, and a measured approach as she makes her way through to the inside. It's a nice little bowl. Great form as she's showing on this, pokes the nose and goes down on the finish, but a nice start there. You can see the moontail board. See that little cutout swallowtail. And this is Kira's answer. Stepping forward on that classic Malibu. Beautiful orange color, standing out in the translucent waters here of Bells Beach. Forward trim for the Noosa surfer. She's here with her mum, Kim. Ian's there supporting from the Noosa Mount Club as well. And she goes complete, just a couple of nerves, I think, on both of these surfers just to shake off. But Ginger started off with a 2.83 score still to lock for Kira.
Yeah, that was a nice opening ride. Or second ride for Kira. Look at this paddle battle. They are racing for priority, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Who is going to get priority? And right now, it's looking like Ginger. She's a little bit out further, but they are working hard. And Kira is so extremely strong and fit too. She can keep up with most men. And then you see, you know, Ginger swap to the knee paddle. And a couple of people are wondering why are they knee paddling. That is a pretty long paddle out. And, you know, pulling a longboard is pulling your own body weight and is full on. So you got to give it a little bit of rest to the back as we see our youngster take off here. Nice fade turn up to a lovely 5. So light on her feet. And again, just redirection change, staying in the white water. Again, trying to really stay in the powerful part of this wave. On her front hand, again, nice transition using that inside rail. And again, surfing with gloves on and then paddling again. Unfortunately, just that nose going underneath the lip of that wave for her. And then this is Kira's backup 3.5. Up to a 5, stretch 5 on her beautiful orange board. Nice turn. And controlled turn as well. Footwork, getting that forward trim to connect to this inside. And again, sees another section up for the 5 and a complete walk back. So that was Kira's 3.5. And here you go. Oh, sorry, that was Kira's 4.33.
Yep, that was the wave just before for Kira Molnar. And structuring a really smart heat before was Cash Hoover, who's on the glass with Harrison Roach.
Yes, she is. Thanks, Chono. To be a 16-year-old surfing at Bells Beach and taking out some of the world's best. Well done, Cash. How did that feel?
I feel so amazing. This is the first heat I've ever made through and won in a WSL tour event, and this is my second tour event. And to get a wild card spot into it and moving on, I'm so happy. I can't even explain it.
Well, I think everybody sitting at home knows when they see you surfing. We're going to see a lot more of it as years to come. Just your second tour event, as you said. You're on to the round of 16. Are you excited for it?
I'm really excited. I don't know who I'm going up against yet, but I'm really excited to surf again. And it was really beautiful today, perfect logging waves, so I'm super excited for what's to come.
Really beautiful logging waves today, but we do have some swell on the forecast. You don't look like you're shy of the size out there, so tell me, are you going to change anything up if the waves get really big, or are you going to approach it in the same way?
I'll probably approach it in the same way. Hopefully it'll be still fun and clean, and I'm really excited for some more swell because this is only like my 3rd time surfing Bells, so I'm super excited.
Well, looks like you've been doing it forever. Congratulations, Cash. Well done. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Let's go. Woohoo!
Yeah, Harry, I can confirm that Cash is actually up against Soleil Erico for tomorrow, and she'll be up against the 2-time Bells champion. So that's going to be a great battle if we are on tomorrow. Check back in the morning. But we've still got plenty of action for the women's elimination round today. Ginger Kami out in the lead, 3.5, the 2.83, but it's Kira Molnar, the experienced veteran, 4.3 to get things started in this heat. So just applying some pressure early, and Ginger's just going to try and get herself out of this situation and build on her heat total. Fading into this is Molnar up on the nose. Oh, just a little adjustment, falls short of the nose and tips right off. If you think back to the Endless Summer, Nat Young does that at Winky Pop actually, and no, actually Western Australia. And this is Ginger up and riding right now, looking to drop a low of a 2.83. Just to put some more pressure on Kira. Waiting for the nose ride. She gets the hang 5. And a defined turn there, a smaller wave, but doesn't need a lot to improve her lead.
Oh, that was a great opening ride for Kira. And as you can see, you've seen up in this replay, you know, just she went to adjust her step, and then as she went to put it back, you know, oversteps, and, you know, that sucks. And if you're a longboarder and you nose ride, you know if that nose of your board slides on the inside of your ankle, how bad that actually really hurts. The drag up the inside of But yeah, unfortunately, that could have turned into quite a lovely score for her.
And you know that that part of the film I'm talking about in The Endless Summer where Nat Young walks up and I think something along the lines of he takes 1 foot too many and he steps up over the nose. It's something that's all too common when you mistime your steps. It doesn't happen often, but you add some cold water, you add all the walking up and down the steps. The sand here at Bells is super soft too, so it uses a lot of energy, when you're walking and stepping into the deep sand, so your calves get a real workout. So jelly legs are a real thing here at Bells Beach. And this is that replay. This is actually Ginger's wave. Look at that delicate footwork.
Oh, this is our Stoneywood slow-mo. Look at the toes really wrapped over the nose. Nice. And I like that she doesn't go all the way back to the tail. She stays nice in that forward trim, middle half of the board. And then again, just this redirection change. She keeps her feet moving. And again, just using, ankles and toes, using both sides of the rails there. And then I love watching the footwork right up there to the 5. And again, it's really fun to see how she uses, again, the toes leaning into that fin and then back to that rails. We see Kira out the back.
5 as she heads through this section on the bowl and tangled up in the leash, and she little shuffle back to get things sorted back into the sweet spot. She steps forward looking for a bonus section. You see the leg rope was just tangled around her back foot there. All too common. Looking forward to the inside connection. She makes it. And she add a few more extra points, steps back, and that wave from start to finish a little bit off tempo.
You see this replay. How's all the little boils popping in on this inside? Kira currently in the lead, 3.5, 3.13. I'm sorry, Ginger, 3.5, 3.13. Kira only a 7. It will improve her score, but we'll see how they feel with that end of that ride. Again, just kind of, again, those leashes getting stuck in between your toes. It makes it so hard when you're trying to get back and moving your feet.
Yeah, it might be a new leash. You can see it sort of a little bit kinked up. Yeah, so you can see it catching with the feet a little bit. But yeah, Kira, not that sort of seamless transition that we're used to seeing from her, and a little bit frantic, but she's still got 18 minutes left. Let's have a look at the aerial view.
Oh, look at this, a nice 5 over the nose. Again, you can see how she tried to adjust herself, and she did well to get, that leash from her feet. Again, fading back left to stay in the pocket, trying to stay in this white water. Again, you can see from that top view how important it is that you do stay in the middle front of that board when you're trying to get a redirection change and momentum and back up to that 5. Walks back and then just, comes off on the inside, but she did a lot of great stuff out before that.
And here goes Ginger. Smooth takeoff into this. You see the windy face, beautiful lines she's drawing, climbing and dropping. Great timing, wow. Ginger's come a long way in just that year that we've seen her competing. First year on the World Longboard Tour. She's been giving the QSs a go since the beginning of last year. She's Italian, Chinese by heritage, and competing last year in the Asia QS as an Italian flag, but she does have Chinese in that mix as well. So on her Instagram it says Italian with Chinese superpowers.
Yeah, and then add in the Canary Islands as well.
Yep.
So, and if you've never been to the Canary Islands, it looks like the moon with reef. It is just wild and crazy and powerful. So she's no stranger to surfing waves of consequence. And she's so young and talented. Look at that, almost out. At first, it was almost like a little bit of a parallel stance, and then up to that 5. Just really reading this wave while using all her weight to throw into that turn. And she's looking back. What's it going to do for her on her front hand here, up to a quick 5. And then, unfortunately, just the nose of that board goes under the lip again.
That board looking tremendous as well. Actually looks like a skin dog board under her feet right now. We'll have to get confirmation on that. But Ginger surfing phenomenally. Let's go to a bonsai brew break. We'll be back for more action very shortly, the remainder of Heat 4. Day 2 of competition, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We're into Heat 4 of the women's elimination round, and the beautiful lines of those limestone reef. We got that beautiful Melbourne flight cam showing us the lineup here, an iconic location in the scheme of surf history and very special to the Wadawurrung people as well.
Yeah, look at the color of the water. You can see how, you know, their whole life was surrounded by the ocean here, you know, like the beautiful, so much seafood, so much great land as well. Like, it's so fertile here. And look at the colors of this water, Matt. You can see all the boils popping up in the reef and the rocks and the kelp. It is just magic here.
Certainly makes it a pleasure when the sun's out and the wind is offshore. And this was Kira in the break.
Kira, great opening nose ride. Just trying to get past this inside section. Is it going to open up anything more for her? And just really trying to connect this inside. A little bit of forward mode, trim up, back up to 5. A little bit of winding up the windows. She's able to recover, sees a little bit of a section, goes in for the floater. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. This is Ginger's last wave during our break. Nice 5. Great smooth style. Oh, yeah, wave shuts down on her. Smart, get down, just grab a rail and hold on to that Bronco.
Yeah, looking to drop a low of a 3.5. And it looks like she's sticking with it, trying to add a few extra points. But at this top level, grabbing the rail and sort of going straight, the judges don't really appreciate that. So she'll get back out and reset. But yeah, Kira really struggling to get that momentum and find those clean open faces. She's been a little bit frazzled to start this heat, looking to reset. She's an experienced competitor. She knows what it'll take. And have you spoken to Kira in the warm-up? Like, what do you think's going through her mind as a competitor right now, Belen?
I didn't see her this morning. I did see her surfing, like at sunrise, and she, you know, she was surfing quite well. But yeah, no, I haven't had a chance to chat to her and see how she's feeling. But from what I saw this morning, she was surfing pretty on cue. You know, it's only a 4.18, and Kira eats those for breakfasts. So if she gets the right wave, you know, I don't think that's going to be an issue for her. It's just putting it together and getting her head in the right space. And the same thing for Ginger. You know, it's like after that last wave taking off, maybe that wave choice wasn't kind of the right thing. And so I think she's got 11.5 minutes now. So I think they both might just kind of do a little bit of a reset, making sure it's going to come down to the quality of the wave and the skill set that they're able to pull out on that.
And obviously Kira's spent, you know, done hundreds of heats in her time, where Ginger, professionally wise, is probably under 10. So still gaining some of that experience on the fly. Beaches Conroy up next with local legend Sharma Buttonshaw Shaper and Bells Beach local. And she'll be up against Natsumi Teoka. Stiff competition. That's going to be one to watch. Heat 5. The local girl up against Natsumi, who loves a challenge. She throws it into the bowl. I think it's going to be a great battle.
Yeah, I was speaking to B just a little bit ago about her last heat and how she's feeling really excited and pumped to be surfing here at home. And yeah, she said she's got like a good little fire going into this next heat. So we'll see how that plays out for her. But still, you know, 10.5 minutes, some waves coming.
And stretching there is Natsumi, getting limber, ready for the colder Bells Beach waters. And she, talk about veterans on tour, she has been around for a long time. 31 years of age, similar to Kira. Their amount of time on tour has been much the same, traveling all around the world. She's had some great results on the Asia LQS. And we've got Hiroka Yoshikawa representing Japan here as well as Natsumi this year, so nice to see the Japanese contingent doing phenomenally. There's Ginger holding that priority. Beautiful rainbow on the back of that wave as well. Something that surfers only see. You can't really see those from the ocean.
No.
From the shore.
Yeah, and just not only do you see that off of, you know, the waves, but we have seen so many beautiful rainbows here. I think every single day we've seen probably 3 or 4 rainbows come through. And look at both of them having a little paddle. Looking at this, both deciding, no, I'm not going to take that.
So when that wind's offshore, you get that that blow of water that comes off the spray, and in amongst that is those rainbows. And if you look for it and you're tuned in, they're there all the time. It's amazing. You ask someone, you know, how's your surf? And very rarely they'll say, oh, I saw a rainbow or something like that. But it makes you surf so much better when you're tuned into those little elements, especially in a heat, something to take your mind off the job.
You don't see very many people come in out of the water saying, you know, pretty grumpy, you know,
No,
for the
very
most
true.
part. And, you know, look at that. That is what we're talking about right there. And that's pretty special. And, you know, they always say it's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And here we are, beautiful, you know, Bells Beach, where you always see them. And the surf is pumping today.
Tommy Pierucci, one of the best-known photographers, especially in the longboard realm, took a photo of Honolulu Bloomfield a couple of years ago in Manly, 2022, with a gorgeous rainbow. He posted it up recently on social media. And competition arenas are not often you get those iconic photos, but that was one. We've had plenty over here at Bells Beach over the last few years as well. We miss Tommy. Shout out to Tommy. I'm sure he's tuning in right now. But 8 minutes remaining, and the Italian-Chinese surfer up and riding right now from the Canary Islands. Ginger using priority. Maybe a mistake there. Priority back to Kira. Can she convert to a point? We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, sneaking this inside.
So that first one ran away from her. Pulled up. This one, hanging onto it there. So this one's opening up for the inside section. And what can happen on that tide shift is that the surfers get drift way up the point and they can be a little bit too deep for the bowl. Ginger working way through to the inside, trying to improve on a 3.5. She sticks with it and maybe slightly improving. Can't see it going mid-range or excellent though.
It was a really smart move though. We have seen some really good scores drop in with surfers paddling back out. We saw it with Kai, and as well we saw with Mr. Tsunami as well, paddling out and end up getting some of the best scores. Look at this. This wave takes off, goes a little bit of a trim up to a quick 5. And again, redirection change. She knows that that right's not going to do much for her, so she sticks to the left. Again, she keeps looking back. Nice little forward. Just one little step here and there, not too much movement. And then that 5 just right over, goes in for the floater.
Yeah, great job.
I think that was just a smart choice for her.
Yeah, score's still to lock in there for Ginger. See if she applied some pressure. But Kira up and riding for a 4.18, sure-footed on this one. Comes from behind the section. And just a little lack of control there, but she regains momentum here. She works her way through the inside, looking activated. The Noosa local connecting the dots. If she finishes strong here, she's going to ask the question. Some good nose control. And she'll finish into the shore break. 4.18 required. So a great exchange there from both surfers.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of a breath there from Kira going, okay, I think she feels a little bit comfortable and confident after that, paddling back out. It's another 6 minutes. Look at this watercolor. It is just, it's when you draw or paint water, this is kind of the greeny blue that I think of right here. From the reef. Looks amazing. All right, here we go. Kira, 5 up to a 10. Walks back. She's able to recover. And then again, quick 5. You know, she's really chasing to try to get in front of that white water. She does so well to get in front. Again, on her backhand, nice little trim. She's looking for this inside section. She sees it. Back up to the 5 again. And the way she, you know, shuffles that off on the nose, but shuffles that rail to rail to get that speed forward. I think that that's going to come into a better score than her 3.5.
So if we break down the scoring today, the judges really appreciating good timing. That's something Harrison and I spoke about earlier that you don't see in the criteria very often. They actually mentioned good timing. So they want to see surfers in flow, carrying speed and gliding between the sections, the nose riding, the rail turns. But I think that timing speaks to longboarding really well. You never want to be too rushed, and you want to make sure you're fitting the maneuvers in the right spot. There it is on the screen. We see major combos of variety, nose rides in the steepest sections, committed rail surfing, speed, power, variety. This one, smooth transitions, good timing and control. So in this heat, Ginger is showcasing that control, those smooth transitions, but nothing overly complex in terms of the difficulty or those major combos. Kira, on the other hand, is throwing the combos out, but just got to tidy up the control, and then we're going to see those scores rise.
All right, last score. Again, still a few scores waiting to get dropped. Last score, Ginger came in as a 3.63. And I think they're still waiting for that last one of Kira to come in.
Just slightly improving
yeah.
a little bit, just that 0.63, just a 0.13 on top of the 3.5 for Ginger, leaving the door open for Kira, needing a 4.3. I think she did a lot of work on that wave. The judges will be going over that criteria, looking at the type of longboarding they want to promote. But then again, you're on a bigger wave, you show that commitment, that control, the variety, you're going to get the score. 3 minutes remaining. They're going to be waiting to hear that requirement. The next stop will be Abu Dhabi, where the elements of the ocean, the weighting, the wind, reading the ocean, that wave IQ is not necessarily going to be there in Abu Dhabi. There is conditions to consider. There is offshore wind. Obviously, it's not tidal in the basin. So these surfers will have to reset and really work on their repertoire because it is just a mechanical wave.
I loved watching Abu Dhabi, and I loved watching, for me, I love seeing girls on longboard get barreled. Do you know what I mean? And I really would love to see, and I'll be screaming at the TV for the girls to watch them get some tube time, you know, and it's just so beautiful, like watching Honolulu, you know, get the opportunity to firstly switch stance pulling into a barrel. Like, that was just out of control. So I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, being able to surf quite a perfect wave, and as well, they're going to be moving into hot water.
Yeah.
And they're going to finish in hot water. So this is like, you know, they're going to be pretty excited about this next stop.
4-stop World Longboard Tour. This is stop 2, some dynamic events kicking off there in Huntington Beach, Surf City, the iconic beach break, Southern California, and here at the Bells Beach Bowl, and then moving on to the Wave Garden there at the Wave Basin at Abu Dhabi, and finishing in the big old point break of Sunzal, which has got elements of Bells. It's got elements of Sunset Beach and some of the most iconic waves in the world. I think it's a terrific place, and I haven't heard any complaints across the board of finishing in warm water in the beautiful location of El Salvador. 1.5 minutes remaining. Kira gets a 4.23. It falls short, needing a 4.31. So close. We have a very close heat on our hands. Priority with Ginger, almost identical to this last heat where we had Kashuva taking the lead from Alice Lemoyne. Will we see a priority change here?
It will be interesting. I'll have a look, because we did see Ginger kind of paddle. She looked a little bit committed, but then Kira paddled as well. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
No priority
change. Nope, so it stays the same.
Ginger moving forward to Kira. We saw this exact scenario with a minute to go in that heat beforehand, where we had Cash Hoover take the win over the experienced Alice. But 45 seconds, there's 2 waves in this. Which one is Ginger gonna go for? She actions this one. Kira makes way, and here she goes. Ginger, the 13-year-old. Couple of nose rides on this wave to get started. Carving it back, a little bit of ferocity in that turn, showing some power. Kira misses the wave behind, 20 seconds remaining. It looked like there was a 2-wave set, but it dissipated. So at this point, a good choice of priority for Ginger, and it may be into her top 2. 10 seconds remaining. Feels like Ginger's got the win.
We can see, yeah, Ginger on a good-looking wave. Both looking back, something not coming for Kira. Oh, congratulations. Both of them surfed so well.
Scores to lock in still for Ginger, waiting on the beach just to hear the final wave score to be locked in. Looking to drop just a low of a 3.63. She structured a really good heat, but I mean, almost once again identical to Cash and the Alice heat. So she'll be wanting to get out of this elimination scenario and move on. It is a skin dog. You can see her walking up the beach with that swallowtail, similar to what Ben's riding, the double scoop in the tail, unique board.
I'm digging the colors.
Yeah, cool colors as well.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
5.5. Good on her. She surfed well on that wave.
Yeah, locked in there. The rookie, Ginger Kami, doing enough to get through a 10.5 heat total. And Kira Molnar, the veteran, getting knocked out here in the elimination round of Heat 4. Don't go anywhere. We have Harrison Roach, Sam Bleakley coming up next for Heat 5. Stay tuned.
All right.
Welcome back to the 2025 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, live from Wadawurrung country, Jiruk, the iconic home of this point break here with those golden red sandstone cliffs. My name is Sam Bleakley. Absolute joy, a pleasure to have your company. This is our 2022 World Longboard Champion, Harrison Roach from Noosa. And Harrison, this is one of the best waves in the world, and it has been cooking all day.
I have had such a fun day so far, and there's still more to come. Big heat in the water at the moment. Natsumi out there taking on Beatrice. She's riding one of the local shapers boards. I saw her hanging out down there on the stairs with the local legend. But more on that later. Really stoked to be here with you, Sam. This has been such a fun day, and the waves just do not stop.
Yeah, it's great energy, and you're now getting to experience that transition of kind of being, you know, the one in the jersey, in the heat competing, to enjoying, sharing your love of longboarding. And I can tell that you're having a good time with it, Harrison, because the surfing has been world class as B, Conroy and Blue up and riding, surfing against Japanese regular footer Natsumi Teoka, and B, of course, riding those Sharma Buttonshaw boards from Bells here as she sets herself up through to the inside here with nice poise and control in the tip work there into a cutback, down carve, good opening ride for Beatrice, the regular footer, getting the whistles and the hoots on the sand, and that's going to be a really nice start.
Yeah, I spoke to B before she paddled out a little earlier today, actually, and was talking to her about her matchup with Natsumi. She said she's super excited, and that she felt like she needed to really put it out there and really go for it in this heat. She knows that Natsumi's a fantastic competitor, very experienced competitor, and she's a great surfer. So B just highlighting that she's going to have to go all out on these pumping waves to get the scores.
And we're also seeing the need for a bit of versatility today, you know, reflecting on the difference in takeoff spots, and also that desire to dig deep, to be hungry. It seems as though the surfers with slow starts have found it harder to catch up.
It's true, and it's not just in the surfing in the heat perspective, but on the wave too. One of the things that B highlighted actually was just having to get that initial nose ride right at the start. And she mentioned that because if you don't do that, you're going to miss it. This wave, it's pretty quick in here on the bowl. It's not like big open face, long running walls at Bells. we're really focused on the inside bowl, and unless you get up on the nose and get that critical hang 10, you're going to find it hard to get into the excellent range.
And we've really scored on the forecast. Today didn't look like such a golden day 3 days ago, but it turned into a much better day than yesterday. Yesterday had that nice beginning, but then that wind started to affect it. But today we've had a lighter wind and offshore all day.
It's been absolutely pumping. A great day to be a professional longboarder, a great day to be a professional longboard fan as well. And yeah, just non-stop surf. Pumping down at Rincon this morning, now pumping on the bowl here. But yeah, you love these offshore conditions on a longboard. Love the clean sections. It's tricky when it gets bumpy. It's a big board, a longboard, and sometimes if it's choppy, you can be hitting 3 chops at the same time. And so it really makes it hard to maintain traction on the water. But these offshore conditions, it's just what you live for.
Absolutely, and somebody who is doing brilliant work is 13-year-old Ginger Kaimi. She's taken the win. She's booked herself a spot in the top 16, and she is with Josh Constable.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Thanks, Harry. Ginger, congratulations. 13 years old, competing here at Bells Beach on the biggest world stage for longboarding. That must feel amazing to make it through that heat.
Yeah, it's a dream for me, surf here in Bells, and I was like in the other years I seen the mobile phone and say, oh, I want to go there one day in Bells. It's a dream for me. Yeah, good.
Oh, well, those dreams do come true, and today you put on a fantastic performance. That surfing is really, really good. Talk to us about surfing the waves. How did it feel out there? You were at Bells Bowl. It's a little bigger, it's offshore, but it's nice and clean. You're very small. How do you control the bigger waves and all that wind?
I just like go in and concentrate for the wind. Just stay a little bit more down the wave, like in the middle. And for me, big, it's like good because I'm in Fuerteventura. There's the conditions are big, are big, so it's like home, you know. Here it's better than Fuerteventura, but there in Fuerteventura it's very windy and there are big conditions.
That's why you look so comfortable out there. Another great performance. You're into the round of 16. Same as in Huntington Beach, you had great performances. We look forward to seeing you later on. Did you want to say anything to anyone at home?
Ok, grazie alla mia famiglia, alla mia nonna, al mio papà che mi supporta un sacco, pure a mia mamma che mi stanno guardando da casa, e grazie tante a Michael Takayama Surfers e anche a Skin Dog Surfers, che sono le tavole che io uso, e anche a JB Fins Design, e un saluto a tutti e andiamo!
Congratulations, Ginger. The future of female longboard surfing is in great hands. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Josh. A nice shout out there, of course, to both Michael Takayama and Skin Dog. Her quiver has come, one from Michael, one from Ben Skinner, riding the new Swallowtail double scoop design. And let's not forget that Joel Tudor won his first ASP World Longboard Title in Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands. And Ginger has learned to surf in a place that has got a lot of juicy, powerful reef breaks and a fantastic right point break called Los Lobos, which would be a great training station for Ginger.
Yeah, great training station, and just what a little star.
Yeah, fully.
What a great young woman. So excited to see her through the years to come. As a 13-year-old, I'm guessing we're going to have a lot of years to come of young Ginger. But so exciting to see, and just brings a smile to your face. So enthusiastic and having fun. I love it.
It's good, and homeschooled now as well, and homeschooling now in English. So, you know, learning to speak good English. 6 months ago, you wouldn't have got as good an English-speaking interview from Ginger as you have today. So she's really working on that aspect of her professional surfing, and that's a big part of professional surfing. Is you do have to be bilingual. You're going to be traveling, and of course, homeschooling seems to be such a feature as well to a lot of the young surfers who have competition success under the age of 16.
Yeah, incredible. English as a second language. There's a lot of surfers on this tour who pull it off. I myself am English only, which is pretty disappointing, to be honest, because it's really impressive. But Yeah, Ginger, what a star. As I said, a couple of waves coming through here. I think Natsumi got one during the interview. Be exciting to see where that comes in with respect to B's 4.83.
From Point Lonsdale, of course, here in Victoria. Good start for B. Natsumi's wave looked like it could rival it, so we'll wait to see that score. Natsumi from Chiba, she comes in at number 12 seed. She finished 5th in the season last year. She got to go all the way to El Salvador to go for that world title. Her first result of the season in the event in Huntington at the US Open of Surfing resulted in a 9th. She lost to Avalon, the goofy footer, who went on to take the win. You must have been really stoked to see Avalon take that first World Longboard Tour win, because she's a surfer that you've seen rise up over the last decade as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Ginger coming on as a 13-year-old is not really a new thing in women's longboarding. We've had stars come on tour at a really young age for a long time now, Avalon being one of them.
Sure.
Sophia another. Fantastic, though, to see Avalon, after being on tour for that long, get her first win at Huntington.
And Khalees Kelly-Opaha had that win with Sophia in the final at Noosa a number of years ago, and both of those women were young at the time.
I know, and you could see the passion in Sophia then.
Yeah.
She took that so seriously, and that loss hurt for her, I could tell. But look at her now. It's taken her to new heights, challenging on this world tour, and fantastic surfing from all the young girls. There's a new generation coming up. They're only teenagers, but watch out.
But they got a beautiful tour to look forward to, because there's some big events around the calendar. And right now, Natsumi dropping a 4.5 as that score comes through. So you can see that spread of scores from that high 5.2 to that low 4. The highest and the lowest eliminated, an average taken from the remaining 3, and it puts her in second because B. Conroy has got that higher score of the 4.83. So pretty evenly balanced between both surfers, and that's been the nature of these last few heats. It's been a very close call. We saw Cash Hoover just getting the edge over Elise Lemoine, and certainly Kira Molnar was in the mix all the way till the last exchange with Ginger Kaimi, and this looks like it's going to be another close one, Harry.
Yeah, so one wave each for the surfers in the water. Slowing down a little bit this afternoon. We've had a decreasing swell all day, but as mentioned, there's been way more on offer than we're expecting. It has been a day for the books. This elimination round with longboarders, I said it in an interview with Natalia, but you don't often want to end up in the elimination round. It's tough, it's hard, but a lot of great surfers building momentum today. Pretty exciting moving forward.
Harry, what's your thoughts about bringing back the paddle round the buoy to get priority?
I'll tell you what, that buoy's, it's pretty far out there, brother. I'd be buggered getting all the way out there and back in. But I like that idea.
Yeah,
you know, I like the.
I
do enjoy the other elements that come into being a great surfer, and paddling is one of them. But yeah, that'd be tough as a competitor. I don't know that we need to make them have a race as well as this surf event, but God, it would be fun to watch.
Here we go, Natsumi looking for her second wave. She's got a 4.5. She's going to line things up from Chiba, Japan, multiple Asian champion, up to the tip, gets a 10. Soul arch, good body salute there. Down carve, almost dags that rail and catches it, but just gains control. Eyes up the reform in trim. A little foam on the top of the wave here as things now start to clean up. Walks back to the tail to readjust, a little shuffle of feet there to get that turn, and then cross steps back for a double nose right through the inside, and here onto the tail with a really nice controlled floater into a little kick out. Natsumi Teoka's going to drop a very strong second score as B. Conroy answers back, out back. 4 steps to a 5, nice lock. Good lift on that nose ride. I love the way she got low as she came back out of that nose ride with a nice sweeping cut back, down carving, and now dealing with a little bit of foam on the face as it moves through the ride that Natsumi just had, but she's got the opportunity potentially for a reform here as she fades and goes back out into the pocket, now locked in, another tight 5, really clean, smooth, controlled surfing from B. Harry, that was nice from Blue, a really composed approach, great variety and good rhythm.
Oh, nice from both of the surfers. I tell you what, just beautiful imagery coming from the team here at WSL Lovely start to that wave from Natsumi. Unfortunately, didn't offer her the carving section out the back that some of these waves have on offer. But even as she milks it through here, it's like a Waikiki straight wave going through the inside here. And she gets some more points on the inside with a nice little 5, tap back, tap forward, and hits it. I like this finish. It's a bit of an exclamation mark on the end of that wave there from Natsumi. Behind her, this wave looks a little bigger. That's a fantastic high and tight 5 from B. She was talking about it. She's gone out there and done it.
Yeah.
Nice carve too to follow it up. So perhaps getting a little bit more opportunity out the back on this one from B.
I agree.
Sort of gets a nice little 5 through the inside here. Does she get the 10? Tight 5, we'll call it. And maybe not quite as big a turn off the end. So these are going to be some tight scores again. This is a great heat, Sam.
Well, absolutely. If you're tuning in back home, I recommend scribbling down some scores, seeing who you think's got the best of the exchange, because when we come back after this short break, we'll have the opportunity to share what the judges think. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back. That sandstone strata stacked up on the cliff line here at Bells. A few washed up Wadawurrung wave riders, probably fossilized in there from over the centuries. But right now, leading this campaign is B. Conroy, local surfer Harrison Roach. She got the best of that last exchange. You may well have scribbled some numbers down if you're viewing back home. And B got a 7.5, Natsumi got a 6.5, and I think the judges got that right on the money.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm glad I'm not a judge, but I do think they got it right that time around. Just that great hang 5 into the turn out the back from B. They're rewarding those heavy maneuvers in the heavy sections.
It was a steeper wave. There was more degree of difficulty, more critical surfing out back for B, but I really like the way that she came out of that tall type 5 at the beginning, and then when she walked back, she just had that comfort to just flex low and then walk into a really nice down carve.
Yeah, great surfing. Super excited to see this heat progress. Still very tight, you know, 1 point difference in those top scores. A little less than that in the second scores, but both times around, B has gotten the nod.
Yeah, so she's out there in the lead with a heat combination of 12.33. Those two waves combined, the 7.5, the 4.83, means that Natsumi needs a 7.84 as we get to appreciate the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Harry, and talk about the degree of difficulty on this nose ride.
Yeah, look, she sets it up really well coming into this, but here's where the elevation happens. Doesn't get a real long hang time up there, but you can see as soon as she gets forward, her board angle's down and shoots out. She managed it really well, and yeah, like you said, got back in time for a nice turn. Not going into the excellent range, you can see had that have allowed her to do a bit more of a smooth turn, they might have been thinking about it, but a really healthy score there for that 2 maneuvers out the back and just milking it through the inside to convince everybody that she's really confident in her surfing today. Gets a nice little 5 and tight 5 on the inside too. Yeah, good surfing there. Nice score. She's gotten off to a great start here, B.
Yeah, really good. So that score of a 5.84, very attainable for Natsumi, but both surfers carrying those low backup scores in the 4 range. So evenly poised, but B with the edge on both exchanges and sitting with priority Natsumi. This would be quite an upset to see Natsumi eliminated. She's had good runs here at Bells. She got second here last year. Harry, I guess you would have been watching that final from home. It was fantastic. Soleil Errico took the win, but Natsumi was really charging in the bigger conditions. The previous year at Bells, she got a 5th, losing out to Elise Lemoine. We've seen Elise eliminated already in this first elimination round. A big upset for the French surfer, and I'd have to say the pressure's now on Natsumi's shoulders. It's an attainable score, but 5.84 we've seen all day today. Even the likes of Antonio Dantas was chasing a similar score to that in priority for the last 7 minutes, but he didn't get a set wave.
And we're talking 5.84 now, but we've got 9 minutes remaining. These sets have had multiple opportunities so far. 30-minute heats. Natsumi with the 2 waves, B with the 3, but I think one of those times she kind of got a wave right behind in the same set. So we've had 2 really good sets in this heat so far. If it keeps going this way, we can expect one more really good set. So the second wave is going to count for a lot when we get to the end of this heat. We might get more opportunity, but it remains to be seen. Let's see if she pulls the trigger here. It looks like we've got some waves coming in.
Inside opportunity for B to replace that backup score of a 4.83. She's not going to have a look at that. I got the chance in the break to have a little look around the Bioglan stand here, looking at some of the fantastic products that they have on offer, like the Active Magnesium, which is a night formula, really good for sleep support, and of course modeled by the mighty Tom Carroll, the Active Magnesium, which is really good for muscle and bone health. So come on down and you know, check out what Bioglan have on offer, and come and watch the surfing here. I mean, this is a world-class display. And Harry, we've been out on the steps, you know, between heats, and the vibe is just so positive. There's wonderful fusion of local surfers and traveling surfers, and everybody really appreciating the quality of the longboarding we're seeing today.
Yeah, and just what a beautiful day to be down at the beach here in Victoria. Lovely state. I love coming down here. Beautiful surfing to watch, and a classic relaxed longboarder vibe. Not like the shortboard event where there's so much going on all the time. Very relaxed down here, just good surfing, good hangs, the sun's out. It's a beautiful place to be.
That's the art of longboarding. You got to keep it cool. You got to hide the tension, haven't you? That's one of the great things that all of the longboarders, from Joyce Hoffman to Mickey Dora, that we looked up to, all the way through to Nat Young and Bo and Bryce, and even yourself and Berlin and Belinda, and it's that art of like having that cool charisma and that composure, but any fluff and anxiety, you hide that by that smooth style.
Yeah, it's true. That's at least what you try to do. But sometimes it's harder than others. And when your back is against the wall and you've got a perfect wave coming in towards you, it's hard to maintain that cool, calm composure. But here goes B. She's in the lead. She's got another opportunity here.
Nice speed section ahead. 4 steps to a 5. Another nice nose ride. And then just gets flexed low, walks back to the tail. And again, a really nice sweeping down carve on rail, cross-stepping forward in the middle of the board using that trim speed. That's that point on the board where everything stays flat and accelerates as that wave now fades on her, but she did a beautiful combination of nose work and rail work up to that moment, and she could well replace her backup score of 4.83.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. That was a quite similar to her last wave We'll see her here, this offshore, making it oh so dramatic, and a lovely high, tight 5 there. Kind of has to shuffle back a bit, but I won't hold it against her because she's got that lovely feet sliding shuffle just to come out of a really critical section.
The Dora foot slide.
That's it. Nat Young did it, Dora did it, all the best do it still. But also that turn was a cut above her last one. It'll be interesting to see where they go with that. This lovely, lovely replay here with the drone angle. Well, B's stoked, I reckon, Sam. She's pretty happy with this situation at the moment.
I think she's going to replace her backup score of a 6.83. I don't think it's going to go as high as a 7.5, but I think it's going to mean that Natsumi's going to need maybe a 6 or even as much as a 7 to move back into first.
Yeah, looks like the scores come in there at a 6-point ride. That's a healthy number now. Good heat total. Like you said, Natsumi looking for a 7. Pressure's on. Under 5 minutes remaining. I think at this point in the heat, Sam, I'd be looking to see Natsumi just settle down, calm down. There's time enough yet. You just want to make sure 7-point ride, you're getting a really good one.
There's Luana Suarez. She's going to be coming up next from Cambari Beach, Ubatuba, Sao Paulo. The 2024 Brazilian champion, and really representing people around the world who live with epilepsy. There's a fantastic film that you can watch online called A Moon Rises in the Sea, all about Lua, as she's known, and she's a really, really dynamic regular footer, and coming in with some coaching support from Carla Roland Zamora for this event, and she's going to be surfing against Mason Schremer. Mason, of course, Thomas Bexon team rider, has her own model, works for Bexon as well. Mason, someone you know well, Harry. How will she be feeling coming into this heat?
I think she'd be really excited. This is a great opportunity for Mason to show the world just how good she is. I just did a great trip with her to Sri Lanka. We got back a couple of weeks ago, and the surfing Mason was doing was world class. I hope we get to see her get a few opportunities out here. It's going to suit her. She's got a new board there. It's one of Thomas's Malibu models. She actually nicked it off Thomas's wife, Kim, while we were in Sri Lanka. She got a couple of waves on it and loved it so much that she asked kindly to borrow it. So that's awesome. We'll see how she goes out here, but really exciting to watch these ladies surf in pumping conditions on the Bells Bowl. And at the moment, it's B, local down here, moved from Sydney as far as I know, and she's showing that she knows this wave pretty well. She's stuck to her strategy. She's gotten those great nose rides on the good waves, and yeah, putting Natsumi under pressure.
Harry, have you ever considered moving down to Victoria? In your life, is it kind of lured you to move down south?
It hasn't. I'm a bit of a fair weather surfer, to be honest. I come from Noosa Heads, lovely place to live and grow up, and I like getting down here and experiencing the surf and the cold. And Melbourne as a city is a fantastic city. There's a big game of football going on this weekend on Saturday. My team, the Lions, coming up against the Pies, which should be a good one to watch. But, mate, it's pretty cold down here. We've got this lovely weather. We've got to soak it up because it could just as likely be gale force winds onshore and raining at the moment. But we're soaking up the magic here in Victoria right now.
Hot culture, though. Of course, Melbourne, Canada's stacked with international events, and all from this solid bedrock of ancient and living First Nations culture. And there's really great food, arts, entertainment, and I love the fact that Melbourne is the only city to host both a Grand Slam and a Grand Prix.
Yeah, and let's not forget the grand final of the footy. They live and breathe footy down here in Victoria, and great Australian sport, Australian football. So all the best coming into the finals. It's a big time of year for that. I'm sure Victorians are about to light up coming into these last few weekends of the sport.
Okay, so pressure on Natsumi now, Harrison. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. She's in priority. She's chasing not just a 7, but a 7.01. So just a little kind of iota above that flat 7. That wind blowing quite strong. B really has put on a great show. Her throwaway score, even a 4.83. The beach cheering for the local surfer. They're going to be happy to see the performance here, a 7.5, a 6. Natsumi with just 50 seconds remaining. Is there going to be a set in time?
Ooh, it's not looking like it. If I'm in the Natsumi camp, I'm looking at this lineup going, damn. But really cool to see Sharma down there talking with the Waxhead. Lovely boards under B's feet. He'd be stoked to see this heat go down the way it has. But yeah, you never know. But with these lovely offshores, you tend to be able to see the corduroy sets coming in from a while away. It might come down to a bit of a manufacturing moment if Natsumi gets an opportunity, but
yeah,
looking pretty flat.
Don't think there's going to be an opportunity. It's like that little moment in that great mid-80s film North Shore where there's just no more sets, but is there one little last moment for Rick Kane to get the score that he needs? I don't think there's going to be a Rick Kane moment for Natsumi Teoka, but congratulations, B. Conroy from Point Lonsdale, riding her Sharma Bunshaw boards designed and built locally, and the sand is cheering and they are stoked, and that is a massive result, eliminating Natsumi Teoka.
It is. She'll be stoked with that. It was a really well surfed heat too. You didn't put a foot wrong, made all the right decisions, and capitalized with the opportunities that she had.
Another big result. We got more to come. Mason Schremer against Luana Suarez from Brazil. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Look at that watercolor on the Surf Coast Shire, that distinctive sandstone cliff face, all the rock strata and that golden sand. As you can see, the contest set and those iconic set of stairs that so many great legends, from Gail Cooper through Michael Peterson all the way through to B. Conroy, have walked up and down. And it's B. Conroy who takes the win, beating a favorite for the event, Natsumi Teoka, who took second last year. And you can see that all of the fan base on the sand are absolutely delighted with that performance from B, and none more so than her shaper, local styler Sharma Bunshaw. He is going to be absolutely buzzing to see his boards on fire like that, Harrison.
Yeah, he'd be stoked. He's got a really, really close relationship with this wave here. Seen some incredible clips of him surfing bells when it's massive, and he'd be stoked to see his mate do well out here today.
Well, right now we got Mason Schremer comes in at rank number 20, surfing against Luana Suarez, rank number 18. So Luana in blue, Mason in red. Mason sitting further out, Luana opting still a bit inside. You know, ideas about that strategy? Do you think it's off the back of her having a look for an opening wave? Here it is, she's got a wave already. What do you think of this, Harry?
Yeah, nice start, smooth footwork, getting busy, kind of caught behind in that section, but look, from watching this wave, she looks strong, she looks like she's on point. Just kind of cruising through the inside, you know, not a lot of opportunity there, but she's looking solid on her feet for sure.
So score coming through at 2.77. Mason Schremer kicks off with a 2.33. So we continue with these 30-minute heats as we have done, and we have the winners moving into that round of 16. So once you strike that round of 16, the worst you can do is a 9th. But if you get to the quarterfinals, you're going to do a 5th and better. And it's only the top 8 surfers that will qualify for the finals in El Salvador. The third event of the World Longboard Tour shifts over to Abu Dhabi. And these surfers here are all hunting for 5th or better to really have a keeper result from Bells and potentially be in the mix for El Salvador.
Yeah, and just back to the talk of strategy, Mason sitting much farther out than Luana at the moment, and that's kind of Mason's deal. Even at home in Noosa, she waits for the sets. She's stone cold when it comes to being patient, and she wants to get a big wave. She's not afraid. She actually charges. I'm sure she'd be one of the favourites if it did get really big here coming into the weekend. So she's going to want she's really going to want to get through this heat to give herself an opportunity to surf when the size kicks up again. But can definitely put it together in the perfect little stuff too. Seen her do some incredible surfing at Noosa over the years.
And what's the relationship like with Thomas and Mason? You know, how much is Thomas brought to Mason's surfing, her approach and the boards that she rides?
Yeah, well, she's not just a team rider. She's like a part of the family at Thomas Surfboards. She works in the retail store. She goes on trips with Thomas. I think Thomas and Kim are actually driving from the airport as we speak to come down, excuse me, to come down and support her. They're going to be staying together.
Nice.
So she's really a part of the makeup there at Thomas Surfboards. And, you know, it's a nice relationship that they have. Thomas building great surfboards for her, and she loves them.
Here we go, Lua up and riding. Climbs in, drops, kicks out. So that wave just running fast. So she's not going to get a significant score there. Just a low up and out in the naught range. It's a 0.43. So no surfers yet carrying something significant, but Lua has been busy and active. The 2024 Brazilian champion rides boards built by Ney at the World Brothers in Ubatuba, and she is paddling out to get priority as she sees Mason up and riding to the tip. There's the 5 lock to 10. Walks cleanly out of that nose ride, cross-stepping back to the tail with real panache on rail. I love that smooth arcing turn. And now setting herself up through to the inside, just seeing what's ahead. You can just look at that body language. She's eyeing up the opportunity to see where the pocket is. Is it a nose ride wall? Is it a turn wall? It's up to the tip, locks that 5, gets that foot right over the nose, and then on a nice down carve, finishing right on the inside as Lua answers back. Gets the 5, but that wave dies, and Mason's going to get a pretty decent score there.
Yeah, that was a nice way to start. She's got the 2.33 there. Obviously not going to play into things, or we hope not, as spectators, but really well surfed wave. It wasn't a big one, but she made the most of it, I would say. And even as she was coming through the inside there and you're going, is it a nose ride, is it a turn? It looks like she got a bit of both.
Well, let's have a little analysis here. I love the control, close on the foot stance as well, but good variety.
Good variety. This slicing cutback of Mason, perhaps not her best one. She does some of the best in the game. And makes it look so easy so often. I think it's hard to even recognize just how gnarly some of the turns she does, because she makes them look so easy as she does them. But yeah, linking it through here, she's got the nose ride and the turn out the back, and then a nice nose ride and the turn through the inside. So yeah, made the most of that one. Good job, Mason.
Absolutely. I encourage you to kind of surmise at a score there, scribble something down, and then see if you can compare it to what the judges give. As we can see, Lua, nice 5. Speedy section into a second nose ride, touches the 5. Footwork, quick, out of that second nose ride. Great surfing from Blue. A good score is going to be dropped for Red. Let's find out what they're going to be real soon. But first, let's go down to the glass, because B. Conroy is with Josh Constable.
Yeah, thank you, guys. B, what a great heat out there to make it through that one. It was very wave-starved. There wasn't as many sets. The swell slowly dying. Talk us through that and the nerves to hold composure and wait for the correct waves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yesterday I was just playing it a little bit safe, and I just knew against Natsumi. And in those waves where you had to get the early nose ride, I just knew that I had to send it. Otherwise, there was no point paddling for it.
and you definitely centred on some of those. That one that linked up through to the inside and then got some beautiful nose rides and nose work and then finished it off. The beach erupted. You had a crazy cheer squad down there. The stairs were so busy walking down for your heat and coming back up. Then there's so much support. What does it feel like competing here at home and having that support?
Oh, it's just so special. Like, everyone here, I surf with them every day, and they're always looking out for me, and I love them all.
And talk to us about that. Surfing in a WSL Longboard World Tour event at your home break. You get to spend a lot of time out here at Bells. How special is that? This is your second year in a row, and to make some heats, it's a really cool feeling.
Yeah, it's so fun to just watch how longboarders approach it, because a lot of the time there's not many longboarders out there. So it's been really sick to watch, and there's some real creative lines, which is my favourite thing about this beach.
Amazing. It was great to watch you. We look forward to seeing you hopefully go deeper in the event. The crowd's going to go crazy if we can see maybe all the way to the finals day. The swell's coming. Talk to us a little bit about that too, because we know you are out here on some bigger days. Swell is looking like it's jumping up through the weekend. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels sick. I just love big waves here, so it would be very special if I could surf some big waves, because this is my favourite wave, and there's something very special about longboarding it in a big swell.
All right, well, hopefully something special happens. We'll throw it back to you guys, because this heat's a heater out there right now.
Bring it on. B, of course, won the Vic Longboard Titles to book a wild card here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and looking forward to that bigger swell filling in over the weekend as Mason Schremer drops a 6.17 for her second score, adding to her 2.33. Still now awaiting a couple of scores. I feel like Mason could replace her backup on that last wave. It may not go significantly higher than the backup. Lua has just dropped to 3.33. Here's that third wave of Mason. Harry, what do you think?
Yeah, when I saw her paddling into this one through the interview, I thought this is going to be a great wave, but it just has a look like she may have been a little too deep on the peak. She gets this nice nose ride to start, but kind of caught up in the whitewater there, so some of that good scoring potential was lost maybe out on the shoulder. But she's looking solid out there. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Mason.
Agreed, and a 3.5 is an important score because it just puts a little bit more pressure now on Lua, who's chasing a 6.34. Lua knows she can get scores in that range, but to hear that from the beach announcer, you know you've got to be strong and big, and you need the wave shape to cooperate.
Yeah, it's an interesting feeling, isn't it, when you're a competitor? I know whenever somebody put up even two small scores and I had to get quite a good wave to really turn it over, it became a different heat. You know, it's definitely advantage Mason right now. And just back to hearing from B saying she loves big swells out here. Reminded of some epic clips of her out here on Days with Sharma too, when it's just absolutely massive and she's charging. But looks like the girls have some opportunity here. Luana going the first one.
Yeah, so she had priority. She had right away. She fades in a high line. There's the 5, but just read that line a little bit wrong, so she was quite wide on the shoulder. Now Mason in priority, up and riding, cross steps forward, gets salute. But she gets knocked off as well. So it could be a little bit of scramble for priority. Lua will be already on her board paddling with a little bit of momentum. Let's have a look at the body language from Mason. Do you think she's got the edge on this paddle battle? Here we go. I love these things, Harry. These are my highlight moments. This is a proper paddle battle.
And on the left and the right, that's my central. I wish.
Bring on the Melbourne Cup, which will happen in November. Not long to go.
Another fantastic event, sporting event we have down here in Victoria. But yeah, looking from the drone angle, Mason seems to be with the advantage here.
Now, what I love about longboarders when they're paddling quick is the kick of the legs. Probably makes no difference at all to your momentum, but it just feels like you've got to do it.
Debatable, okay? I was a little nipper when I was a kid, a junior lifeguard, as they say in America, and we all swung our legs, and, you know, we got a lot of momentum from those little legs kicking, so...
Well, you know what it does do?
It's debatable.
It takes the pressure off your spine when you lift the legs on the longboard, because you've got the knees resting on the board, and it's a natural reaction to just bring those legs up.
Yeah, it's funny too. It's definitely an aesthetic thing as well. Like I remember talking to young Tosh Tudor, Joel's son, about how his dad used to tell him to put a foot up What are you doing paddling with both feet down? Put one foot in the air. So it's also a style thing, and Joel being the style master that he is, who can debate that? But yeah, it's funny longboarding, so many little intricacies, so many funny little things that we love to talk about. Are you a fin forward or fin backwards on the roof kind of guy when you strap your longboards on?
Oh, fin forward, 100%.
Every time,
yeah,
every
all
time.
the way. And if it does loosen, you know the fin is going to catch it on the straps.
Yeah, I've had it happen to me once. As a kid learning how to strap these longboards on the roof, they don't often fit inside cars unless you've got a van. So you learn pretty quick how to strap a board on the roof. Sometimes a little slower than others. There are some errors that happen every now and then, but I have had a fin held on, a board held on by the fin thanks to it being facing forwards.
And I'm a bring back the Bioglan buoy paddle battle kind of guy as well. I'd love to see a paddle race here at the Bells Beach Longboard Classic as we get to see the Stone and Wood Slow-Mo or Pacific Ale from Mason.
Yeah, here she goes, setting it up for a lovely hang 5, N10 out the back. Beautiful little nose ride there for Mace. And so this is her highest scoring ride. That knock-kneed carving slice that Mason is so well known for. Yeah, she's one of the best at it. Seen so many good examples of fantastic rail surfing from Mason Tremor over the years. Nice to see her put it to her fellow competitors here at Bells Beach. She gets a lovely little hang 5 and turn option on the inside too. The Stonewood Slow-Mo coming through with the goods for the gals.
Great stuff there from Mason. Well, if you aren't near your fridge, why not go and grab a cold Stone and Wood, chill out and have a little bonsai brew break as well, because we'll be right back after these messages. Great Ocean Road, Great Otway National Park, and it all moves along this incredible coastline. And if you head to Torquay, you can see the Australian National Surfing Museum as well, and you can get that wonderful juxtaposition of how this incredible wildlife and scenery and environment and adventure lifestyle has inspired the long history of wave riding in this stunning region as we continue day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. The broadcast team combining Sam Bleakley, myself, with Harrison Roach right now. And Harry, you love the energy, and right now your good friend Mason has got the edge on Luana from Brazil, who's chasing a pretty attainable score of a 6.34. What would your advice be for Mason right now?
Yeah, look, I think, looks like maybe she's taken it already, but she's picked a great wave here. Perhaps maybe closing out a little there. What I want to see from Mason now, my advice would be to just sit patient. She's got to get another score to back up that 6. That was a great wave. We're getting down to the business end of this heat, but there's still, 11 and a half minutes remaining. She's trimming this wave through the inside. She's looking to better a 4.67. We'll see how she goes. But yeah, I think I'd be searching for those nose rides out the back and a turn section.
Wow.
Let's see, Luana here gets a nice hip forward, nose ride out the back, a 5. The lovely little down carve, solid surfing from Luana. No big X factor out the back there, but a nice stylish hang 5 into a nice down carve. Here we go, coming through the inside. This is a good looking section, a little hang 10, but as we've seen throughout the field today, a lot of people getting up on the 10, but getting hung up and going off the back of the wave like that, Sam.
Yeah, you can just see the locals down at Winky Pop there. As we can see, a little lull come through, scores also coming through. A 5.07 for Lua Suarez. She would have got a much bigger score had she have linked that inside section. Malia coming up next, based in Ventura, but with Philippines family as well. She's going to be surfing against Noosa styler Emily Lethbridge. Great to see Emily back on tour, Harry. You would have seen Emily growing up at the points over the years.
Yes, I have. I think I know her mother really well. She's one of my aunt's best friends, and yeah, the whole family has been around the Noosa Points forever. Obviously a great place for young longboarders to cut their teeth. Em, a hard worker too, got a new job, but she's taken a little bit of time off to come and grace us with her presence down here at Bells Beach, and why wouldn't she? What a place to come and surf, let alone surf with one other person in the water. There's the camp down there, her sister on the right.
Cool.
And her
Full
mum
team.
further over.
Yep.
Not sure if that's both of her sisters. I haven't seen the youngest one in a while, but...
Mum Claire there. I guess Dad Pete's tuning in back home.
I'm sure he's watching. Yeah, probably pretty nervous.
I bet he will be. Nothing worse than watching your kids compete. It is absolutely pull your hair out stuff.
Yeah, pretty unlucky in her first heat too.
She was.
Got that interference, bit of confusion going on there, but look, another opportunity here. Like I've said, it's not a bad day to be in the elimination round, pumping conditions.
And that's what Rachel Tilley said. She said on reflection, she comes, you know, late arrival, having been working in El Salvador as a commentator, and she now appreciates the fact that she got to surf in the elimination round, because just giving her a little bit more momentum, a little bit more appreciation for the current swell and conditions. That is a really nice shot. Great work from the camera team. I love the perspective, and as a geologist, those rocks for me, every time I have a surf on my way out, I have a little wander over to that corner and I look for some fossils. I haven't found any yet though.
It's a beautiful part of the world down here, isn't it? But yeah, lots of opportunity. It's quieting down at the moment. Mason sitting out there in second priority. The ball is in Luana's court right now. Really excited to see the type of wave she picks and whether or not she can make Mason pay.
And I think that 5.07, there was a real lost opportunity, having not linked that final nose ride through to the inside. That could have been a 7-point score.
Yeah, when you look how high it went without that inside section, yeah, she could have, she left a bit on the table there, but I'm sure there's still time yet, mate. We'll see how we go.
Right back in the mix, chasing a 5.78. She's sitting there with priority. Lua from Brazil, needing that score that you can see on your screen. Mason, originally from Florida, but Mason spent a lot of time over in Waikiki, and then now based in Noosa. A Thomas Beckson rider, of course, works in the retail store, as you shared with us earlier. Just been on a free surfing trip to Sri Lanka with the Beckson team, and she's sitting out there out of priority, but with that 6.17, but she'll want to replace that back up 4.67 to increase the pressure on Lua.
Yeah, I was talking to Mason while we were in Sri Lanka and asked her, we did a little interview actually, and I asked her, you know, what some of her earliest memories of longboarding were, and having spent all that time in Hawaii, she pointed out that Kai Salas was the one to watch when she was growing up, and a favourite surfer of hers, as well as Devin Howard these days. So stylish surfers to look up to, but right now it's Luana looking for that 5.78, Sam.
Holds that 5, walks out of that nose ride. That's wave looking really difficult to connect with though. So that fades on her. She's unlikely to replace that 3.33. She's not going to get the 5.78 that she needs, so she's still going to be chasing a score. just demonstrating good use of technique there. The kind of Eskimo or turtle roll, one of the many ways you can get a longboard under the surf. You'll see a lot of the surfers here duck diving their longboards, some going for the roll and some just going for the kind of pushover where they go to the back and let that board bounce over the foam.
Yeah, it's always dramatic, no matter with a big board like that, no matter what you go with. It takes a bit of effort to hold on to these things. When a bit of foam gets underneath them, when they sit up and pop it over the waves, sometimes you just go flying backwards. The El Rolo, whatever you want to call it, the crocodile roll. It's got a few different names depending on where you're from.
Yeah, which region.
Who you are, but yeah, it's a great way to get under a wave. And duck diving, yeah, it depends what type of board you're on. Some of the people can pull it off, but it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, for me it's about that technique of just getting the water under that front nose corner. And even a fairly big board, if you can get that technique right, it's not so much about power, it's just the angles, and it does feel nice when
first,
you do.
Guys, Sam Bleakley is going to come through with a new YouTube series, How to Duck Dive with Sam Bleakley. I'd like to get some hot tips from you, mate.
Anytime.
When it gets 6 foot out here too, I think we're going to see there's going to be some entertaining moments with people dodging sets.
Well, hopefully there's not going to be any broken boards, because this wave can break boards. We've got 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Coming up for our next heat, we have got Malia and Emily.
And a little cameo there from the class clown, Cole Robbins, right there. But yeah, Em getting ready for her heat. Excited to watch her surf. Of talking to fellow commentator Josh Constable, he thinks Em is one of his favourites, if not his actual favourite surfers on tour. So
how beautiful is that? Sparkly. And it's
stunning.
The light there really affected as well by the spray with the offshore. And that is a gorgeous sight, and it really makes you hungry to paddle out here in Victoria. As we can see Lua having a look on this wave on the inside, looking to improve on that 3-3-3 and chasing a 5-7-8. Mason turns, looks over her shoulder, has a little eye on the horizon to see if there's a set coming, but Lua didn't catch that wave, but she's staying active. She's out of priority now. So the situation has changed because our heat leader is now in priority, but still carrying that low backup score of a 4.67, with Lua chasing a slightly higher score of a 5.78. So it's going to take a little bit of cool-headedness from Mason to really see through the last 4 minutes.
I agree. So Luana's really hunting on the inside, but as we saw on one of the waves she caught earlier, it didn't even actually break. When you're surfing the bowl, you do need a decent amount of swell. I've surfed out there a bunch of times, and I've never really missed so many waves in my life. Sitting there thinking, oh, this is a good one, this is a good one, gone to paddle and just completely missed it. I'm sure people can relate to that feeling, but Mason's got to play it cool. She can't get carried away or too caught up in what Luana's doing on the inside, because they got those high scores on set waves with great hang fives out the back, turns through the inside. It's going to be tough for Luana to do it on a small wave out here at the moment. So, like you said, a cool head will prevail in this situation, but
we haven't seen big scores being dropped on the smaller size waves as well. And both of these surfers had 17ths at the US Open of Surfing in Huntington to kick the season off. We had Avalon beating Mason, and we had Tully White beating Lua, and I know that Mason was bitterly disappointed with that result. She is competitive, isn't she? She doesn't take the losses well. She's hungry for big results. There's no question about that.
No, and it means a lot. You know, it means a lot to all of these surfers. It's nice to walk away and take a loss well, but it's a difficult thing to do. There's so much passion. There's so much on the line too. A lot of these surfers are self-funding their way along the tour, so a 17th means money out of the pocket. They want to get through and show their best surfing. A little harder to do at a wave like Huntington, but here at Bells, they want the opportunity to show the world just how talented they are. But it's a tough gig. There's a lot of great surfers here.
Lua, winner of the Uruguay Longboard Fest in 2024, a WSL Longboard Qualifying Series event in the South America region. So he got second in the Lobitos Longboard Pro, and second in the Juan Chaco Longboard Pro. So she's had a good season on the qualifying series, so well placed to re-qualify for the tour next year if she doesn't stay in the top 10, which is how you would re-qualify from the World Longboard Tour, which includes 24 surfers, 10 of which have qualified from the previous season's top 10, and the other 14 coming in from a mix of regional qualifiers and wildcards per event. So Luana well placed regionally, but she'll be hungry for a bigger result, and she's still got time. She's in second priority, but only a minute now left. So as this little set comes through, Harry, what do you think the maneuver is going to be from Mason in red?
Oh, it's tough. This is a tricky situation. Obviously, if the wave looks good enough, she's got to go, but she's identified that one's not really going to offer too much opportunity. So she's just got to hang in there. It's a tough situation to be in. You're holding on by not too much. There's a little bit of time left. Looks like Mason's put her head down and paddling for this one. And look at that stunning shot from the sky.
Yeah, you really get to see the bathymetry of the point there, as we can see now Mason in trim, a smaller wave. Look at the speed on the tip. Locks the 5, tight 5, almost dives into the rail edge there. Just pops up. Not going to be a significant score.
A defensive play there, you'd have to say, Sam.
Yeah.
Just keeping Luana off the wave. Would have probably tried to have a look out the back to see if anything else was on offer.
Ooh.
But
Here we
3
go.
seconds, 2, 1. It's going to count down. She's not going to get another opportunity.
Unlucky for Lua. So too late. It's not going to count. As we get to watch, is she going to stand up? She knows that it's not needed. So no opportunity for Luana to move past 17th, but Mason moves into that round of 16. And Thomas Beckson tuning in, he's going to be happy about that, Harry.
Yeah, a wave-starved heat, I would say, and those feel really good to get through. Scratching through there, Mason Tremor. She made the most of the opportunities on offer, and she'll be happy with that one. They're hard to get through. This can be a tough round, this elimination round, and as it slows down, you really want to make the most of what's on offer. Mason's done that.
Well, thanks for staying with us. But stay with us more because we got 2 more heats to go. We've also got the post show as well. 2022 World Longboard Champ Harry. That was a good one. It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been so fun. I love being in the booth with you, Sam, with the surfing that's gone down today. It's epic, and there's more on the way.
Absolutely. Stay with us. We've got the Wax Head and Constable coming into the booth.
Victoria in Australia, one of the most beautiful states, 12 apostles, untouched beaches, 243 kilometres of the Great Ocean Road. You'll find plenty of stuff to do for yourself, your couple, a group of friends, plenty of amazing waves, bushwalking trails. But for us as surfers, we come to surf these reefs, these big, long, limestone reefs that just channel the waves. And we're here at Bells Beach for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, stop 2 on the World Longboard Tour. Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, in the booth with 2006 world champion Josh Constable. The sun is shining, the wind is offshore. We got tremendous heats stacked up for the last 2 of the day. How's it been so far for you, Josh?
Yeah, it's been an amazing day, Matt. The waves are firing, and I was just sitting there then, just mind surfing some waves at Rincon. It's just that change of the tide, some beautiful waves coming through, so the surfers are going to have to adjust here. It's a little slower on the bowl. I watched Malia's opening wave. It was really nice, so it's going to be a great heat. I'm super excited to watch this one.
Yeah, we both know Emily Lethbridge really well, and she's up and riding right now. Malia opening up the 4.33. Lethbridge, not overly experienced down here at Bells, but she's a powerhouse, a strong cutback and technical nose rider. Evenly matched with the rookie, Malia Illigan. She's straight off a finals berth there at Huntington, and on her first WLT full season ahead, and this is her first wave, Josh.
Yeah, this is the first wave. The heat before was really slow, the tide's filling in at the bowl, so for her to pick this wave up right when the siren went, this was a great opening wave just to build the confidence. Ultimate competitor, she fought for that inside priority and it's paid off. And as you can see, Matt, great little wave, that board's running and trimming nicely, great turn there, great opener.
Yeah, so that was, she took up a little bit further up at Rincon, further up the reef, so they're making a shift. That last heat, really quiet, the bowl slowing down. It was actually quite impressive, the heat before last with B. Conroy and Natsumi Teoka. B just sitting there knowing that time was ticking down and the proximity of those sets coming all the way into the bowls probably not going to happen because it was starting to shift up the Rincon. So a tactical shift for B to stay down there at the bowl, because generally when you're free surfing and it's mid-tide, you're up at Rincon, right?
Totally, 100%. We actually noticed that yesterday afternoon when we had a free surf. We were sort of sitting on the bowl and then the tide came in and moved up there. There's some great waves, but you do, if you've got priority and you're leading the heat, you're better off sitting down there while the higher tide and the waves start stopping. But Malia's really, she's watching. She was watching prior to this heat. She actually asked me while I was sitting there, when do you think I should move up there, or should I move up there? And I just said, you've just got to pay attention, but that tide is rushing in right now. Swell's dying. There are some really good runners up there.
Mason Schremer, the winner of that last heat, timed it well. One of the last heats of the bowl of the day, as we see Malia paddling into this one, activated, and we will see Malia use her priority on this one, paddling hard, look at it go, and it just breaks off the back end of the bowl there. But let's go catch up with Mason, who's on the glass for a post-heat interview.
All right. Here I am, Mason. So a conversation that I have not had with one person yet about how actually hot you are right now, considering how actually chilly it is. Give us a little insight right now. You're saying you're sweating, you're hot. What was it like in the heat for you?
It was actually the first time I've been warm this trip, I'm not gonna lie, which is nice. It's nice to like get in the water and not be freezing. So yeah, I think just kind of like planned it a bit better today, warmed myself up before I got here. Yeah.
So your approach has always been so calm, collected, and smooth. You know, your trim work, your footwork is so beautiful, and so many people are inspired by it. It came through with your surfing. How is your board feeling out there right now? And tell us a little insight on the little secret board you have.
Yeah, so my board feels really good. It's actually my friend Kim's board, which is actually Thomas's wife who makes my boards, but I borrowed it in Sri Lanka a couple weeks ago when we were there, and I loved it. And so, yeah, Doc texted me and was like, do you want to take Kim's board down to Bells? And I was like, yes, for sure, as long as it's all good. And yeah, they were happy to let me take it. So yeah, I'm really grateful because, yeah, it's probably like one of the best boards I've ridden in a while, and like it's kind of makes surfing exciting because it's something different. Like I was on the same board for 2 years because I loved it, and kind of couldn't find anything that was as good, and this one is probably better, which is cool. Like, it just makes it exciting to surf.
Yeah. Well, your surfing was beautiful. We all appreciate your style and flow, and you're such a gracious person as well. So good luck in the next round. Is there anything you'd like to say back home?
Just hi to everyone. Thanks for watching. If you're tuning in, I feel like there's people all over the place, it seems like, because I've lived in a bunch of different places. But yeah, thanks for watching if you have. yeah.
Best of luck in the next round. Very excited to watch you surf. And we'll send it back up to the boys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Berlin. Great insight there from Mason, her fellow Noosa local friend. Out on the water, Emily Lethbridge, you saw her up and riding on that inset. Some tremendous form from Emily. Nice to see her. Her tempo and pace is really suiting Bells Beach, Josh.
Yeah, totally. And her power surfing with the power in the waves. It is smaller and it's getting higher tide, but down here there is more energy in the ocean. Where from Noosa we've got that nice perfection, and it's a little smaller, a little softer. So Em matching the power of her power surfing with the power of this wave. She's sitting there in the Bells Bowl. That was a nice little runner that she got then. She's going to sort of go close to matching that score of Malia's, and this is a really tight heat right now.
Yeah, and they've moved up the reef, as we said earlier in this heat, and this one was up at Rincon.
Yeah, just a nice little fade in here. You can see it's filling up a little bit, but a nice little tap of the nose here. And this is a beautiful swooping turn. Just matching this pace of the wave, not going too hard, not over surfing it, letting that board trim. And you don't have to do much sometimes, as long as you're in that beautiful trim and just making it look nice. And Em's great at doing that.
Yeah, trademark nose ride too. She typically gets the whole foot over the nose. Very intricate footwork, never puts a foot wrong. Shuffling's not really in her MO, and it's so nice to see it on display on the big screen with the close footwork and the close-up, of the camera work.
Yeah, definitely. She does hang those toes right over. Fantastic surfer, and it's just great to have her back here on this stage because her surfing deserves to be here, and you want to see the world's best on the World Tour.
Yeah, she really is world-class, Emily, and we saw Cole Robbins, fellow Santa Barbara and Venturan, supporting Malia Illigan. She's riding a Wayne Rich shape on the same team there as Cole. So making way here for Emily, who's taking off way down the point, sort of in that in-between zone under priority. Nice hang five there for Emily. Oh, drops out a little bit. She stays perfectly in trim despite the bump. So some nice form here for Lethbridge. Nice style, relaxed body language, and flowing between the sections, connecting the dots really well. The 24-year-old from Noosa will be happy with that wave under priority, surfing this one all the way through the inside.
Yeah, that's a really good wave, Matt. The previous wave coming into 443, I felt like as I was watching that, I was more excited. There was a little bit more work done, a couple more maneuvers, great nose rides, and a little nice flow through the inside, picking that one up under priority. We can see Malia really working hard. She's just a little out of position. Maybe that offshore breeze, since she's had priority, is blowing her out to sea. You've got to be aware of that offshore moving you off the peak or off the reef. And we've seen her miss the last couple of waves, and Emily just sneaking that one inside a little bit. That's going to be a great wave. Let's watch the replay.
Gliding into this one, she faded up and didn't put a foot wrong, Josh.
No, look at this nice lift there on the nose, this little double up dropping down that one, but calm and composed, didn't rush, didn't lose composure. Really nice surfing here, and just filling in the dots, linking it through and letting that board trim.
The way she gets on her heels and her toes sort of disguises a big turn really nicely, and she just sort of loads up and just pivots from the hips up and swings the upper body in a way that she's throwing the rail. I mean, she's using the rail, throwing water, but it doesn't look out of context. It's really flowing between the sections. I think the judges will appreciate that, and they do. A 5.33, Josh.
Yeah, and that shoots her into the lead. This is an out of reach right now for Malia, but she definitely needs to get going. She needs to get some waves. She needs to probably warm up a little bit as well, Matt. She's been sitting around for a little bit. That offshore breeze is cooler. The water's a little colder. She doesn't want to lose that momentum because she got off to a flying start.
Yep. Love the kick out there from Emily too. Terrific technique for the young surfers coming up, watching Emily there on the backside. We've seen these surfers, these goofy footers with a very similar knock-kneed style. Think of Khalees, I think of Kalia Moniz, Natalia Wunderlich, Haley Otto. They've got that similar style. Avalon Gal as well. And it's this theme that's running through women's longboarding in the last decade, and it's a beautiful thing, but it scores really well as well.
Yeah, some of the females, the surfing they're doing, it's inspiring the guys. Sometimes it was the role reversed over the previous years. but definitely a lot of the guys are looking at the girls for that beautiful flow, technique, and we can see here who we got there.
That's Gavin Adoni, yeah. He's sending Malia, making sure she's moving back up to Rincon, not following Emily down a little bit, because that's that no woman's area. And here she goes, she's way up, seeing the red singlet, but Emily just sort of on that in-between bit, just having fun under priority.
Yeah, this is a really good wave right now.
This is not an area where typically you sit and wait for waves. She's just staying really busy, which is what you've got to do when you're between the bowl and the Rincon. She's got the 5-3-3 and the 4-3, so putting pressure on Malia right now. Despite Malia actually being in the better spot, Emily, under priority, just adding the scores together, just building on that heat.
And there's the cheer squad, mum, sister, boyfriend. So great to have some support down here. And Pete will be back home watching Emily, super proud. Great wave here, nice fade again, great nose ride, going nice and fast, great turn, throwing a lot of water. And then again, Matt, just really patient through here. We talked about timing in the judges' criteria today. They want maneuvers in the right placement, but you have to time it all well. And that 5 right there, critical, knock knee, hanging the toes over, dropping that back foot up. Just really smooth, great surfing.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it here. Great timing there. And another name, another famous goofy footer I didn't mention is Chloe Calmon, one of the best to do it. She's watching on right now and observing some of these heats today. So watch that, the calm timing. She's disguising doing nothing really well. She's just trimming her way through in here. Knock knee, bends the knee in, there, tilts, steering on the heels, slightly rising up the wave, just elongating the nose ride just enough to step back and time the kick out perfectly. Great technique from Lethbridge, but priority with Malia. And she's someone herself who's got that classic California style, quick footwork, pivoty turns. And we'll wait to see what Malia's got for us. We're going to go to a Bonsai brew break. Stay tuned for the rest of Heat 7 coming up next. Stop 2 on the World Longboard Tour. This is the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, live from the valley here at Jurak, which is the indigenous name here for Bells Beach. Of course, the limestone reef spreading all the way out, the bathymetry roping in that west-southwest swell that's coming around Cape Otway, providing beautiful longboard waves. The Wax Head in the booth with Josh Constable. Great surfing in this heat, but we're really waiting for the rookie to fire a shot. She has taken off on a wave. We're yet to see that replay, but Emily Lethbridge in priority and got the lead.
Yeah, she does have the lead, that previous wave, coming in as 617. It's great to see Malia has acted. She's moved back down to where Emily's been getting those great waves, so it's good for her to notice that Emily's on a little heater right now. She's in form. She's got the rhythm of the ocean. She needs to go and sit next to her and try and figure out where she's taking these waves from. because we're in an in-between tide right now. It's not as easy to read, so hopefully she can get a few waves under her belt. But Emily's building this beautiful heat total, starting off with a 1, improving 4.43, dropping the 4.43, getting the 5.33. So that's how you want to build a heat, isn't it, Matt? More so than getting waves and starting to drop low scores, she's building bank and improving each wave.
And here she goes under priority now. We'll see how she reacts with the pressure. This wave hasn't broken yet, but using that trim spot on the board just to generate speed. Here we have, starts to unload. You can see the wedge stringer in that board starting pointed together, and the stringer splits as it goes down. The board flexing as she goes up and over. So a unique ending there for Malia, trying to create something just to maybe claw away at that 7.17. She had a 3rd at Huntington Beach just a few months ago. So she's trying to carry that momentum and claw out of this, claw at that 7.17.
Yeah, as you can see, the surfing's on point. She's surfing great. Unfortunately, that wave didn't allow many opportunities. It was a bit sleepy at the start, like you mentioned. Was waiting for it to stand up and get some work done. Here she is, just trimming, waiting, looking, patience, walking, trying to find that speed. And here it was just a quick tap. Still not getting much opportunity yet to really lay it down. But here it is, coming to the inside. It does get steep, and a really nice radical top turn. So the surfing's great. Now she needs to go out there, be patient, try and wrestle back that priority off Emily, and then get that momentum that Emily had at the start of the heat, try and wrestle that back for the last 10 minutes and put some scores on.
Well, coming up next on the World Longboard Tour is the Abu Dhabi event, and then finishing over at El Salvador. So these pressure cooker moments under priority is a little bit different over in Abu Dhabi, where we'll have those scheduled waves. The surfers know that they're going to have a set amount of waves, and it's going to really come down to their skill. As we see Emily Lethbridge, current heat leader, showing good form in this heat so far, staying busy on this one. That one's not going to be it, and she recognises maybe a priority error there, 10 minutes remaining.
Could this be the switch, Matt? Maybe taking the wrong wave, handing over to Imogen, Malia, and looking like a really nice one here.
3.8 on her last, slightly reduces the requirement, but priority switch again. So priority error now, back with Malia. Overthinking the situation. Coming up next in the Hydrolite heat to watch, Kaidi Inui. And we have Sive Gerard up next. So this is a rematch from the stop 1 on the World Longboard Tour over there in Huntington, where Kaidi got the jump on Sive. She's been surfing great, some great signs there, Sive, on a locally shaped South Coast longboard by Ian Chisholm, so she'll be up next. And then we have Kaidi. We saw her sister competing earlier, and Tucker Inui, her older brother, so they really travel as a team. And here we go, under priority, live action. Illigan up and riding, stepping back into the pocket. Cool pace on this wave. She carries it through the inside. Nice hang 10 there. Tries to push the envelope on the last turn, and she's out of there. Look forward to seeing the replay on that one, Josh.
Yeah, really nice one. Great hang 10 there, and like you said, try to force it back up and roll out of that one, but she finished it. She finished it reasonably clean. It's a nice wave, a little bigger than what she's been taking. Didn't have to be as patient at the start with a nice nose ride there. Big swoop there, really digging in, generating some speed. You can see the acceleration out of those turns. So this is a good wave. This is going to get her back in the heat. I don't think it's going to be it's not the score that she's requiring, but she needs to get somewhere maybe around the 5. If she can match Emily's 5.33 around there, it could. We haven't seen many hang 10s either. That's maybe the first hang 10 in the heat, so judges might appreciate that. We'll have to see where they go.
Yeah, look forward. This is going to be a good moment of the heat. You can see her knee paddling out, very unique in the world of longboarding. Just a good way to regain your breath and get the diaphragm free and the lungs free as you knee paddle back out and sort of suck in those big ones as you make your way out. Beautiful drone angle. Now, are you a knee paddler, Josh?
No, I'm not a knee paddler. Too heavy, I just sink. But it is a unique way, longboard knee paddling, but it's also slower. So there's not much time left. 7 minutes. She needs possibly still 2 waves. I'd love to see her laying down
hammering back out there to get in position.
Yeah,
She
fine.
might need the 2 waves.
Maybe showing a little bit of unsurety as well in this lineup. And this was the Stonerwood slow-mo, Emily 617, showing perfect footwork, great technique. Just when the waves started to get a little gnarly, she stepped it up, a big rail turn, smooth nose riding. But what impressed us the most and the judges is the way that she connected through this section, making light work of that dead section, using the trim of the board moving forward, and just finishing cleanly. Good timing is what the judges required and asked for, and Emily delivered right on cue. Perfect nose right here. Just that back knee bent in, ever so stylish and functional ending. Great surfing there from Emily Lethbridge.
Really nice. It's great to see that slow-mo. And now thinking of Imogen's wave. Oh, sorry, Malia's,
yeah.
Malia's wave. 517.
517 required, so under priority again, staying busy. She may not have heard the requirement, hitting a 633.
Oh, this is a good wave, Matt.
Better hang 5 here. Little pivot turn. She's going to need more.
This is her best wave. This is awesome. She's got the rhythm, doesn't she? She needed to wrestle back that rhythm.
Just a little lack of flow on the end there. We'll see where this one scores. The judges will be processing that, and maybe the requirement was 633. She may have just heard it as she's paddling back out, but it's going to be a great 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that was a nice wave for Malia. We've seen her sort of getting these quick nose rides besides the 10 on the last inside section. But again, still a little bit of setup. Emily's getting those waves where she's taking off and running and driving on the nose. But then here, holding it down the line. Nice little setup carve again. Back to the nose. Holding again. And just pulling out of that one. Nice little down carve.
They're trying to add some more extra points, but at this level, the judges want to see commitment on set waves, not usually an amount of maneuvers. That's something you often see in the NSSA events or the coalition events. But look at this, quality sets rolling through here. Lethbridge, experienced competitor, trademark hang 5, majority of the foot over the nose. Doesn't score better, but it certainly adds style points. She trims her way through. That one's not going to be it, so a couple of priority errors from Emily in this last 10 minutes, leaving the door open for Malia.
Yeah, this is going to be a great ending to this heat. 4.5 minutes coming up to that. Tide's filling in. They are moving up the point a little bit more, aren't they? So this is really cool.
When I say priority error as well, it's when you take your priority and you don't convert to and improve your requirement and make it a little harder for your competitor. We see it regularly in the shortboarding, where surfers will be doing that defensive or offensive type of choice, but sometimes it's just straight up a mistake. The wave just dissipates, and that's what happens. That is Mother Nature. That is the ocean. That's a big part of surfing. You can have the best heat IQ, but if you don't connect with the waves in that moment, in that half an hour, those good scores will elude you.
Yeah, and it is tough out here. We heard Harrison speak about it earlier, how many waves he's missed out here where it stands up. He thinks he's going to glide in easily and doesn't quite catch it because the water fills up underneath you. So we saw that with Malia. She struggled a little bit catching a few waves earlier, but we're still waiting for that last score, her 6th wave of the heat. She's looking back to the beach.
Yeah,
she wants
crucial.
to know 3 minutes. It's really crucial. She has priority right now. She needs to know where she sits and what score she's going to need to require.
And perhaps did Emily even improve the situation? You know, is she looking for that 633 still, or is it larger, or is it a smaller requirement? This is where those beach announcers come in on cue and give the surfers their requirement. A lot of them, it's almost like Braille in some of those events where you get a sense for how you're going in a heat. Malia knowing she's going to need another score, and it has locked in. It's a 5.67, so now needing a 5.84. So you can see a bit of action here from Emily, knowing that she's still in first place. The second priority, maybe trying to put a little bit of pressure on Malia and sell her on a wave. But Malia, and wasting no time, a line approaching Rincon here. Activated paddle in red. Malia Illigan needs a score. This is the elimination round. The wave nearly pushes her off the back. Forward trim and priority error.
Wow. You don't get many opportunities. You've got to make them count.
2.5 minutes to go, so still a little bit of time. She'll get back out there, but look at this set coming through. Emily looking back to see where Malia is right now.
Oh.
Emily needs to play a defensive game right now.
2 minutes remaining. There seems to be a couple of little waves rolling through, and as you said, 2022 world champ Harrison Roach has had waves pass under him. It does happen at Rincon, happens in the bowl as well. Those lines come, they feather and can fill up, and those little undulations of the reef can work with you or against you. And in that case, that wave just faded away on Malia. But swell lines approaching. So what does she need? A 5.84. What's going to be the requirement? What type of wave and surfing will Malia need to perform?
So we've noticed Emily's getting them big maneuvers on the outside straight away. Malia's getting them on the inside. So if Malia, and the scores are almost similar, actually a couple of higher ones. So if she can do that surfing on the outside and get the big wall and the nose right on the outside, she can easily get the score. But here we go.
This could be it. Final minutes, a small wave. Hasn't broken yet, and she's trimming through, groveling on this one. And she didn't have priority. She's staying busy. She'll make her way back out and just hope for something, and it can happen as you're further up the reef. Maybe a little bit of experience here at Bells coming into play. But 2 waves coming. Final minute. You can see those swell lines. Is she going to go this first one? She's going to have to, I think, Josh.
Yeah, she might have to. Emily's sort of floating around on the outside. I don't think she's going to catch this. So it looks like they've moved back towards the bowl. It's hard to, looks like it's filling up where Malia needs to shoot up to the right of the screen and try and get, here we go. Matt, 30 seconds.
Will this back off? Emily can't get it. There's another bigger one out there, but it won't arrive in time. So this is it. This is the last-ditch effort for Malia. Can she get into the wave? She can't. The wave does not break. So the rookie is not looking likely to make it out of the elimination round. Looking up at the cameras. Heartbreaking there, a long way to travel, other side of the world, to get knocked out in the second round. She had a 3rd over in Huntington, and she'll have to reset in Abu Dhabi. And here goes Emily, a heat win for her. She'll take that one and feel very lucky. A lot of opportunities gone begging for both surfers.
Yeah, they definitely both made a few priority errors there. Unfortunate there for Malia, because a fantastic result over there in Huntington Beach, but she can wash this one off. The surfers can drop a result. She's going to go to the pool in Abu Dhabi. She's going to put on a great performance. She's still sitting really good for a final 8 finish and to end up at the season at El Salvador.
You can see Emily letting the scrunchie out, just the weight off the shoulders there. She's made it through to tomorrow's round of 16. Don't go anywhere. We have the final heat of the day, the Hydrolite Heat to Watch, coming up next.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different.
Welcome back. Heat 8 of the elimination round here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Kaidi Inui up against Sive Gerard. This is going to be the Hydrolite heat to watch. This is a rematch from Huntington where we had Kaidi who got the jump on Sive. Really important result for Sive who bowed out in the first round. She'll want to be getting through this and start getting some momentum this year.
Yeah, she needs to get her surfing going, but she's been free surfing insane. So the surfing's on point. Both these women have spent a lot of time in the lineup, which has been really cool to see. They've both got an understanding on what's happening. It's in between tides right now, like we keep saying. So hopefully they get a few opportunities. Look at them just here, sounding each other out, feeling each other out. This is really cool. This is going to be a great heat, and I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, and they would have seen those competitors in the last heat, Emily and Malia, missing waves. So perhaps changing their positioning, knowing if it looks like a set that they should probably go. No closeouts like we saw earlier in the day when it's caught between the bowl and Rincon. Typically those ones stretch out. Look at that angle. Beautiful. You can see where these surfers are. They're perhaps a little wider than your typical Rincon takeoff. Usually you're a little bit towards the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, this is interesting positioning. The colour of the water though,
Gorgeous.
Matt, it's insane. We're so lucky to be here. It's such a beautiful place. And we'll be out there very shortly, I think, getting a couple of waves ourselves.
You can see the slab rock, that limestone rock where the whitewash is breaking now. It's just a different type of wave to the bowl where you can see it a little deeper out there. And absolutely beautiful. And if we have a look behind us, Josh, we've got that angle in the studio. And if I point out over here, this is that limestone reef. And these surfers are sort of in that deep section. They're in between the two spots. You see that buoy up in the middle of the screen. That's sort of the end of the bowl. So they're kind of in this no man's land. If we're free surfing, I'd say we'll be around here, Josh. You see those little rock boils around there?
So we have 25 minutes left in the heat. The tide is rushing in, so we will see these surfers move from here to here. And then they're going to surf this bit of the reef, aren't they, Matt? And this is where we're getting these beautiful nose rides.
This here gets super, super hollow. And at Rincon, if you want to go excellent, you've got to come right through. See how wide they are, Josh?
Yeah, we can see that at the top of the screen.
About 200 metres up. And that was a great angle for us to have a look and dissect this for the viewers at home. And who's going to pull the trigger? They're literally in the middle of nowhere right now in a deep spot, so this is a wasted set.
These waves might not even break, and if they do, they might just fizzle out underneath them and not get this length of ride and scoring opportunities.
And this is don't mean to be a harsh judge here, but this is the World Tour, and they've had 8 heats to watch today. This is Sive. She'll pull the trigger. Nice opening hang 5. And they've been antsy, ready to jump out there in the water. Nice flow, good connection. That timing, she's worked on it a lot this last year. Oh, she goes down. That wave was looking really nice as well.
Oh, Matt, you can't make those mistakes in these slower heats. You've got to capitalise. And like you said, the surfing was really nice. The timing was great. You've got to capitalise. You have to finish those waves. Unfortunate.
I mean, a good start, good signs, but they sort of missed the crux of that set. They're sitting in that in-between zone. And maybe shuffled a little further up the reef a bit more, but that was uncharacteristic. Let's talk through this one, Josh.
Yeah, surfed it really well here. Great nose ride opening wave here. This is a bit bigger. We didn't see too many of these. We saw early Emily getting these ones, but a really nice wave here. Good patience, good walking, good little spring in her step when she's walking, and just off the front. Bummer. That's not the finish that you want. The judges want to see you finish nice and clean, but that was on its way to a nice score.
And that foot would have been right over the nose like we saw in that previous heat. The judges loved Emily Lethbridge's perfect technique. She's on the glass for a post-heat interview. Let's catch up with Emily.
All right, we've got one of the queens of smooth here. Technical, gracious, no foot out of place in your heat today. Tell us how it felt to be back here at Bells Beach.
Oh, it feels really good to be back. I haven't been super nervous because I've got nothing to lose, and honestly, it was nice to just surf and learnt lots from my first heat. So yeah, it feels good to get a win.
Yeah, it feels good to get back into this heat. Surfing amazing. Your nose riding. Everyone is just screaming and yelling from the beach. Your board's working really well. What are you riding right now that everyone is just touching and playing with?
I've got a very pretty purple Thomas board. It's Mason, my friend's model, so a little shout out to her. Yeah, it felt really nice out there, and yeah.
So that last minute, how was that feeling for you coming down? There were some really good waves coming in. Did you feel a little bit of pressure knowing she needed a really attainable score?
Yeah, definitely. I kind of got a good start and then was sitting out the back, and she got a 5, and then I knew she could definitely get a 6, but I also wanted to be smart, hold priority, and I was just lucky that it was a dying swell and a good set didn't come through, honestly.
All right. Well, wishing you the best of luck. I know you're ready to get out of this sweatsuit and go relax, so look forward to seeing you in the next round and hopefully get in that final. Anything you want to say back home?
Hi to my sister and dad who we left at home because the rest of the crew's here. So yeah, hey.
All right. Well, back up to you boys in the booth, and see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Berlin. Great feedback there from Emily. I think she's going to have some favourites after that heat. It was beautiful technique. And Sive with a great support crew of her own on the sand. Saw Ian Chisholm there. Judges really like that half wave she got before. Despite the wipeout of 4.5, that'll give us some momentum. This wave, beautiful positioning there. And finishes cleanly as well, Josh, so a nice backup score.
Yeah, I'm loving these turns. She's kind of throwing her weight up and throwing her body around and getting a lot of speed and acceleration out of them. I think the judges appreciate that, but look at this one. This is in the bowl.
Yeah, one of the first, nearly a barrel there too. And Kaidi looking for an element of difference. She's been sitting here all day since very first heat of the day, observing conditions, finally gets her chance to surf. This will be very interesting to see if this one connects through to the inside, and it does. Great timing, good composure. Gets a click of the 10 and goes almost complete. The judges won't appreciate that at the end, but good work done on the outside.
Yeah, really nice wave. Unfortunately, it was a big wave in the bowl, not doing many manoeuvres though. She trimmed through that first bit, missing the opportunity. But here we go, Sive's wave right here, nice 5. These are the little turns right here, throwing that body and just getting a nice little acceleration. This is a great nose ride. Nice little soul arch in here, again, whipping out of that one. I like it, really like it.
Yeah, she can get through this heat. This would be great for her confidence, but here, Kaidi knifing it as she does. Quick step forward and stepping back on the rail. She'll just carry her momentum through to the inside. Both surfers have really worked on their form and their style over the last 12 months since we've seen them here at Bells last year, holding their hands really well and just generally their choice of manoeuvres.
Yeah, we're seeing it all day today. We've seen a lot of the women come back this year after last year, and the surfing is red hot and it's improving. It's great to see. I think it's a little bit improving in their surfing equipment choice and getting more comfortable out here at Bells Beach because it's a different kind of wave. It's hard to... You got to just spend the time and get the reps in, so it's great to see. It's a combination of everything, but interesting to see. Bell's bowl wave, solid.
Yep.
Bigger wave, nice smaller wave. Stone and Wood slow-mo. This is the turn that's throwing a little bit of spray, a little bit of acceleration, and then this next nose ride, Matt, this is the one, isn't it?
Sets her up here for this nose ride. You can see the board, the tail engaged, and that wave just in the top third. Perfect traditional style longboarding. That's the type of wave that board was made for, and well matched to Sive's tempo. I think the smaller wave, the judges should appreciate it. A 407 locks in for Kaidi, so that smaller bowl wave in comparison to the rest of the day, not really catching the judges' attention. I think she may have lost a point or two from that wipeout at the end.
Yeah, and possibly not capitalising on the outside section. She trimmed through it beautifully, almost got a barrel like you mentioned, but there was nose ride opportunity on the takeoff, driving through that section on the nose, then the big swoop, and then it goes really high.
Good signs for the Hawaiian representing American Samoa. 5.5 You can see her dad up the reef. Look at her paddling up. She's like, yep, that's good. Looking back to Ethan and Chizza on the beach. He's told them to go up there. Tell her where to go. So he's just sending her up the point. So what we identified before, her coaching camp have also identified she's in the spot. This is where you'd free surf. This is where we're going to be in about 20 minutes, Josh. And it's pumping up there right now. Perfect waist to chest high longboard waves.
Yeah, she just needs to be patient now. She's sitting on the buoy. You can see that just at the top of the right of the screen. She's in a great position here. She just needs to wait. She doesn't have priority, but it doesn't matter because she's the only surfer up there at the moment. So she's just got to wait for that correct wave. It's going to run down the bank, and she's going to do that beautiful surfing that she just did on the previous wave, and the scores are going to come.
She's got it all to herself too. Kaida is down on the Bell's Bowl. She has priority, but under priority is Sive looking to improve on that 4.5. There's that turn, sets her back up for this pocket ride. Nice flow. She can finish strong here in another nose ride. Be a good backup wave for her. Great technique there for Sive, just slowly, incrementally increasing her total.
Yeah, building house. That's a nice one. Go back up there again. She's looking back to the beach. Dad will be sending her to the top of that rincon, that little boil in the rocks, in the water. Here she is taking off right next to it. And again, just nice timing. Great nose ride, little soul arch. Knock knee, turn, accelerating out of it. Judges are going to like this wave. She's staying busy. It's a lot smaller. Definitely, it's always smaller up there at the rincon section compared to Bell's Bowl. But she's getting a lot of work done, and not just work done, quality work.
And just sort of looks like she's learning it on the fly as well. As we said before, Kaida's been here all day from
now you know why her dad's lost all his hair. He's nervous. He's rubbing his hair out.
That's it. It's exactly what happens, Josh. With Jive about to hit the World Tour, you won't be far behind me.
Exactly.
And as we regrow our hair, let's go to a bonsai brew break. But don't go anywhere. Pumping Bells Beach coming up next for the remainder of Heat 8. Beautiful Bells Beach, the rugged Great Ocean Road. You can see Gibson Steps down there and the 12 Apostles. Heaps of isolated beaches. You've got that raw Southern Ocean just unloading down there, the barren landscapes. As you make your way around to Lorne and Cape Otway, the sheltered little coves, great bushwalks, of course, 243 kilometres of the Great Ocean Road. But as surfers, we come to the home of surfing Victoria, Bells Beach, for the Bioglan Longboard Classic. We're into Heat 8 of the women's elimination round. We will say goodbye to one of these surfers, Kaidi Onui, currently in second, or Sive Gerard, action-packed. 15 minutes left. We'll have the post-show afterwards as well, breaking down all of the action today. But Josh Constable joining me in the booth. You won a world title in 2006 and the Australian title at this exact place in 2004. You know it better than most. Is Sive sitting in the right spot here? We've got 2 locations. How's her heat plan going?
Yeah, her heat plan's going great. She's put 2 scores on the board. But if I was her now, I'd play the defensive move and I'd go and sit down with priority, go and sit at the bowl. And if one wave comes, like one good wave at the bowl has come, Katie got that first one, she needs to go and sit over there with priority and take that wave and take that opportunity away from Katie. So she needs to play a smart move now. Rather than sitting up there by herself, she's got priority, she's got the heat win. 12 minutes to go, it is slowing down. Go and sit over there and take that opportunity away from her.
And saw a team manager there from the Carve Eyewear. He supports both Kaidi and Sive. Just a general hand, and Ian Chisholm just giving some helping hand. Looks like she's moving back over to the bowl, perhaps. Saw a bit of a paddle.
What would you do?
I'd be improving on that 4.5 and get one more wave over on Rincon. Perhaps this could be the one, and then go sit on the opponent. Because it's quite obvious Kaidi doesn't know what Sive's up to over there. And just to improve on your heat total a bit, because the chances of the bowl actually breaking from this point on is quite thin.
Yes, definitely. So she's handed over priority right now. So she doesn't have priority. She needs to sit up there. She definitely needs to improve on that 4.5 now.
Sive's got to commit to a wave. She's over there under priority. She has to improve on that 4.5 and then perhaps move over onto Kaidi. But Kaidi has an opportunity to blow the heat open. Just a 4.07 on that first wave. She only caught 2 waves, just a 1 as the backup. So she's really looking to gain momentum in this heat. But she seems she's sticking true to the bowl here.
Yeah, we saw many moons ago when we did have the national titles down here. Wayne Dean made the swing from there. Everyone was sitting. He shot across, got the best wave. You remember that? Just timed that perfect. There he is. Harrison Roach, our co-commentator, what's he doing? He got an early mark. What's going on there? How come we don't get an early mark, you guys?
Coach Harry taking TJ out, leading him, and no, that was unreal. We've all had pretty good chats throughout the morning today. It was quite a slow morning, and we're all breaking it down. Harry opting for the 2+1 Thomas, but it's Taylor on the 9.8 single fin. How times have changed, and Harry's just down here joining the commentary team. It's a pleasure to have him in the booth alongside Bellin and Sam Bleakley. And you can see the 2 surfers split between the bowl and Rincon.
Matt, Katie got that 4.07 first wave of her heat about the 10-minute mark. So now she's been sitting there for another 10 minutes. How long does she sit there before she makes the change and it goes up to Rincon? Because if the wave doesn't come, she's not going to get the opportunity. When do you think she should move up?
Well, on that notepad, you see her mum there filming. She is writing down lots of little notes. You'd think the tide would have been one of those notes, and they would have talked about this. Decreasing swell. The likelihood of a wave breaking there is just so low. So she should be moving up there immediately.
I think so too. I would be making that move. She didn't overly capitalise on that first wave either. So... But they gave her a similar score to Sive's score, so she needs to move. She needs to go up there and put some pressure on and try and wrestle the lead.
Well, there's going to be a lot more waves that are going to be breaking up where Sive is, typically on the higher tide, where she might get one more opportunity, Kaidi. She has to ice it. It's going to have to be pretty solid surfing.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting finish. It's a hard one in between tides, dying swell. We can see those nice little ones at the bottom right of our screen just reeling down that reef there at Rincon. Tides coming in the next few hours. We're going to see some fantastic waves at the end of the afternoon here. It's such a beautiful area, and we're so blessed to be down here, Matt.
And for those junior surfers tuning in or senior surfers wanting to have their opportunity to surf on the World Longboard Tour, you can go to the WSL website, check out events, and have a look at your regional qualifying process, whether you're in the Asia region, Africa, over in Hawaii, North America, South America, or the Australia Pacific region. Go and find out your local qualifying event so you can have this chance to surf the famous Bells Beach next year and the other stops that we'll have on the tour.
Yeah, we've got some fantastic locations, starting off in California, Huntington Beach, the buzz, the people on the pier watching, the pressure cooker situation, and then we've got the natural amphitheatre here at Bells Beach. We've got some great locations, and the surfers are
very, very happy to be on tour right now.
The World Surf League providing this platform. Look at this, the new generation. We have a really culturally diverse Longboard World Tour representing Samoa here, but from Hawaii and spending a lot of time in California. Sive Gerard up and running, current heat leader, looking to drop of a low of a 4.5.
Great looking wave so far.
Good form, good timing. She needs to ice this one, capitalize. It's been 10 minutes before her last keeper score. Looking a little disinterested as it gets shallow on the inside, but nice footwork. And that board is looking beautiful for Sive, and she kicks out of that. So a well surf wave, you can hear some claps in the background.
Yeah, I really like that wave. That was a nice one. She's got, oh, here's that bowl wave that she's been waiting a long time, needs to make it happen. It's a lot bigger than we've seen Sive catch up the top. This is huge, Matt. She needs to really capitalize, getting a little stuck. Still continuing with the flow, bringing this one all the way through. Matt, what's happening now?
She's going to need a diverse finish here, holding that nose ride, and a 10, but she is on the shoulder. This is a lot of question marks. She finishes cleanly in the shore break, so, oh, game on, that board hitting. It's already snapped once. You can see Tucker and her sister. Brother giving some information to Kaede as Sive makes her way over to the bowl. You can see her in the blue rash vest. Scores to lock in. A 4.47 was the one before last for Sive. I think we've still got another fifth wave to lock in. And of course that one for Kaede. So it would have had to have been the best wave of the heat, which we think it probably was. And
so she's needing a 5.93, but we've still got that wave for Sive's to drop.
I feel like that one may have just gone, you know, in that ballpark between the 4.5 and the 5. We'll have to dissect that on the replay, but it is coming down right to it. This was the Hydrolite heat to watch, evenly matched. Both of these surfers are going far to I will go as far to say as the two most improved since last year.
Yeah, they are. They're surfing amazing. They've already had a matchup. That score just coming through, Matt.
A 5.17, so increasing the lead. So that means Kaede is now needing a 6.6 on that last. But with Sive, she's going to regain priority, and she'll have one last opportunity regardless of the scenario.
I don't want to throw you under the bus, but what do you think? Where do you think that score goes that Kaede got through Bell's Bowl? Twice as big, double the size. Here's a replay of it, Matt.
It's critical on this 5, but she doesn't get the hang 10. She comes through the section, which the judges will appreciate, stays in the middle. The timing here is great. So all elements of the criteria executed, and a rail carve, but she gets caught up here. Lack of control, which of course is in that criteria. See the board flexing and bumping away as she makes her way through to the inside. She needed a strong finish though, and she gets a little hang 10 here, though not critical, way out in the face. I think it'll fall short, but not by much.
And now she needs one more wave, possibly. Nice turn away. It was definitely better than her first wave by a long way.
Well, either way, we have a heat on our hands, 4.5 minutes remaining. And a Japanese surfer not laying down. She is in that case, though, on the shory. But here she goes.
Needs to get on the nose, Matt. Needs some big nose rides. They are a little on the shoulder, but a big 10 there. This is really cool. 4 minutes to go.
Good pace. She carries it through. She's got to make this inside section. And Kaede links it nicely. Nice flow, good style. Oh, she digs the nose on the last maneuver. She had all the hard work done, and she goes down, still waiting for the previous score to lock in. She's doing a great job getting back into flow. She's moved up the reef a little bit.
Big gamble sitting down there in the Bell's Bowl. It's sleepy. There's not many opportunities, not many waves coming through, but when they do, the wave size is so much bigger, Matt.
Scores drop. A 7-point ride for Kaede on the one before last, leaving Sive requiring a score as we go through the replay of that wave, Josh.
Yeah, this was the wave we just saw where she didn't complete that nose, the hit on the inside, but great 10 here. This is still going to be a really high score. It's going to improve on that 4-point ride.
This is a nice flow here. Like you said, she needed the strong finish. She did all the hard work, got to this inside, got up to the lip, nice, clean, and just not riding out of it, unfortunately, in a dramatic fall as well, right on that inside. Matt, I want to throw it back real quickly. Sive had priority 10 minutes ago and the lead.
Yeah.
If she came across and sat on the bowl,
she gets that wave.
She gets that wave. She gets around the 7-point score and puts it way out of reach.
Is Kaidi going to paddle out and put the pressure on Sive? We'll have to wait and see. But now needing a 5.58, I feel like that score, you can see her way up the right of the screen. She's going to need something, I think, around the mid-6s now. It's going to have to be her best wave of the heat. But she has been warming up. She's been showing good form. We know the tide's increasing, and then here we have some tactical feedback from the Inuis, just trying to get information to the sister. And here's a wave coming through. And Sive, nice carve to get things started. She's going to have some action. She's going to have to really show the judges some commitment here. Clean footwork, nothing critical yet. She works her way through to the inside section, trying to find the hollow section. Want to see the wave cup out, gets a 5. She's going to need a hang 10 in this one. She's not there yet. Waiting to see this inside. Goes 5. She gets the hang 10 on the inside, and regains control. Maybe the 5.58, but with the score still to drop, it's going to be really close.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave, and like you said, Matt, she did need the 10. She needed something perched in the pocket. She needed that real excitement factor. She started off well, beautiful, nice carve here, just setting it up. But the wave size, it's just so different. It's such a different look for the judges. Rincon, it's small, it's running, it's beautiful longboard logging waves. The bowl, it's bigger, it's intense. Beautiful flow. The surfing's really good. Sliding that back foot up, keeping those toes nice over the nose. Nice switch, like just swooping and keeping busy. But here it is, that nice little 10, just coming out a little. It just takes a little bit of that feeling out of it. It just leaves that little bit of sour taste in your mouth. Everything else was really clean and nice.
Well, the score dropped 5.17 for Kaidi, so that was needing to be a 6.68. I believe it was the second best wave of the heat in the scale of it all. But of course, the judges have got that pulled back view. 20 seconds remaining. They're the ones who are getting that spectrum of the bowl and Rincon. So 10 seconds remaining. Is this a wave under priority, Josh? We'll have to wait and see.
Paddle hard. Come on. Commit to this thing.
Go! No. She's coming in on the shore break, so...
Great heat, Matt. What a cool heat to finish the day. Like, we've had a fantastic day of waves, surfing, action. That one was back and forth. It was a nail biter.
And a revenge match from Huntington, where Kaidi did get the jump on Sive. So second time these two have met up in this round. And it was the Hydrolite heat to watch. Tense times here. Both surfers, we talked about how much they've improved since we saw them at Bells last year. And Kaidi looking just so smooth, and Sive just placing her maneuvers. Really just an expert performance for both surfers, and I think that both surfers would have done well in a lot of the heats today.
Yeah, totally. Sive, those beautiful little swooping accelerated turns, I really enjoyed that. I like the surfing. Kaidi just calm, like a Kai Salas kind of Iceman performance, just sitting there waiting, patient, had a game plan and was not going to alter. She was sitting there and she was going to wait for those Bells Bowl waves.
Now, do you feel that was Sive's best wave?
Yes, yeah, I do. It was probably her biggest wave up at Rincon. Really nice, well surfed, great nose rides. Not as many locked in the pocket nose rides, but she did get that hang 10 that was on the inside that she really needed. This is going to be close. Well, some early numbers dropping.
Yeah, early numbers, and I feel like it would have been a no question had she have ridden out of that. She gets the score, turns the heat, narrowly takes. We thought it was going to be the second best wave of the heat. This is a judging panel that are experts. These guys are so consistent
Watch these guys
through
on the
day.
beach. This is going to...
It's coming through. There's Lionel Haddad and Ian Chisholm, the shaper from South Coast. And they are waiting to hear the requirements. And there it is. She's still not convinced that it is the score. But they're just checking.
And check the spread there from the judges, the 7.3, 7.0. So it was
3 judges gave it, 2 were slightly,
Just
4 gave it, 1 was slightly under. So it was a non-event. Had she ridden out smoothly, it would have been the best way for the heat. Sive Jarrod gets revenge there, and Heidi Inui takes the win in the final heat of the day. That was a hydrolyte heat to watch. We'll see her move into the round of 16 tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We have the post-show coming up next, brought to you by Stone & Wood.
Welcome to the Stone & Wood post show after a fantastic day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Thanks so much for staying with us and tuning in. I'm Sam Bleakley. This is Josh Constable, 2006 World Longboard Champion. Josh, it's been another smoker of a day. Beautiful conditions, shifting from a good Rincon run this morning down to the Bells Bowl this afternoon, and then those waves stayed clean throughout.
Yeah, that offshore breeze today, we saw such perfect longboard waves. It was a fantastic day of surfing. sometimes it's a little sad on the first day, elimination day. We're going to lose some surfers, but the surfing was so good, so exciting that everyone was on the edge of the seat. Everyone's happy. The waves are firing, and we're stoked to be here at Bells Beach.
And this has been the dance floor, the platform, but the surfers have been performing. The content produced from today has been world-class. 10s, 5s, rail work. I mean, the men's kick things off in style, putting those boards on rail, and then the women followed up to round up a brilliant day.
Yeah, and Sam, we had some big highlights, big heats, some veterans going down. Ben Skinner. We had some wild cards making it through. Cash Hoover putting on a display, 15 years old. Ginger, like these young, the next generation are coming through, and they're shaking the tree a little bit. You know, it's been exciting today.
Yeah, well, let's have a little look at the recap and see what went down today as we kick things off with Kevin Skavana absolutely on fire against his good friend Sam Christensen. Skavana dropping a 6.57 and a 6. Christensen backing it up with a 6.5 and a 5.33, but it was the goofy footer who took the edge. These two mates, they traveled together, and it was the Steve Bainey rounded pintail new design under Skavana's feet that looked so good, and he was on fire, Josh.
Yeah, this was a fantastic heat. The boys were going back and forth. Kevin just kind of had that edge the whole way through, but Sam was just nipping at his heels. The surfing that Sam was doing, beautiful nose rides, but these swooping turns, wrapping it back off the whitewash, and then Kev just getting these bigger ones, tight 5s right here, going so fast on his backside. And the board was looking really good. That was a great heat. It was super fun to call and watch that
just driving in and out of those rail turns and opting to design a board with that rounded pintail, which has been a feature of a few of the surfers today. Even Conniella Stewart adapting his tsunami model to bring in a rounded pintail for a little bit more bite in the turns.
Yeah, bringing up in the commentary, it's our 3rd year back here, so we're understanding the waves a little more, what the judges want to see, but you can see Sam, he wasn't far off in this heat. This was his last wave of the heat. It was a really nice one, bringing it all the way through. He surfed unreal, Sam. This was a really, really good heat.
He was chasing a score. He got close. He just needed a little bit more spice to bring it to the table. But I love it when good friends come up against each other. But this time, it's Skavana who booked himself a spot to that round of 16. Skavana's going to get at least a 9th or better. Sam Christensen eliminated. Skavana absolutely stoked, Josh.
Yeah, he was stoked. Super happy to make it through that one.
And there it is, the rock strata there at Durack as we get to see the results of that fantastic elimination. Heat number 4 with Skavana with a 6.57 and a 6. And Christensen, unfortunately, eliminated for that 17th. And rounding up the women's today, it was a fantastic heat for our surfer, Sive Girard, taking the win on the last score exchange. She's down there on the glass with Berlin Alvarez-Kimball.
Yes, I have Sive here, our Hydrolite Heat winner that we all wanted to watch. You captured that in the last wave, dying minutes. How are you feeling, especially coming off of an elimination round? She got you on that one. You got her back here. How are you feeling?
I'm just so blessed to be here. The waves were so good, and I was just so excited to surf, so I'm just having so much fun.
Yeah. And your boards, you got your shapers down here, you got a good support crew. How are you feeling being here with so much aloha and family around?
Yes, I'm just so happy. It's so nice to have a good crew and so much support, and I'm just so happy to be here with them.
Yeah. And how are you feeling? I know you're not a big fan of the cold water. How are you feeling in the colder water, getting a little bit more used to it now?
Oh, I'm wearing a 5'4", so I'm pretty warm. I'm pretty warm. It's just the air is super cold, but in the water, I'm warm.
All right. Well, we loved watching you surf. We're so happy you surfed so well. Best of luck in the next round, and we look forward to seeing you surf. Anything you want to say back home?
Just hi to all of my siblings and hi to my mom. I miss and love you guys so much.
All right. Back up to you, boys. Aloha.
Great stuff. Representing American Samoa, Sive Girard. She got that 7 on that last wave, opting to go up to Rincon, and it paid off. Peppery surfing, but smooth as well.
Yeah, it was a nail-biting heat. Just both surfers sitting in totally opposite spots. Keiti staying there in the bowl, and then Sive up on the getting those beautiful Rincon waves. And to be composed under pressure and get that wave all the way through and perform, getting the score right at the end of the heat. Really cool to see.
Well, let's take a look at the women's heat recap, and that standout moment came in heat number 3 as we saw Cash Hoover off the back of winning the trials at Torquay Point, eliminating Elise Lemoine, flying the flag for the tricolor. Of course, Elise has been a winner, a finalist here at Bell. She got a 6.77 and a 4.07, but Cash with the 6 and the 5. Josh, you were in the Cash camp. You now know the family really well. What was the vibes like with Cash after this massive win, a huge moment for her career?
Yeah, she just played such a perfect heat game right there, just catching the right waves, doing beautiful surfing. She's 16 years old, but the performance is just unbelievable. She's excited, and she really wants this, yet she's so cool and calm and composed and putting on a great performance. It was epic to see.
Yeah, and if you follow Cash online, you'll know that it's not only longboards that she shines on. An amazing all-round shortboarder, has great success in wave pool events that she specializes in as a shortboarder around the world. And Josh, you told me that she's investing a lot of energy into longboard opportunities this season.
This is her dream right now. She wants to be world champion. She was up against Elise, who's a vet and a fantastic surfer, and she's put on performances here at Bell's the last couple of years. So for her to go out there and really shake it up and really put it to her, it was a great heat.
Well, this seems like the perfect moment to have a look at the Surfline forecast and find out what we have got to look forward to, Josh, because we've already seen 2 great days, but talk us through what we got coming up.
Yeah, it's looking like a great forecast. We're seeing a little bit of this offshore breeze still hanging around. It's going to swirl both ways here, but looking like the swell then is really going to come with us, Sam, and jump up a little bit. We can see tomorrow that sort of side offshore in the morning, swinging offshore in the afternoon, 2 to 4 feet. That's really good waves, good swell size. But then Saturday, it is bombing, 10 to 15 foot offshore swell, offshore winds. Like, it's going to be interesting to see all the crew out there in the lineup. That big a surf, it's going to be interesting. I'm excited. So we don't know. We've got to come in the morning, see what's happening. If we're on or off, we're going to maybe have a half day. We'll leave that up to Will and the team to decide, but we've got a great forecast. Well,
let's take a look at that Hydrolite heat to watch tomorrow. It is going to be a good one because we have got a rematch from last year. Kevin Skavana from California surfing against Taka Inui from Japan. Taka took the win in 2023 in that round of 16, and Kevin Skavana, the goofy footer, is going to be hungry for revenge, so stay tuned for that. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on Saturday. We're going to have to wait and see, but I've got a lot of things to look forward to, and let's have a look at our daily dose to really pick apart our top 5 moments from day 2 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Coming in at number 5, it's those underdog upsets. Joe Maria Bueza from the Philippines, La Union, on his Luffy board, knocks out Ben Skin Dog Skinner, all smooth and stylish with a 6.33, holding locked on those nose rides, clean, critical footwork, in and out of that rail work. He was looking really good, and he perched on those 10s right through to the inside, and Skin Dog was eliminated. One of the many upsets of the day, but Jack Tyro also put on a great show, Josh Constable.
Yeah, the young guys really giving it to the oldest generation right now, but this performance of Jack, because he wasn't in the event yesterday morning, he got this opportunity today, took it with both hands and surfed amazing out there. His dad on the beach, super proud, and Jack's been working hard, so it's nice for him to get the reward and have a heat win, and we'll see him tomorrow.
He beat Antonio Dantas from Portugal, and it was Cash Hoover eliminating Elise Lemoine that rounds up our number 5 underdog upsets, with the new talent rising. And moving in at number 4, it was Kai Salas Supreme, the Black Knight, with a 7.5 and a 6.67, perched on the tip on his Blue Moon. And you spent some time surfing with Kai in Malibu very recently. Talk about the form for Salas at the moment, Josh.
Yeah, the surfing he was doing at Malibu was mind-blowing, so I was excited to see him down here at Bells Beach. Yesterday he had an absolute shocker, and he'll admit that. It was just unlike him. He wasn't feeling it, he wasn't motivated, but he changed his approach. He rocked up today, with the mindset of like he was putting on a performance, and you can see in the surfing today, this is the surfing that can win the event.
One of the best node riders in the game, but one of the best rail surfers as well. A mighty all-rounder who can put on good longboarding from small, medium to big. Great mental approach. But coming in our Bioglan Daily Dose at numero 3, it was Rachel Tilley turning it on, fresh back from working as a commentator out there in El Salvador. An unlikely place to see her in that elimination round, but Rachel dropped a 7 and a 5.27, perched on her Martin board, and she was looking really good. And she talked about the fact that she has benefited now from being in this elimination round to build momentum, Josh.
Yeah, and she did. She said she's not comfortable in that position. She's not there very often, but she hasn't been able to be here and free surf a lot leading up to the event. So this extra heat, this extra time in the water has really paid off, and the surfing she did today was really nice. And that momentum is now in her favour.
Absolutely. And coming in at number 2 is local surfer Beatrice B. Conroy, feeling like home. She loves bells, and if it gets big, she will really shine. One of the few locals who rides longboarders out here on the big days, and she looked fantastic on her locally designed board, of course. This was a real incredible silky display of rail work, of nose work, and also of local support, Josh. She really lit the place alight, but this guy comes in at number 1. Connie Ella Stewart, excellent. King Connie, the pilot, the skipper, the sailor, the soul style master, the father on the tip, and the dad as well.
Yeah, maybe the dad power. It was a phenomenal performance today. Again, yesterday, not like him. We normally don't see him in these elimination rounds, but the performance and the surfing he did today reminded everyone that he is a big threat. The nose riding, the beautiful calves, adjusted board this year with the round tail from Kai Salas Surfboard Co. This board looked amazing, and look at this, Sam, like unbelievable surfing. And you can see with these last heats this afternoon, the swell has really backed off, but still some really nice action this morning. But look at that.
Oh, that roundhouse cut back, that rounded pintail, a little tweak, a little adaptation to his tsunami model. He takes numero 1 today. That rounds up the Stone and Wood post-show, but stay tuned because tomorrow morning we will be starting bright and early. Stay with us at worldsurfleague.com, and right now appreciate the highlights. Thanks for watching. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.